Good evening. Hey, everybody. So, Karvin and I are here. We just needed a couple of moments here to get ready, and now we're all set. Good evening, Karvin. How are you today?
I'm great. I'm great. Thanks for having me back on. It's always a pleasure
Awesome.
talking about trading cards.
Absolutely. And I think a lot of folks were very curious what I said we're going to have back on because the last time was so short. We didn't. I felt like we really didn't have a lot of time to talk. We felt constrained by time,
We
Karvin.
were. We were.
Yeah, it was definitely. So I want to say quickly hello because our good friend Paul is already here. So good evening, Paul.
Hello, Paul. How's it going?
Yep, Paul's a champion. He's always here. So Vinny's here as well.
Hey,
Abs-
Vinny.
Absolutely. And Jeff is joining us. Absolutely, Jeff. Thanks for
Hey,
joining
Jeff.
us. So as we're going to hang out here and we're going to chat a couple of things. We do have a couple of topics at least that we'll start off with to chat about, and then as we go along, it'll be kind of the usual thing that I like to do around here, which is if you got questions along the way of what we're talking about, or you've got questions of something else that we'd like to address. So for those of you who are less familiar, if you check in the description, you'll get a little bit of a breakdown. But Carvin is formerly of Upper Deck, formerly of Panini, and then the distribution side, longtime collector, dealer, almost every aspect of the hobby he's had his hands on. So in terms of experience, there are few who can boast as much as Carvin can. And obviously, we last time around, for those of you who did check it out, Paul obviously knows, we did chat a little bit about how some sets were designed, some of the thought process behind it, some of the inspiration behind it. So if you have any specific questions about that, we can definitely touch on some of those topics. Although we did do it in a very short discussion, you may want to check it out and move around a little bit on that one. But I recommend YouTube does let you play some of these things at higher speeds. I like to watch most of my hobby content at 2x speed myself. I'm comfortable with that, but you may want to employ that option if you so choose. Helps keep the time down a little bit. All right. So one of the things I wanted to talk to Carvin about was obviously something that came up more recently. Something that wasn't a thing when the last time we spoke was the recent sale of PSA to kind of a consortium led by noted collector Nat Turner. Now, Carvin isn't like a super grading oriented guy, but at the same time, it is a big deal. It is a major player in the industry, and it does have a major impact on the market because a lot of those graded cards do go for pretty princely sums. So it is kind of a big deal. Did you what did you think when you heard about kind of that sale, Carvin? Because it is recent news, but it's kind of a took some shockwaves around some of the circles.
Yeah, I'm not surprised
Hmm.
that obviously PSA being a publicly traded company, there's some opportunities for someone to have a huge stake in their business. But with that said, I mean it's actually great to see a person like Nat, who's a big time collector, and he's following his passion. So he's always had that aptitude to look at it, something he's very passionate about, and then move that business forward and to get to the next level. So if you follow his background, I would recommend. I believe he was on Forbes magazine
Hmm.
about a year ago, and take a look at his background, going from, believe it or not, like he was a snake breeder, I believe, back when he was a
Something like that,
teenager.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. So he's breeding snakes and he was selling snakes, and of course, he's followed his passion throughout. So definitely take a look at who he is, and I think he's going to take the PSA to the next level, and probably potentially, taking the hobby to the next level, and what he can do. So I'm glad to see it. I'm glad to see a passionate collector be part of the business in that sense, and a big time business at that.
Yeah, for sure. One of the things that I thought was interesting, and it was fortuitous timing for me, just because I rarely get the opportunity during the week. If something occurs, I usually am working. I'm usually bogged down at my desk doing some stuff. But
Right.
I had the Monday off, so it was one of those things when it came across kind of I basically my social media blew up with discussion of that. I was able to immediately go look into it, and then have a video up within like an hour which
Right.
discussing at least the basic thing, which is nice. It was a nice little luxury to be able to actually speak on it a little bit. But the things that I thought about were twofold. Obviously, a deal like this, even though it's been announced, even though it's been discussed, it's not done. It takes some time for everything, all the mechanisms to get happen. But in principle, the offer's been accepted. Now it's the lawyers got to get together, all the paperwork has got to be signed, everything's got to all the I's dotted, the T's crossed,
Sure.
and that'll take basically into the spring. It'll take a little while for everything
For
to
sure.
fully go through because you can't wind down a public company that fast by snapping your fingers.
Right.
So
Right.
Nat Turner will get his shot at having an opportunity, but it will be interesting. But my curiosities were twofold. The first one was I wanted to kind of see how the hobby reacted to it, which is the last couple of days, which has been very interesting, seeing
Mhm.
other people's opinions on it and seeing how they think it's going to impact it. Also seeing what happens with some of the graded cards. Does this restore the confidence of some people who are a little bit frustrated with PSA? Because today, nothing has actually changed. Even in this week or next month, nothing necessarily changes. But the potential and the Nat Turners and those guys are going to get together and start planning. But for some people, that may bring up the brand. The second thing I thought of was that I was surprised the PSA was the one bought, but I
Mhm.
thought not that long ago, even at the virtual expo, one of the things that I was discussing with a lot of folks, including so I'll say hi to Dave here as well. Good evening,
Yeah,
Dave. But Dave was on a couple of those things because the virtual expo is not a live stream, but the format of the thing allows it to operate almost like a live stream in the sense that I was sitting at the booth chatting with some other hobbyists while we were sitting there at the booth with some of the dealers.
sure.
And I regret that I couldn't record some of that and have used clips of it because we had some hobby discussions that are not unlike this. So I
Right.
would have loved to have used that content and put it on the channel. But one of the things that I thought of, and then I rethought of once PSA, this deal came across, was that I would have thought SGC would have been maybe a candidate for this. Maybe pick up one of the second or third tier players and then make those refinements. Because SGC for a cup of coffee was getting this big bump in popularity because they were able to market themselves as, oh, we can turn these cards around a lot quicker.
Sure.
And for a moment they did until the volumes immediately hit them, and then all of a sudden they had a problem. But if somebody else went in with resources, because now to me, and Brian Gray the other day on Jeremy's show alluded to this as well. So he's thinking along the same lines I am. This makes something like an SGC an attractive target because if you go in with resources and if you're able to, you could become the de facto number two. You could still hold some strong market share and still have a business for yourself that could be very viable. And it would be a lot cheaper, I think, to buy SGC right now than it would have been to buy Collectors Universe as a whole.
Right. Well, I think a couple of things about Collectors Universe. I mentioned it before. It's publicly traded, so as time goes by, you can acquire shares, right? And obviously, once you get to a certain percentage, then you can declare your intentions, right? I think that's one aspect of Collectors Universe that it's easier to acquire versus having to sit down with the owner of a company and then discuss it right away, right?
Sure.
I'm not saying that couldn't have happened. That could have happened too, but by all means, I'm thinking like if you went to buy SGC, you guys sit down with the SEO, the owners, the principal owners, and investors, and then decide on a number, right? So that's one aspect of it, and I think the brand is PSA by far is probably the highest. That's the highest reselling brand right now.
For sure. Definitely.
So it is going into whether you're going to buy Timex or Seiko or Rolex. You probably, some people want to buy the Rolex, some people want to buy a Seiko. And I think Nats and his group, they wanted to shoot for the moon in terms of the biggest card grading company at this point.
I think that's completely fair. The thing that makes the Collectors Universe one more interesting, because because it's almost forgotten sometimes, is that they made a play on Collectors Universe, not on PSA. PSA is part of Collectors Universe.
Right.
They have PCGS. They have other brands, and PCGS is to coin collecting what PSA is to card collecting.
Right.
So they have that So they have that under that umbrella as well. So it would be interesting to see as well if they would any innovations or any process improvements or anything that could very well trickle down to the coin operation, which is still doing pretty well. Although the coin collecting demographic isn't obviously it's aged a lot more, but some of those collectors still spend top dollars. $1 million coins were not an unusual thing for many years. $1 million cards are a more recent phenomenon outside of the Honus Wagner.
Yeah, I mean, card is the new thing. It's the new world thing. It's
Absolutely.
basically Generation X and younger. So the baby boomers are all about stamps and coins, paper money, paper currency, right? So they collect that. I mean, my parents, your parents probably are more familiar collecting currency and stamps versus trading cards. To them, it's kind of funny because they think of, well, there's functionality of a stamp, there's functionality of a coin. There is no functionality of a trading card. It's something you just look at, right? It's a photograph picture. So to them, but in our generation, we look at that as oh, this is what we grew up as, and we view it as a collectible. And then we look at stuff like, for example, Topps Digital has digital cards. They used to have e-tops, but digital cards right now, like on the apps. You look at Roblox with all the little toys and headgear and badges, and people are paying crazy money for that on eBay, or World of Warcraft with the Spectral Tigers. And people are like, well, why would you pay $800 so you can look cool in a game? Mm-hmm. That's the idea. I'm just a regular character, and I get all the attention if I have something cool on me, and everyone wants to go. When I go in that virtual world, everyone goes, "Wow, man, you're my idol. You're popular because you have something that no one else has," and that's the whole purpose. So that generation, for the next 20 years, it could be them, people buying up, these digital games, type gear, cards, all this stuff, because they grew up with it.
Yes.
Ultimately, I think we as collectors, once we get to a certain age where we want to collect, we always remember the good old days when we were kids. And
the nostalgia is strong in the hobby, hobby in general. The nostalgia is strong. Absolutely.
So that's why Barbie dolls are popular, teddy bears are popular, Cabbage Patch Kids are starting to become popular again, Transformers. All this stuff is because of nostalgia.
And for the younger kids, the Pokemon. And for the younger ones who are just entering into those professional ages, they're buying into the Pokemon because for them, that was the nostalgia.
That's exactly it. So you're going to see, like, every generation, you're going to see a new batch of collectibles now. Then, it could be Nintendo 64. It could be PS4 games. We don't know what it is, but that's why that leads to what we call storage. People that are into storage lockers and also pack rats, right? Because we're like, oh, I can't throw that out. That could be the next big thing, right? So that's definitely true.
I think that's fair. Yeah. But that's part of the reason I think it's always interesting. Like I said, in the end, they went with the big brand. I'm not going to knock that because, and also something important that is forgotten, because we talk about Nat Turner, and for good reason. He's a very noted hobbyist, and certainly he's a gentleman with deep pockets, certainly. Mm-hmm. But he didn't go in alone. He went in with a few other folks like Cohen Group and I think D1 Investing. So they've got deep pockets as well, because Cohen was the one who bought the New York Mets.
Yes.
So he's got a couple of dollars as well. So together, their combined forces, they certainly have the resources to potentially do some very interesting things.
Right.
That's what I think makes it very interesting to see what potentially could come down the pipeline.
Yeah, it's funny that 15 years ago, I believe it was 15 years ago, when we saw another takeover, and that was Michael Eisner's time. Mm-hmm. Michael Eisner bought Topps, right? His group bought Topps and same thing. It was a publicly traded company, and they made it private. So, that was, I believe, around 2005, 2006 when that happened.
Sounds about right. Yeah.
So, 10, 15 years, something like this happens again. So,
yeah, I always wonder about like a ripple effect. That's the reason why I brought up the SGC thing. I still think it's in play, because to me, now that you've seen someone do this, if you have your own consortium, again, to your point, they don't have quite the brand recognition, but they still have a foothold. For SGC was vintage, but that doesn't mean for a brief cup of coffee, just for a shining moment, they were able to convince some people to buy in. People got burned quickly because they didn't have the capacity. All these graders are going to have the same problem, getting graders. That's really the biggest problem, is just having enough people, enough personnel to be able to process the volume.
Right.
But one other thing that was very interesting to me was that I saw really two. Most people are kind of in the middle. There's always the extreme reactions, though. Extreme one side, extreme the other.
Right.
The extreme was like super exuberance. Oh my God, this is going to fix everything. PSA is going to be the best. They'll dominate all this, which is very possible. It certainly could be the case. These guys are smart enough that they're not going in blind. But the other side of it is like, oh, well, now the prices are all going to go up. Well, the thing is, both could be true, but for the same reasons, because now these guys, Nat Turner is a hobbyist, but he's also a businessman. Right. He is in the business of making money. Even though he certainly has a passion for collecting, he's not going in to lose money. He's not doing this as a charity project.
Right.
Especially, you're not going to put together a $700 million bid for a charity project. That's not the kind of thing. So the question becomes then, and this is something I'm going to be interested, just as a person who enjoys business as well. That's kind of something that I'm interested in paying attention to. I'd be curious if they want to continue to cater to the volume, the bulk submitters, because there's a lot of money to be made in that. There's a lot of money to be made in crackouts. There's a lot of money to be made in volume. Do you do the Walmart model? Do you want to get as many slabs out there as possible?
Right.
Or do you want to control the brand a little bit by saying, okay, we still want slabs out there, but we kind of want you guys to pay a little more. We'll give you a better service. We'll give you better turnaround times. We'll give you all this. Maybe we'll even throw in some new things to make it a little bit better for you, for those who invest in this, because there is a money-making aspect to it too.
Right.
So you pay a little. So rather than try to send in $5 cards to make them $50 cards, well maybe you're sending in two or three $500, $1,000 cards to make them 5, 10, 15, $100,000 cards.
Right. And I think it's going to take some time. Number one, for them to acquire PSA, as you said,
For sure.
probably
Yeah.
time, right? And then of course it's going to take some time for them to sit down, understand their business model, and evaluate it, and what they see are opportunities, what they see potentially, probably do a SWOT analysis of the company, and decide, okay, well, what opportunities do we see in front of us immediately, short term, to get back some of their investments, to lift the brand up. Brand equity is always really important. And also probably after that, evaluate, hey, a year from now, 2 years from now, what can they do to take the business to, an area that it has never been to, right, before, like uncharted waters, right, just like what we're seeing in the trading card business at this point. So it's really, everything's on the table when a company comes in and invest into or to take over a company, because they're going to look at everything possible. And I truly feel that Nat and the entire group is going to leave every stone unturned, right? They're going to look at everything possible. So, based on his business acumen, I'm absolutely confident that's going to happen. And, I think but the good thing about him being a collector is that he is cautious of how a collector feels. He's going to be cautious of, okay, what does the customer really wants, right? By being a customer first and then being a business person catering to that customer, what you want from that company, right? And that's the same thing like with me being a card collector first, owning a business, going through the whole chain. My experience when I was creating cards, I always had some bias towards my experience, but also to the customers I catered to when I had a store, and having to understand what they wanted to see happen. Not that we always completely listen to the customer, because we can't do everything one way because half the other customers are upset about it. But you try to do the best you can to appease everyone. And I think that's important. Obviously with the mindset, of course, he's going to look at being profitable and lifting the brand, right? But as we see with the .com companies, and he's from the .com world, there's many ways that .com companies operate, and we just don't know which way. Is it immediate that he wants to see return on his investment? Is it means that he's going to expose the brand now? Is he going to take it to, what's the difference between Collectors Universe and PSA? Obviously, you had mentioned Collectors Universe is a much more bigger company. So it's not just the trading cards, it's the coins, it's the currency. So there's other aspects of the business that he's going to also look at, and maybe there's some commonalities that they can utilize. So I mean, I'm happy for it. I actually have a lot of ex-colleagues that work at PSA, so I'm glad to see that he's working with a lot of ex-Upper Deck employees there. So
there you go.
See, yeah,
the hobby world is small sometimes. Absolutely.
It is.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
So so there's a little bit less on this piece, but it's still a good, comfortable segue for just a moment.
Right.
The other factor was, and this story obviously stole the thunder off of it, because the story for the grading piece was supposed to be CSG, because they were trying to introduce themselves into the market and come in as a fourth player.
Right.
And I think this news, now another thing that I was kind of thinking about myself was, this makes it very interesting for CSG. It puts them in this weird spot because they haven't even gotten out of the blocks yet.
Right.
And one of the market advantages I would say they had is that they didn't have the baggage, because PSA has had its issues and its struggles with turnaround times and backlog and all that. Beckett's had its issues with, fake slabs out there that people have started to replicate. That's been an issue. SGC came out with a big marketing blitz, but then almost immediately got hammered, and all of a sudden, basically they burned people almost immediately. And their resale value still was starting to make some progress while they were able to get cards out there, because people were willing to give them the shot. But as soon as they got burned a little bit, then the secondary market prices came down a little bit.
Right.
And that secondary market's important. But as a new player in this space, all of a sudden you've got a rejuvenated, at least on paper. Right now it's perception. That's why I said I can't speak to what change it's actually going to do to PSA, because we won't know for months.
Right.
But the perception of PSA changed immediately, because the thought process of some collectors got affected as soon as the news came out.
Sure.
So for this fourth player, I'd be curious to see what that, if anything, does to alter the strategy, because now all of a sudden PSA isn't, on paper, doesn't look as weak or as vulnerable as they did a moment ago to steal a little bit of market share as a new player.
Right.
Any thoughts on that?
Well, definitely. I mean, anytime that a company goes into the news, especially of something of this stature, this is obviously a news not just in the hobby, but it's news on Wall Street journals. It's the news on Forbes. It's I'm sure all kinds of financial areas. It's a big purchase. It's a big acquisition. So giving news to that, it's also bringing in even more people into the hobby.
Yes, sure.
Because with the Wall Street Journal and Fox Money and all these areas are talking about this takeover. People are like, well, what is PSA all about, or what is Collectors Universe all about? Well, they do trading cards. Well, okay, how much money is in trading cards? Well, a PSA 10 Gretzky just sold for $1 million. Like $1 million for a Gretzky rookie. Well, then all of a sudden people's eyes open up to, what opportunities are there? Well, how can I tap into this marketplace? And we know that, the financial market is where a lot of the new speculators are coming into trading cards at this moment. So, being in the news is always a good thing. And especially when you have a brand and you associate $700 million, like that's not peanuts. It's not chump change, right? It's almost $1 billion. It's 70% of $1 billion. And that's a big move for trading cards.
Absolutely. And that's the thing. It's a number that's big enough that it pops off the page. Because
Right.
from a headline, it's enough money to be a headline grabber.
Right.
And it impacts that's why I say though, it's not just the Collectors Universe PSA angle. It's how does it affect Beckett? How does it affect SGC? How does it affect the other companies? How does it affect the new player in the market?
Right.
That comes into question. And that's all but that is all part and parcel of it. So everybody's impacted directly or indirectly, even if they think like, well, actually all of it has, and to your point, it puts it in the news. It gets it in front of more eyeballs that people are paying attention to. Oh, this company was purchased in this space for this much money. It's kind of a big deal.
Right.
So I'll quickly say hello to Jeremy as well. So he's very much in the optimistic camp. So I mentioned how there's the various camps. Jeremy's definitely in the optimistic one. So the new ownership group will look through collectors' land from strategizing business planning, and that's very possible. And at the moment, it's just hard to say because a theme that'll come up when we get to the next topic. So now we'll be able to segue into it a little bit here. Is that card companies, whether they're run by collectors, whether they have collectors all throughout the chain, they still do have to operate through a business prism lens. Because you do want to cater to the collector, you do want to help the collector out, you do want to show that aspect of it because it helps you.
Right.
But at the same time, you're also looking at the end of the day, even the investor's money spends as well. The flipper's money spends as well. All those people have to be, all those people, you really want to catch everybody if you can. Ideally, you want the collector, you want the investor, you want the flipper, all of it, if you can get all that business. So the way I'll segue from that is that one of the other things we were talking about. So as far as that piece is concerned, that makes a lot of sense. And I think it's going to be interesting to follow where that goes from here.
Right.
But the reason I mentioned as well, even when you have collectors involved, there is a business aspect to it, is one of the other discussion points that came out from some questions I received. By the way, everybody, as we talk, and Paul, I know, gave a comment, so I'll pull it up in a second. As we talk, as we go along, if you have questions on anything we're doing, I'll just remind people from time to time, they're mesmerized by our conversation, Karvin. But I want them to have a chance to remember because I know they're here and I know some of them do. The reason why I know is because last time I got the questions after. And I said, well, if you were watching, you're more than welcome to ask during. We can definitely do that. Okay. I want to make sure they have that opportunity. So Paul just says, I wonder if the reaction would have been different to PSA sale. If it had not been a notable basketball card collector, the market seems to thrive on hype. I don't think the collector themselves was as important. He is a big-time basketball collector, but he also collects vintage baseball. He also collects a lot of other categories, a lot of other sports. Being a notable basketball card collector is exciting for the basketball card collectors. It wouldn't move the needle necessarily for a baseball collector, a hockey collector, whatever. But the fact that it's PSA moves the needle because their cards are being graded in that as well. It moved the needle for the Pokemon collectors probably as well, because it doesn't matter. If you've got a card in the holder, the fact that they were purchased impacts whatever investment you've made into the card that you have put in that holder.
Right.
So it's totally relevant what they do.
Yeah, and ultimately, look, it doesn't matter whether Nat was a basketball collector or a baseball collector. Mm-hmm. What we do know is that he's a passionate card collector, mm-hmm. and he also likes the fact that he grades a lot of his cards, or he buys graded cards, and he's familiar and he's very intimate with the business because of that reason. And I'm sure it wasn't just like on a whim that he just said, "Oh, I'm just going to go and buy." Spearhead a whole entire group to go buy it, and it's all calculated. Yeah. So he's done his research, he's dissected the process, and look at that. I can take this company from this point to point B, which who knows what that could be, right? And really bring it card collecting back to the masses, right? And hopefully, as they say, a tide lifts all boats. So this Nate Turner tide can lift up every single boat, right? It also spurs, now that this has happened now, what does it say to the competition? Like, whether it's Beckett Grading, SGC, and they're going to say, well, we got to step up our game now, right? So that then also attributes the whole competition aspect of it, which, we don't have competitive companies, manufacturers on the trading card side per sport per se, but at least you can say, hey, now on the grading side, we're going to see what's going to be the reaction too on the competitors.
Yeah, and I think the other thing is this is just my opinion on what they did, is that I genuinely believe that part of the reason, obviously, he had interest in it anyway. He's a big time collector of PSA cards and things like that. But the other reality is, how the way you make money is you look at something you think is being run poorly, or you think you can do better, and then you come in and say, I can improve these things, thereby improving our ability to turn cards around, thereby encouraging more people to send more, and we can make more money.
Right. Definitely.
So that has to be part of the calculation. And to your point, they can't whip together a consortium to spend $700 million over a weekend. Like it's going to take some planning and some discussion, and then offers, and probably a number of different things went through prior to making the official offer.
Right.
Absolutely. So let's take it over to kind of, like I said, the business piece from the manufacturing side now. This is kind of one of the things we were talking about, and it plays off one of the questions that I got after the fact, and we discussed it a little bit on a phone call previously, but I want to bring some of that into this discussion. And we're going to talk a little bit about, so two things. We'll talk about damaged card replacements, because that's one category, and then a little bit about redemption, since they play off of each other nicely. And guys, another opportunity, if you want to ask questions as we go along about specifics, you're more than welcome to. So let's start with the damaged ones. One of the things that happens, ideally, in a perfect world, you would rather not have any damaged cards. The collectors get good cards. You don't have to worry about it. You're good to go. But as a manufacturer, you realize, like, it's a manufacturing process. Stuff happens. Even if the cards left your warehouse perfect, the UPS guy might have dropped the case and damaged a bunch of cards, and that was out of your control. Stuff happens.
Right.
So there is, from a business perspective, you do calculate that they're likely. A hand-packed product, you have a little bit more say, because you were hand-packing it. So hopefully you catch anything glaringly obvious before it goes in the packs. But something like an SP Authentic or an Upper Deck, like, flagship set, there's enough cards in enough cases floating out there that stuff may happen.
Right.
But can you tell a little bit about, just in a couple of different ways? So one of the things that you do that we talked about was that you do open up some product for quality assurance purposes. You do open up some QA stuff. But there's different purposes and there's different times when you do that. Could you elaborate on that a bit?
Sure. So as soon as we can always look at the mixture of cards of, let's say, the autographs, the insert cards, and all that, and we do get to see, like, and I know that I believe Jeremy, maybe you didn't go, Jeremy. Oh, you probably got a tour. Jeremy probably got a tour of the packing facility. So you'll notice that it's not just hand packed; it's all machine packed, and they have like trays full of cards of the certain inserts, and it just falls in one every 4 packs, one in every 12, one every case. They have the seeds on there. So we would go in there, and I would go down to, before, the co-packer was actually inside Upper Deck's building. It was downstairs of it, and we would just go downstairs and take a look. So it was very simple at that point. Obviously, when they moved to Dallas, then things were a little bit different. It's more tougher. But you look at the mix. So things that I would definitely look for is, like, for example, when they mix cards, it's always a pattern. So you want to try to avoid having that pattern, like, this autograph falls with this autograph all the time, and you still see it once in a while when you open boxes, right? Yeah. But you try to.
You don't want it to be like the '80s where you knew exactly the sequencing of cards.
Right. Exactly. So, so you try to avoid that. Try to make it a little bit more random, right? But with that said, so that starts off before the whole packout starts. As soon as the packout starts, usually you would have someone there within an hour. The first boxes that come out. So they wouldn't give you a sealed case. Sometimes they would just give you like 12 boxes. Hey, this is the equivalent of a sealed case. And of course, you got your cases. It could be an autograph in Upper Deck 1. It could be 12 jersey cards. It could be a patch card every so often. So you try to hit one of those cards, or a day of the cup, a day with the cup. And now they've come up with, I guess, people wearing, normal clothes going to a game or something like that. That one of the variations they did. So those type of things you want to see at a case level. So they would open it up. they would probably throw away most of the base cards, including the rookies. I know people would say, "Oh my God, they're throwing away Lafreniere rookies," right?
Well, we're considering how people are worried about the print runs of it. It might be comforting to know some of them don't make it out.
Yeah, but it usually goes in this big green bin and it's a shredder, so it doesn't matter. Nothing happens after that.
So, Karvin, you can confirm. So instead of 10 million Lafreniers, there might be like 9.5 million.
Yeah, 9.5. Yeah.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah. So with that, I'm joking, by the way.
Nobody gives out print runs. Oh,
Yeah.
and one other thing, actually, this is actually a good caveat, Karvin. Let me do this, because when I'm chatting with you, we want to get a little bit of insight because you were there, you experienced some of this. But one important caveat that we should give is that a lot of the information you're giving and a lot of the experience you're offering is from your time there.
Right.
If they change the policy 180 degrees the moment you walked out the door, as unlikely as that is, but if they did, then it may no longer apply, and that's okay. But it's still good to know what it was like for the stretch of time that you were there and experienced it.
Sure.
Yeah. I just want to put that caveat because then somebody could sit there and say, oh, if somebody down the road contradicts something, it's like, well, if it's happened after, stuff changes, policies change,
Right. It always does. And so ideally you have someone there every hour opening a case of cards and seeing stuff. And all those inserts, if it's a patch card or whatever, they can now be seeded back into the next case being built.
Sure.
Obviously, you wouldn't worry about the base cards or the young guns or anything like that. But if it's an exclusive or if it's patch card or if it's, even jersey cards, I think maybe to a certain degree, they're not as concerned about it because a lot of times they're $1, $2 jersey cards with the exception of the short prints. But I don't think the guys that are opening it even realize what's a short print, what's not a short print, because it's not usually a big star, the short prints are.
And one thing I wanted to make mention of, when you bring it up there, is that, to your point, these boxes that are being opened to check is happening in a staggered basis. So you do a little bit at the beginning, and then there's more as you go along. But in the early stages, a lot of the cards end up back into boxes and packs, and they go back into circulation. I just wanted to make that distinction because in some cases later, what they're used for and what happens is a little different.
Yeah. So and on top of it, what we would do is we'd actually sit there and put a case together and put a set together. So and then we would look at all the young guns and say, hey, every case should get a set of young guns, and that's the expectation. So we don't want people opening a case and not getting young guns. And by the way, by the way that the cards are sorted and determine how the runs are, you should be getting a case like 1.7 sets in every case. I believe there's 42 cards or 50 cards in a case or in a set of the young guns. So there's 50 cards and there's 6 per. You can do the math, right? 12 times 6, 72 cards. So you have a chance of even getting 2 Lafreniers if it falls perfectly in your favor. So with that said, I mean, people will put a set together. Then every hour, so the print like a sorting, the whole feeding and everything, the process of going from the cards to package and shipped out, that for Upper Deck could be like a week and a half. So every hour you're there. And you try to also have people during the midnight hours, but sometimes it's not possible, right?
Sure.
So you'll skip it. And by all means, this is no different than any other business. If you recall the old commercials, anyone being Generation X, someone like Jeremy and myself would probably remember the Hanes commercial with the person being a QC person and pulling apart the underwear and all that stuff, and she does it while she's just randomly pulling it off the conveyor belt, right? So it's the same thing. Like you got to have people to check products, but you can't check it out all the way at the end, and you can't count it checking on the beginning. Yep. But if there's a problem right in the beginning, you can ideally catch it and then reset everything.
Yeah, because if something happens, like say a machine breaks down halfway through, you want to still be able to catch that as soon as possible to stop more product from being a problem.
Right. And there has been times where it's been painful. Like we went through a process and in fact, I can't remember the details of it, but there's one time where we told the co-packer, you know what, all the cases you made, we got to rip them open. We have an issue. Now, I don't know if it was a jersey card that wasn't delivering or something in the cases, but we had to go through and rip open probably close to 100 cases of cards and get back the cards and redo the whole process.
So was this like a high-ender product? Or
no, it was like an Upper Deck product, and we had to get it all done. And because, if you're missing rookies, like for example, the young guns weren't there, then that's a huge issue, right? So
it would be, yes.
Right. So no matter how expensive it is to deconstruct everything, it's still cheaper than to have customer service listen to phone calls all day long so you didn't get young guns and all that. And despite sending 6 young guns for every box that's open, everyone's gonna say, well, I could have had a Lafreniere in my box, right? Or a Sidney Crosby back then. And then it's like, well, we can't give out all these Sidney Crosby to everyone, right? So that's the reason why we had to deconstruct it. It wasn't UD1 hockey, but it was something like that nature. So
sure. Something in that level. Yeah. So that's one aspect of it. So as you go along through this manufacturing process, you're doing checks consistently along to try to catch it, make sure things are falling the way they should fall, everything looks right. It's still reasonably random. It's not like falling into an easily predictable pattern. You don't want
Right.
that. And then as you go along, now as you go along later, at a certain point, so now that moves us into the piece where eventually there will be some damage, likely. So you
Right.
have to do a little bit. So what I mentioned earlier, you have to do a little bit of a calculation. So there's some of that product, but also some of these QA cases or QA product that are being opened in later on in the run could
Right.
potentially be useful for
Right.
replacements.
So we always had what they call QA cases once again, but it's $0 QA cases. So where do these go to? These go to potentially sometimes customer service will get some boxes in the case of the people got damaged boxes. It was a card that they will some people will ask for boxes, and obviously when you let people know that it is available, then everyone's like, oh, I want another box, so that's what they're going to take. But there's a limited amount, right? It wasn't like if the company's producing 100 cases just giving away just the replacements, right? That's not the case. There are boxes, sample boxes given to the people that worked on the product at times. There's sample boxes given to the salespeople. So the salespeople will at least get to open a box and get a feel for the product, and that's the way that they can tell people, this is how this product feels. I feel good about this product. So you want your salespeople to be a big supporter of the products. Also, outside of that, there's also boxes that goes to each leagues. So some players may request some boxes. We all know about Spetz's dad because I used to sell to him back in my flea market, and he would ask Jason to go into the PA office and get him a couple boxes of cards. So the PA would get it, the NHL would get some, and they also it's something when you're working on it. Like the NHL and the NHLPA does a lot of work on trading cards, believe it or not. They have to approve the concepts, they got to approve all the photos. So they got to approve all the set names. So when there's a finished product, it's always good for someone to open a box of cards and say, man, I worked on this. There's a portion of pride that when you work on it and you get the finished product. So that way it helps. And in some cases, I think even it might have made it to the NBA store. They have one store back in New York, and probably some boxes went that way too, right? But once again, it's the NBA. They always get an allotment. Now, it might not be a lot. Maybe it's just like one case or something like that. It's not like they're getting 20, 50, 100 cases, right? And it goes throughout all the different people, the people that
But all
work.
these boxes that we're talking about, these different areas, these different categories, these things, these ones are accounted for, as in I think you called it $0 case, $0 cases.
They're part of the print run, though. They're part of the print run.
Well, exactly. But I'm saying like they're basically accounted for. They're part of the overarching print run, but they're measured in such a way where we understand that we're not going to be making a profit on these on this product that's being distributed in this way.
So in the case of the salespeople, they'll have it. Back at Upper Deck, and the product development team also gets boxes. So when we got it, if we get anything good, then we just give it back to customer service. Now that they have some finished cards, they can utilize that to swap out cards or replace cards, and that is also an area where they get cards. So these cards were not inserted back in the print run because you couldn't just start the press and build another case based on the cards we opened.
Exactly.
These cards were just used to give into customer service. So there's times where people are like, why does customer service have 101? Well, a lot of times they had it because someone got it and they gave it back to customer service to utilize it for a collector. So
and it was luck of the draw. It wasn't like they specifically. This is what I wanted to make the distinction, because one of the questions was asked is like, so to your point, how did they end up with this? It's like, well, it just so happens that they opened a box, and in the box was this nice card.
Right.
And in that situation, if it happened to be late in the game, what we mentioned earlier was if you had opened it in the first couple of print runs, right at the beginning, right at the start, it would have made it back into circulation most likely.
Right.
But then later on in the run, well, now it's with customer service, and if you happened, maybe you complained on the right day.
Right.
Maybe you ended up with this card.
Right. Well, usually it would be held for issues that could possibly be with that product, right? And
exactly.
If it's not a 101, if it's like a RPA, of a player that needs to be replaced, if that's the same card, then they can utilize that too as well.
Exactly.
So that can happen.
But it's one source where these cards may come from.
Right.
And that's why I wanted to distinguish it, because it's for a lot of folks, it's like we don't know where these cards are coming from. So the question is asked, like, well, do you guys print more? Do you have some on the side that are explicitly kept for that purpose? Like, it's not obvious, because there's, to your point, there's different avenues. So there's that piece. Now, the shrinkage side of it, like, that there's going to be some. Is that separate also from the QA cases? How does that piece work?
The shrinkage in terms of,
So like you estimate that there is the possibility that there may be a certain amount of damage.
right,
You've got those cards that happen to come from these late run cases potentially
right,
that
right.
get put to customer service. Is there any from the original print run? Is there some set aside specifically for damage?
Well, there's cards that there always is, like base cards,
Yeah,
guns. There's always cards set aside, just for any damage issues.
that's what I'm referring to. Just cards in general. Just cards
Yeah,
in
so,
general.
so every single card that's in the set, let's say UD1 is 200 cards and 50 rookies, they have a set amount of cards available for replacements. Now, because the rookies are short printed, they're going to have less rookies available to be replaced than the base cards.
Right.
Because obviously, people having problems with base cards are going to be way more common than the rookies. So the replacement cards are usually mirror in the same type of ratio. So if the production one of a rookie card is, let's say, 10,000 and the base card is 40,000, then you probably have 1/4 of the print run available for QA purposes than the other one. So, but once again, after a certain time, all these cards are now going to be destroyed, right? So you don't want to put more of the cards into the marketplace, because the marketplace has a finite amount, right? The expectation is this amount. So, and trust me, it's painful when you destroy them. I've destroyed one-on-one cards before that are worth $5,000 to $10,000. It's like, all right, well, we have that big shredder, and we have a shredder that's like right next to the customer service area where it just shreds anything. Put your hands in it, it's going to shred it. So all these thick cards, they all get shredded.
So in the same vein, though, and this is the other. So to your point, you got the base cards and all that. Is there anything in terms of, again, the print run, or maybe it's strictly only the QA cases? So I'll use an example, just as an example. So say you've got some of those autographed cards, but they're unnumbered. So a numbered card is one thing. Obviously, you got the print run.
Right.
But then say an unautographed, and I'll use a silly example just for the sake of this argument. So like the UD MVP used to have the pro sign cards.
Yes.
So say you had, but they were not numbered. They were limited, but they weren't numbered.
Right.
So say you happen to have some of the bigger guys like a Gretzky or somebody like that there. And does everything go out? Does some of it stay if it happens to be pulled from a QA case? Or is there any part of that print run of Gretzky, since they're not numbered, that is held if in the event one of them gets broken and you have a replacement?
You always have so the average percentage that people always say is what's tolerant in terms of production.
Exactly. Yep.
Okay, so any company that's a manufacturer, whether you're doing watches, whether you're doing cars, there's always a tolerance of 2% error. So you try to have at least enough to cover that 2%. Now, in the case of Gretzky, because the Gretzky autographs are worth too much, or Jordan autographs are worth so much, it might not be 2%. It may just be 1%, or maybe even shorter than that, right? But ideally, you like to have something there just in case something happens. And obviously, most of the complaints are going to happen with the big cards, more so than the small cards. So you try to have something, but there are times where it's costly then. Like, hold on, it's good. So it's costly, and at the same time, you're utilizing one autograph that's being a replacement, whether you can put it into a product, right? So if I have a Jordan 1-on-1, I got to take out that 1-on-1 just because I'm using it as a replacement potential QA card rather than put it into the set. So remember, like, one less card is going to be one less card part of the set because they're using it for QA.
Exactly. So,
ideally,
I just wanted to establish that there's multiple sources. It's not just one place where these cards could potentially come from. In some cases, it's luck of the draw. It's random. It's, if it comes out of a QA thing late in the run, it's an accident. It's not. It's not. We didn't intend specifically to have this card held back, but it was there. But in this case, for that example, there usually is something, but it's really, especially for big cards like that, it's small, but you have to account for the possibility. Because somebody who pulls a Gretzky autograph, the thing is smeared and the corners are dented, the UPS guy dropped the box somewhere along the way, they're definitely going to reach out to you to say, hey, what can you do for me?
So the toughest part is always going to be the 1-on-1s. Like, it could be the shield cards, the logo mans. chances are you're not going to have a replacement card for that 101, right? So at that point, it would be up to the customer service person to find a way to replace it properly for you for the value. But that's that's all arbitrary now, I guess, right? It's all, well, what do you think it's worth, and what do we even have, right, to trade for it, to help swap out for your damaged card. So one thing of note that I don't know if we discussed last time about redemptions. So when there's a change of licensing, I think some of the people are like, that's come up on Instagram with me and things like that. So if a company loses a license, you typically have 90 days to get rid of your inventory. So whether it's redemptions, whether it's cards, product, everything, if you lose a license, they will extend it for 90 days for licensing, and then after that, you have to destroy it pretty much, right? Because it cannot be a stream of commerce for those reasons, right? So if, let's say, for example, like, if I had what's a good license, because I'm Carlos, shirt business, and I'm printing up your shirt.
Don't tell them yet, Karvin. This is too soon. Don't tell them.
Okay, all right. If I had a sports card live.
Yeah, that's out there. That's fine.
Jeremy,
yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Jeremy Lee's silhouette. Okay.
Yeah, you can give away all the secrets in that one.
I'm paying licensing fees for it, and then all of a sudden Jeremy's like, "Well, I'm gonna go to Leaf. Leaf is gonna. I have 90 days to get rid of my inventory."
Yeah, that's what he and Brian were discussing on the last show. I think they were talking about that licensing for the shirts. I think that's what it was.
That's it. Okay.
Yeah, that was part of it. Yeah, for sure.
All right. Right. So, but that's what it is. It's 90 days. So when people say, "Oh, I opened a box of cards," like, Upper Deck basketball, and I want to get my redemptions, you're not going to get it because they only had 90 days to get rid of it. So at that point, even the disclaimers and all that, I don't know how those apply in terms of law, but I know that everything has to be getting rid of it after 90 days.
Yeah, that's a very good point to make and a very good distinction. I'll just quickly grab this comment here. So nice hockey to collection. Always fun to hear about the manufacturing business side. Thank you very much. That's kind of what I was hoping because like I said, Karvin is an excellent resource to be able to fill in some of these blanks. I knew conceptually that there were a lot of rules and things, but the specifics, obviously, not being in there, I don't know what the specifics are. But it's very good to know. It's one of those things where it's like, as collectors, we assume there's reason, but for a lot of us, it's like, what is the reason? What is the rationale behind it? To your point, a change in license, the fact that there is a rule, say, hey guys, you kind of got to get rid of it, or there will be consequences and repercussions. You don't want to be doing that.
And the same thing applies for even autographs. So let's say if I had an autograph deal, we have an autograph deal with a certain celebrity or a certain hockey player. At the end of the contract, you have 90 days to use up all their autographs.
Now, one distinction, because you did mention to me, that key word is the use up.
Yes.
So as long as you still have a license, but you produce a card, well, like say with stickers,
right?
If you've already made a card with the sticker on, but you happen to still have it in your possession,
right?
That would still count.
But that card has to be out in the marketplace within 90 days.
Okay.
Right. If it's not, so let's say, for example, if you delay the product, potentially, even though you may get an okay from the agent and you get an okay from the player,
okay,
but legally you're supposed to have that out in the marketplace within 90 days upon expiry of that contract.
So for the individual license as well. So if say one player, like say I'm signing cards for Upper Deck, my license with you runs out, I'm going to go with Brian and join him in the t-shirt business with Jeremy and Leaf.
Sure.
So within 90 days, you have to get rid of whatever you got.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Or if you want to get a new contract, then that's different. Then all of a sudden everything's
then it would roll over, then you renegotiate and whatever.
Right.
Okay. No, that makes sense. But again, it's good to know that distinction is there. So there are like those kind of hard and fast rules to be like, so if somebody was then trying to, redeem something, it's like, well, they're gone. We, it's too late. Like the contract ran out. We had to get rid of it. It's gone.
Right.
We don't really.
Well, if it's a redemption, as long as it's been kind of identified that it's out there in the marketplace, like for redemptions, as long as you have an NHL license, like let's say Steve Eisman, his deal's done, and you used up all his autographs, but he didn't return the cards, and it's already, at least all the cards are out in the marketplace. Whether it's a redemption or an actual card, you can still keep the redemption cards and utilize it, because otherwise those redemption cards would be all garbage.
Yeah. So it basically gives you an out though, because you can say, hey, some of those cards got out there. Right. It's just the other redemptions haven't come in, but we're still within our time period. We're still within, so for that, in that case, you can hold on to them even though the contract's expired.
And to be honest, you can say to the player, hey, if you got your cards in time, we would have had it all out in the marketplace anyways, right? So it's really on the player in some cases that they've held onto the cards too long. So that's why it's a redemption.
No, for sure. So that right now plays us directly into this piece about the redemptions. For the rest, there's some more things that we can talk about for that for sure.
Right.
One of the things that we talked about in the past, and it was one of the questions I got, which I was able to give at least a little bit of detail, but we'll elaborate here as well.
Sure.
Is that whenever you get collectors are frustrated with redemption cards, and understandably so. So I'll play devil's advocate a little bit as we talk. Obviously, we've talked already a little bit about this, but we'll fill in some of the blanks. One of the things is, well, why does there have to be an expiry date on these redemptions? And part and parcel of the reason is basically you can't hold these things forever. But can you elaborate why theoretically you wouldn't want to have to hold them forever?
Well, I mean, yeah. So one of the things, like especially with Upper Deck artifacts, there's so many rookie redemptions, and so take that rookie redemptions. I believe cards are still numbered to 999. Back when I was doing it, it was 999. You had the parallel numbers 99, 50, 40, whatever, 10, 1. So you're probably looking at 1,200 cards right there per player. You got 30 teams, and you got 12 wild cards, 42 cards multiplied by 1,200 cards, right? That doesn't include all the autographs, doesn't include everything else that's in there. So just one product alone could be like 10 to 15 monster boxes, right? So and multiply by 10 years, that's 150 monster boxes, right? But that's just only that's just for redemptions being 5 boxes. It could be more than that. And add in the fact that the customer service is not only dealing with redemptions, they're dealing with QA cards. So now you have, let's say, 500 to 1,000 of every base card, and maybe 50 or to 100 of every Young Guns, plus all the autograph cards. There's only so much room that you can manage. And what you also, like, I was actually working with the customer service piece of it for a while, and that really brought to light my understanding of customer service. So a lot of times there's things that people always ask why this is happening, and I'll give you some other examples of why it's happening. One thing for sure is that when you do the redemption cards, you're gonna notice the same name come up on the same card. Like you, Carlos, may be buying Modano. You say, I'm gonna buy 4 of these. There's 4 Modanos. So one of the questions that collectors will say, well, why are you not shipping out all 4 in one package versus one each time? Right? And I go, you're really saving yourself a lot more postage, right? By putting all 4 into one, and you're paying 1 FedEx fee versus 4 FedEx fees, right? Well, it comes to light, like when you're running the batches, you just get a bunch of stickers and you're running it. And if you so happen you see Carlos's name, then you say, okay, I can put all 4 of these into one envelope and put all 4 cards and ship it out, right? But if it's a Michael Jordan, the companies are probably better off shipping it as 4 separate ones than all 4 at once, because once again, not that we're calling that there's bad apples, that there's no mistakes or whatever, but some people say, hey, I got this one package, I got 1 Jordan, I'm supposed to get 4 inside it. Like that could happen, right? We don't have 4 tracking numbers at the company to track for 4 Jordans. We only have 1 tracking number for 4 Jordans.
Yeah.
And even there have been collectors where when it's a high price card, they call after 3 months after FedEx has shipped it out. After 3 months, they call, hey, where's my card? Well, I don't know if you guys know, but after 3 months, all tracking drops off. So you can't track the card. So at that point, we talked about internally and said, you know what, people, after it's been shipped out, you got an email. If you don't respond in 30 days, it's assumed it's delivered. So that it prevents people from saying, hey, I never got it, right? Yeah. So those aspects, we always got to protect the company first and foremost, but also the other collectors secondarily, because if all of a sudden this guy has 4 Jordans when he said that it was missing, or 4 Gretzky's or whatever, whoever the player is, the 4 of them, and it's taking away from that. At the end of the whole print run, the redemptions, like the last guy coming on the redemption cards, oh, I got a Jordan autograph, and like, well, sorry, we already gave him away. You want to protect that guy too. So there has to be an expiry date for 1, legally, but number 2, it's also just managing the card room. I mean, there's no way of managing all these boxes climbing, and like I said, if it's a no-name autograph or a no-name rookie, a lot of times you'll go through a whole year without even one person redeeming the cards. Then that's the reality of. Then you say, well, what do we do? Keep on holding on to it, or you just shred the cards? And a lot of times you just have to shred the cards. You need space. You can't just keep on acquiring stuff. So whereas collectors will look at, I only have 10 redemptions. Well, these redemptions are in the tens of hundreds of thousands of cards, not in some cases even a million cards, right? These card companies. So it's something that, because Panini says that they will honor to a certain degree most of the redemption cards, or whether it's points or something like that, it's something that they could really, attest to. I can attest to it. That's a badge of honor for them. That's something that has to be admired in the business.
No, that makes sense. That sounds good. Now, one of the other things that that plays into as well is, so that's to your point, at some point, the expiry date passes. Maybe there's some stuff that has been redeemed. To your point, some of the stuff may not be particularly valuable autographs, so they're not worth necessarily holding on. They may hit the shredder,
Right.
But there may also be some more valuable cards. And at that point, you're not going to throw away a Michael Jordan autograph just because for some reason somebody didn't pull the last one and it happened to be there.
Right.
It goes somewhere.
Right.
So in this case, it could go, one place it could go would be to customer service, as maybe somebody gets really lucky and something as a replacement, maybe there was another Jordan autograph that couldn't be delivered, and maybe you get a Jordan autograph from a different product as kind of some kind of a replacement for a different one.
Sure. And that can definitely happen for sure. If someone got a damaged card or something like that and they send it back, and then you can use that card to also help that person out too. Definitely.
Yeah, because in that situation, it's using the asset, because you paid for this card either way. The Jordan autograph was paid for, the product was made, and it's sitting there.
Right.
The time has passed. You're no longer required to hand it off to anybody, but you need to get it out into the world. You can't just sit there holding on to it. It gives you another avenue to get it out into the world.
Right, and it gives an avenue to make another customer at least content with what they got. I won't use the word happy, because in some cases they're still not happy. But
I'm under the understanding that collectors are never happy, Karvin.
No, some are, but some are so happy that communicate on all over social media, and then it just upsets a lot of other collectors too. So,
right. Okay.
Yeah.
No, that's fair. But yeah, no, I just wanted to make clear, like I said, a lot of this came up in our discussion previously, but I wanted to kind of give other people the opportunity to get a little bit of insight. I wanted to offer that, to be like, there is a rhyme or reason to all of it. It's not an accident. It's not, you or your colleagues doing it out of spite. It's like, well, we've got the stuff. So it's like, we've got the stuff. We got to do something with it.
Right.
And the accounting department would not be pleased if we threw away perfectly good money that has been spent on this product and these things.
That's right.
You got to do something with it, right? And at least try to make somebody, at least to your point, content. So I'll just say, hello, Ziggy. Well, we try to be insightful where we can. We try. Karvin more than me, but we try. Yeah. So Paul is correct. Yes. Very true. But it is true. There are some collectors who will never be happy. So maybe to your point, content is probably the best you can do. At least you can give it a shot. But that's reasonable and that's fair. And I think that makes a lot of sense from that perspective. Now, one of the things, obviously, and this is more of a general thing, this isn't something we talked about, but this is more of an opinion piece. A lot of it goes back to kind of design of products and things. In an ideal world, we wouldn't have redemptions at all. It'd be one of those things. But let me ask you a question. Let me leave this kind of a more open-ended question. This is just, I'd like to get your take on it. If we made you the hobby czar and you were entrusted with the task of finally eliminating redemptions, just being done with it, you know that some athletes are not going to sign. So that's part of the deal. Sure. So what could we do, even if you wanted to? If we could snap our fingers and do something to get rid of it, what could we try? What would maybe work to remove the need for redemptions, given the limitations that we have?
Well, I think as of today, we're seeing more and more the ability to eliminate redemptions. It's probably the first time in how long since autographs have been introduced that everyone wanted an autograph on everything, sure. Right? And at this point, it's almost like, this card is beautiful. It doesn't need an autograph. And I always stress that. One thing about autographs and not having autographs, like when I was building a lot of insert sets, I was like, okay, I want to design a set with no autographs. And people were like, the first thing that a collector would say, wouldn't that card look awesome with an autograph on it? And I said, no, it wouldn't. And they're like, well, what do you mean? Well, for example, like if you're creating a card at Panini, you can't do a LeBron autograph. Mm-hmm. So immediately by doing an autograph subset, there is no LeBron, right?
It creates a glaring omission.
Right. So it's, the runner up to the MVP, he's won a Lakers championship. And guess what? LeBron cards are selling for tens of thousands of dollars now, even without an autograph. Mm-hmm. And I think right now what we're seeing is a paradigm shift in the hobby. like in the past, it was always about the autograph. Then it became RPAs, patches, and autographs. And now it's like, you know what? I don't even care if there's an autograph. I don't care if there's a patch on there. If I like the card and the masses of people like that card's going to go up. And part of it maybe is because Generation X and the millennials, we grew up without autographs back in the day in the 90s, 80s and 90s, right? And all these lapsed collectors are coming back in. What they used to collect? They used to collect the Ken Griffey Jr. rookie. They used to collect the Cal or the Billy Ripken card, the fascinating Billy Ripken card. Or they were
all its variants and all its
right,
variants there.
Right. Yeah. So there was no autographs back then.
Sure.
So maybe that is what brought the attention back to the non-autographed base cards being worth so much now. And that's great to see. Like all these lapsed collectors coming back in and says, wow, geez, how is a Giannis base card only worth $5 or $10? Doesn't even make any sense. It should be worth at least $600-700, and now it's worth thousands. So it's great to see that the attention's brought back to the base card and how beautiful a base card is versus just an autograph card. Because I hate to say it, if a player doesn't have a nice autograph anyways, or they sign in a corner of a card or something of that nature, then it doesn't even look that attractive to me. It's to me, a beautiful card can become a not so beautiful card because that autograph becomes an eyesore.
Well, to your point, there are even some cases where you'll have autographed products, but it's almost extremely clear just by looking at the design that this is a design that was somebody came up with, where the autograph was an afterthought. You came up with a parallel version of it where you just basically slapped a sticker on it.
Right.
Where it looks virtually identical to the regular version. It doesn't leave space for an autograph. It doesn't account for that differentiation. So basically, it literally is, well, you could have slapped the sticker on anything.
Right.
You could literally have put it on anything, and would we have known the difference?
Right. And there's even cards where it's the designer over-designed it. They put some element in the back of the card, like where the guy was going to sign over it, but there's something behind it, so the autograph crosses over with certain lines, and it doesn't look as nice, right? Obviously, when you're doing an autograph card, the autograph should be the centerpiece. Your design should really accentuate the autographs, not block the autograph, right? So it's tough. It's a tough balance, and especially when rookies are worth so much money these days, or back any day, always having an autograph rookie, and then you look at the card. Wow, what a beautiful card! And you see the autograph, you're like, oh no. That's when we're collecting the cards, we're like, oh man, that's doesn't look so good, right? So, and I can give you prime examples. We talked about Vernon Morency, I think last time, with the check mark. I mean, you can do a nice looking, National Treasures card, and it's just a check mark. You're like, well, like the one card I think this year was Cam Reddish, right? It was a big line with a C in the middle or something like that, and it's like, I'd rather have a nice looking card that's prism like, or with that silver prism or refractor look, and that looks nice, or some other sort of card that I'll collect that over an autograph.
Well, I think that's right now in the current market, being that it's unique in the way it's gone, but it's played into some of what you're talking about, is that sometimes the hottest card, of course, the National Treasure and things like that are still hot. There's still the RPA still have a ton of value, like there's no question about that. But if you get a look at Doncic, a lot of people would love to have the silver, or one of the variants, or one of the parallels, and they're not autographed. Right. But there's also, a Luka Doncic RPA out there. Like that's a huge card, and it's worth a ton of money. Let's not mince words. But that Prism Silver, even though it's not really rare per se, there's certainly a decent quantity of them out there, but it's still extremely popular, and it still did extremely well, especially as hot as the market got.
And one thing of autographs, I mean, it all depends how you store it too, right? Over time, autographs can fade too.
Yes, that is very true. Let me ask you, since we're talking about autographs, and it's good kind of play off of it, and I think Brian mentioned this as well in Jeremy's show, so we'll give him the plug for that, because I think that was one of the topics of discussion. I don't want to make sure I put words in his mouth. I listened to it, but I was a little distracted while Brian was explaining this piece, but I want to make sure I get it. Long term, as we go forward, for the products that will have autographs, this is just an opinion question that I'd like to get your take on. Do you think that knowing the logistics, knowing the issues, knowing the difficulties in getting your hands on, because I think Brian did mention, and I think it was in the context of the difficulty of getting hard-signed autographs, because sometimes you go and you send hard-signed autographs, and if a player damages them or loses them or something happens, then you have to print up another batch, and you have to do all this work to get these. Of course, as a collector, I would rather have, if I'm going to have an autographed card,
Mhm.
rather have a hard signed card. But from the manufacturer's perspective, it's got to be misery to keep sending out product that basically gets lost or destroyed, and then as opposed to sending a sheet of stickers, which,
Right.
while not ideal, at least gives you some flexibility. You can use the stickers for this product, and you can use the stickers for the next product.
Right. Right.
So if you have to have autographs, do you think it could be a thing that at some point the hard sign autograph, it's already becoming rarer? Is it
Yeah.
a case where maybe it becomes only the era of the absolute top end product?
Well, I don't like to. I mean, for me, I don't like to have it just only the absolute high end part of it.
Yeah, I'm just asking from a practical manufacturer perspective. Could that be a thing where they're like, this is just too hard? Like, we would like to have it, but the stickers are easier.
It is, but at the same time, there are opportunities where you can get the players to sign.
Sure.
And prime examples are the rookie photo shoot is always one area that you can get hard signed cards for them. There's also the fact that like let's say the All-Star game, there's an opportunity. Mind you, it might not be a lot, but Panini has their like for basketball, and Upper Deck has their spokesman that they actually witness a lot of their signings, and or sometimes the agent will do their due diligence and have the player sign. So in that sense, I don't want to sit there and say, okay, these brands all have to have stickers and these brands have to have all hard signed, because it really labels the brands, right? And you can almost assign that, well, this brand might not do so well because there's no hard sign element in it. When we get to the day where collectors don't feel that stickers, autographs have a lot of intrinsic value and have less value, then basically you're giving those brands not even a chance to really perform well because of that one aspect. And there's ways around it. Like Autographics was something that was well done back in the day with Fleer, right? Which is a crossover brand. It was all hard signed. So you can implement a set in the beginning of the year, have them signed by everyone, hard signed, and then distribute them into the products as you see fit, which players go into which ones, right? So, and I think there's ways of working the hard sign element. It's up to the card companies to get creative and how they manage and the balance of what product has hard signs and what product doesn't have hard signed. Like Upper Deck 1, does it truly need hard sign autographs? The autographs are not even a true element of the selling power potential of that product, with the exception of maybe like when the year that Connor McDavid, I don't know if Lafreniere has it, but they had Connor McDavid autographs in their debut card, and I believe they were hard signed. So there is that opportunity to insert a little bit, but if it's not the selling point of the product, then the hard sign is not as important. So Prism would be one that, like, do you really need to have hard sign cards in Prism? Because people are collecting the rainbows and they're collecting the silver prisms. So there are brands that have high brand equity that does not necessarily need sticker autographs. But I don't want to just label, say, oh, at this price point it has to be hard signed. If the brand is focused on being an autograph focused product, like if Upper Deck went to SPA and it's all stickers, the collectors would say, okay, I'm dropping the set.
No, I'm not saying it's a good idea. What I'm saying is I'm wondering if certain autographs become difficult enough to acquire, and you end up, to your point, if the sticker autograph is seen as a lesser, but you run into a problem, and I'll give you a scenario that we can play out a little bit here that plays into this. That'll make it. I think the examples make it a little more interesting, just because it's an intellectual exercise. It's just us playing with what we have here.
Yeah.
But I think so. Let's use an example that we could potential. So let me ask you a question first, and then I'll lead it into the example. So let's say a product like an Upper Deck 1 today, or at least in your time when you were working on it.
Right.
What was the lead time between the time that you worked on design, concept, inserts, whatever was in it? You were working out the concept,
right,
and finalized that, and then the time it went to printing. What was the lead time you had between the finalization of the concept and then the product is in existence?
Okay, so usually the process is anywhere from 6 months, minimum 6 months,
sure,
up to a year.
Okay.
Okay, so the more hard sign elements is going to take more time. Now, when I say hard sign, I'm not talking about a base card. I'm talking about like including jersey pieces, patches, cutting, memorabilia, building the cards, and sending it out, right?
Yeah.
So that would be a year. And then if there's any elements, like for example, tins and all that, which is outsourced, that takes a year's time anyways. So those things would at least be a year. And I know when I was working even at Panini or Upper Deck, the time frames from, I guess, conception all the way down to finished product was a lot shorter than it is today.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. So, but with that being said, printing takes place only about 3 weeks before the pack out takes place. So that could be about 6 weeks prior to release.
Sure. So you
That's
can
what,
have the design finalized, but you don't actually have to start printing it until not as long before the
right,
release, even though the concept and everything's been developed long in advance.
right. Unless there's hard sign elements, the cards
Mhm.
that has to be produced in advance.
Correct.
So typically each player gets a period of 2 months to sign the cards.
Mhm.
And it's very interesting how people will say, well, 2 months, man, these guys should sign it and you guys should be able to log it in. That's more than ample time. But imagine like, an SP Authentic, which is like 2 to 3 autographs, let's say 2 autographs per box, and how many boxes are being produced.
Mhm.
I mean, these players are signing, think about 2,000 cards. That's like 4 boxes like this, right? So everyone's like, oh wow, I didn't realize. Like when they see a skid dropped off in front of their house, or let's say a big, 3 FedEx boxes, they're like, I have to sign that.
Mhm.
Already it presents like a challenge, just a mental challenge, looking at how much you have to sign.
Mhm.
So that in itself is an obstacle to get over initially.
Mhm.
Some players are great at it. They realize they're getting paid, and they just go at it, and then after about 6-7 hours of signing, they're done. But some players are like, well, I'm watching. I gotta play some Call of Duty. I gotta do this, and they don't finish as quickly. But 80% of the players do finish within that 2 months, though.
No, that's fair. The reason I wanted to ask, so wanted to understand the lead time because that plays into and you used the perfect example. So SP Authentic is a good example of that because you do have hard signed autographs on it. And a company like an Upper Deck or Panini or whatever company you want, they'll
Mm-hmm.
usually release these products staggered out throughout the calendar in different times.
Right.
But so let's say the scenario plays out. You have all these products that you're going to be releasing throughout the year. And let's say you don't have to talk about the elite of the elite. Maybe a pretty good player who's going to be in a lot of those hard sign sets, for example.
Sure.
Maybe a rookie or something, a player that people are going to at least be interested in having the hard sign if you can get it.
Right.
So they agree to sign. I'm just giving you a scenario. They agree to sign, but they'll only do it for like a short window at the beginning of the year or the beginning of the season or whatever. But you've got this whole calendar of things you're going to be releasing later on.
Yeah.
So you may not have the cards physically available at that time. Does that become the situation where either you got one of two choices? Either you do go the sticker route and send them everything right at the beginning and go, fine, if you're only going to sign for that short window, here's all the stuff, sign everything you got, and then we'll dole it out the rest of the year.
Right.
Or alternative two, you just don't have the signature in some of the later products because that may not be available.
So if you notice, like in the case of hockey, I want to go back to hockey.
Sure.
Because hockey is one of the most interesting sports because the player, with the exception of this year, the rookie has to play before they even have an autograph or card, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or have a card. So when you go to the rookie photo shoot, you would give them a bunch of stickers to sign. You can't really do a card of them because you don't even know if they're going to play yet. For the guys that haven't played, if it's a holdover rookie, then obviously you can produce cards at that point and have them sign at that event. So you have them sign stickers, and realistically, when we talk about contracts and them being out a year, their contracts are usually typically would say, okay, on the debut when they play, we have a year after they debut their first debut, and then the contract would end a year after that. Mm-hmm. Okay, so but of course you would get, that's why when you see a lot of Upper Deck products, all the rookies have signed stickers up to a certain point before they get into the hard sign stuff. Mm-hmm. Now with that said, like there's things that you can do to kind of deceive people whether it's hard sign or not, right? So one example is Trilogy. Like Trilogy, you don't have to get the card signed. You just get the little pieces of puck that they signed, and you get those elements signed, or the patches that they signed versus the actual card, and they just be embedded on top of the card, right? Mm-hmm. So in fact, I'll give you a card. Let me just go out and get it. I was just looking at it. I just did a shot of it on my Instagram. So if you go to my Instagram page, I just did this card, and I'll show you.
There you go. All right, so he's taking a bit of a walk. So hopefully everybody is getting a little bit of a sense of kind of the direction that I wanted to take this section, because I wanted to kind of go into a lot of these little scenarios and things and play out, because again, we don't always get the opportunity to think about it from the manufacturer side and think about some of the considerations that come into play. But that's where I kind of wanted to leave it open. And like I said, as we go along, so I'll remind you again, just now that we're a little over an hour and change in, if you do have any questions about any aspect of what we're talking about, or if there's an offshoot of this that you want to explore or at least think about a little bit, you're more than welcome to. I'm keeping an eye on the chat. I do find there's a little bit of a time delay today that I'm noticing on StreamYard, but I do have a window open that shows me the regular chat as well. So I just want to make sure that I can see it one way or the other. But if there is a question, you can certainly let us know. So go ahead, Karvin.
So this card was graded afterwards, but this is from 0203, so before LeBron year, and this is one of the first early adapters. Now, the first set I ever created was the same thing too. So it was kind of interesting that we were working with something called trapped autos. Okay. So we did Sweet Shot, which is similar to the Sweet Spot baseball product, but it was all on dimpled paper, and the athletes would sign on dimpled paper. Well, we would just send out a piece of sheet like this big with all dimpled paper and basically an area for them to sign, and they would sign with it. And then afterwards, we would cut it out and then embed it into a card. So that's why a lot of people, once again, I always tell the collector to be careful what you wish for. Okay. So here's one of the cards I have that I own. It's a Kobe auto.
Oh, okay. So this was the one from me. So hold on, Karvin. Hold it for 1 second. Let me get this. Let's see if I can do this for you. And I will do this. Let me switch it back. I wanted to just show you here if I could.
Okay.
There we go. I got you.
Yep. Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay. Or if you, if you go this way, then it's it's always backwards here. So this is
it's
the
a bit of a see-through card as well.
Yeah. So it's signed on acetate. So it's see-through, right? Mm-hmm. It's a sign on acetate, but the autograph acquisition is actually, this card wasn't signed after the card was built. This was actually signed. The acetate was actually signed on a big piece of acetate, and it's always outlined with dotted lines and say you got to sign within these lines. And what happens is that they would sign like 18 of them on a sheet, and then we go back and cut it, and then this would be embedded into the card, just similar to like a jersey piece, and that would be. And I think in this case, the execution is amazing when you look at it.
So I think what you're saying though is something like this could be a way of doing a similar concept to the sticker, but without it necessarily being a sticker, but it being incorporated in the design of the card.
Well, this was prior to the sticker. So this is the way of getting autographs without having the actual card, and this is an early adapter. Now, here's the struggle. So once again, we have autograph cards where guys are signing the cards, they're actually exceeding over the lines. So one thing that Beckett will give you a 9 on is when the cards go underneath, or the autographs go underneath the outside of the card, that's a 9 autograph automatically. And then of course the collector's like, well, I don't like this autograph. Why the hell do you guys have these autographs embedded? Obviously this is not hard signed. This is ridiculous. So when you make complaints like that to the powers to be of these companies, they're like, well, they don't like it. Okay, so what do they? So let's say I opened some boxes of WNBA, and I got a WNBA sticker card, right? That's a sticker autograph. So it ends up being, this is all you're getting now. Which I think it looks really nice compared to a sticker autograph. Sticker autograph never gets trapped. You never lose part of the auto unless it's off the sticker, right? It never gets hidden. So
the other issue that I'd have with stickers, and this I haven't encountered too much of this, but this is something I think about. At the end of the day, with a sticker, you're dealing with an adhesive.
Yes.
In a lot of cases, you're applying it to the front of the surface of the card. So there is always a possibility under the right atmospheric conditions, maybe you got a lot of humidity in your house or whatever, that the adhesive could start to break down over time and just literally peel off the card.
Yes, that could happen.
Yeah. So as opposed to something that's at least embedded, that's at least physically bound to the card in some way.
Right.
Of course, you can still damage the autograph. You always can. Yes. But at least if it's physically held into the card somehow, that is a little bit of a different, gives you at least some protection, so to speak.
Right.
If that makes sense.
That's absolutely correct. So I actually like these cards, and I think maybe it's.
I think that Kobe card is a really nicely designed card. I think it's a good idea to try. I like when I like some of the sets where they try to do at least a piece of material, or to your point, you could totally use like a material, a thing, something that they're still signing. So this is 2000. Paul here mentions the 2003-4 trilogy scripts, and I think you can definitely incorporate it because I've seen ones where, like he's talking about, it's like a cut autograph where you're still getting a sticker, but you've embedded it inside and you've almost incorporated it in the design, physically incorporated it.
Right. So the 03-04 trilogy scripts, and I think I know the design, It's actually an Avery label that's being signed.
Yeah,
So
but I'm saying you can embed it though, still,
you
so
can
that
embed
it's
it.
inside.
It looks nice. Yeah, it's nice. But one of the complaints that you heard from collectors is like, oh, it's getting covered.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously, how this guy signed underneath the card. But the assumption is everyone, for some reason, it's collectors like it, the fact that the athletes touched every card.
Yeah,
Right.
but there's one. I'll give you an example, Karvin, because one advantage that I have, and we talked about this a little bit last time. The one advantage, sometimes people don't like a lot of. There are a lot of player collectors out there, but the way I look at it, and when we talked about the coin thing earlier, when we were talking about the collectors universe and all that, I'm a guy who has moonlighted in coin collecting. I actually enjoy it. I'm a history major, so I'm a history guy. So I still enjoy that tangibility of some of those things. There is a little bit of a context to it, but one of the things that makes me laugh about that concept and where the way that some of the goes is one of the areas that you can collect in coins is typeset collecting. Maybe you collect the denomination, but you collect the different variations of it over time.
Sure.
To me, a player collector is basically the equivalent of a typeset collector.
Yes.
Because you're not collecting a full set. You're collecting, this year's base card, next year's base card, the next year's base card, the next year's base card, but you're getting all these variations, these different inserts and all that.
Right.
One of the advantages of that is that, to your point about the Avery label, I've seen some of the sets be a player ultimate. I've seen different ones. They're not the only ones.
Right.
But I've seen it where you have the sticker or the Avery label or whatever the case may be. I don't know exactly what it is, but it's almost translucent to the point that you can see behind it. It clearly says Mike Modano on the back of it.
Yeah.
So you can see not only that it's embedded, but you can also see that there was so make sure you put this label for that player on this card. You can literally see it through the sticker, which is kind of funny.
Right. Yeah.
It gives you a little bit of a chuckle.
Yeah, it is. It is. I mean, and I think that there's been other companies that did it. Operac wasn't the only one, and there's been great execution. I think even Brian Price in one of the sets in the game, where he had the outline of some sort of mural and the sticker actually blended into the mural. It was really nice looking. So, I give kudos to everyone for their ideas, but I think that was about 12, 13 years ago. Everything went away from trapped autos and all that. I think. Sure. Panini did some with the sign ice rinks and all that. They also had some little plastic pieces. I mean, Letterman patches is another one. But once again, Letterman patches, if the letters are too small, then it's hard to see the autograph. So, once again, I brought those back in SB Game News back in, I think, 04, 05, and they did really well. But, obviously, it's tough to ask for a retired player to sign their autograph so tiny within the little window that you get with the autograph patches, the letter patches.
I agree with that. I think that makes a lot of sense.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of in the vein of what you're talking about. You're right, though. The Letterman patches is a really good example that you're using, because one of the great tricky things about it is it's a cool idea. It's a very cool concept, but the execution becomes crucially important, because if you don't nail that just right, then you end up with this weird problem where you're sitting there, you've got this beautiful idea, and to your point, the little letter patch is tiny.
Yes.
So it's like you've got to basically nail it, because if you don't nail it, you end up with this thing. It's like, yep, it's autograph. Yep, it's a little piece of jersey. It's a little piece. So I'll use this example here. I wanted to pull an example for us, just so we can all have a visual. This is one example of many, but this is an example of one. So I'll use an example I have. So here, this is 500 Gold Club marks.
Right.
Same concept as the Letterman patch on it. You can see the autograph. Is it the neatest autograph in the world? Not really. It's on a piece of fabric. It's there, but it's very difficult to sign within that thing. So obviously you get almost this smearing and the smudging in it.
Right.
And I've seen worse examples. This is hardly the worst. This is the one I've got in my collection. I don't complain about it. It's out of 25. It's a decent card.
Right.
But this is a very difficult card to get right. It just is.
It is. It is. I experimented with it's funny because the Letterman patch wasn't the original idea that I had in hockey.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think I did it in basketball at all. But I did it in hockey, and I wasn't really a huge fan of it, but it stuck and people really liked it. So we brought it back again and again. And to that point, I mean, I believe they still exist right now, the Letterman patches.
They do. Yeah.
Some of the things that people don't even realize, guys will be collecting 03, 04 Exquisite, and they're like, oh, I like the scripted swatches, man. That was a great idea. And what's funny is that it was all lost, because in 01, 02, the first ever scripted swatches was actually in mask hockey. It was called Auto Patches, and it was on game used patches, and it was only for the goalies. So Cujo had a card. And one of the main reasons why I wanted to do scripted swatches, which is actually on a game used patch, was because all the complaints that people had, like, I don't like one single color patches, that they're just ugly. So I was like, you know what? Why not put an autograph on a single color patch? Then that accentuates that single color patch now.
Yeah.
So in fact, having a patch that's multiple colors actually hurts the autograph. Doesn't look as nice. So having a single color patch actually is a good canvas for the autograph.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree with you. I actually was able to find an example of what I was talking about a little bit earlier with the sticker, because I got a bit of a chuckle about it. It'll be a little hard to see, but I'll show it to you guys because it'll be good. It's a good visual aid for our purposes here. So I'll have a little fun with this. So let me show this to you guys. Okay. So it's going to be a little hard to see, and I'll actually try to magnify for us. But this is 2006-2007, the game Ultimate. So you got triple autograph. Again, to your point, the Steve Yzerman's slightly cut off from the sticker, so that's a thing. The Lemieux is slightly cut off at the top. The Modano is mostly centered in there. But what I'm going to try to do here, if I can, let me see if I can here. I'm going to try to zoom in a little bit. See if it'll allow me to. So let me go back in here, and let's see if it'll zoom. Okay, so I'm going to try. Maybe that's about as far as I can go. It's hard to make out, but right here, it actually says Mike Modano directly behind the sticker.
Oh, yeah.
If you really look at it carefully, it's hard to see, guys, so I do appreciate that. But you can actually see on the card and on the scan, it actually says Mike Modano right there to label it appropriately so that you know and you don't accidentally put the wrong sticker in the wrong section of the wrong panel.
Right.
And that's a very nice card. It's an out of 10 card. You got 3 Hall of Fame guys, Lemieux,
right.
you got Yzerman, you got Modano, the 3 of them. But even in that one, it's like you can make out just at the very bottom there. It just labels which player is on which piece of this, which window.
Well, because those cards are what we call a sandwich card, right? They're laminated together.
That's right.
So when you put that card together, the sticker on it, you don't see the player on the top. Because that top card comes on afterwards, right?
Yeah.
So it's like if you have 3 layers of, like, if you're doing a sandwich and you have 3 different layers of sandwich, and the ham goes on the top, the cheese goes on the bottom, and the lettuce goes, or cheese goes in the middle, and the lettuce goes on the bottom. Well, if that is identified from the top piece of the bread, then you're not going to know. So you got to put a label there so people know where it's going. Yeah. Also, that Mike Modano would be in Mario Lemieux's position.
Exactly.
So,
exactly. Yeah. No, and the thing is, I understand. Logistically, I do understand. But it just makes for a funny thing. It's one of those things where as a collector, I see it and it makes me chuckle. But right. I could totally see somebody getting annoyed at something like that because it's like aesthetically, it kind of wrecks the aesthetic a little bit. It's kind of weird.
Well, it's also the question that comes into play. How do you not know that that's Mike Modano? Well, because they're not seeing Mike Modano's picture when they're putting the sticker on, right? So,
totally agree.
So that's why, like, I mean, when you pull back the curtains and we talk about these things, people are like, oh, okay, I get it. I get it. That's, you're dealing with so many stickers, and on the back of the stickers, a lot of times, when we're talking about the labels, we also have to identify which players it is. You're not going to know which player it is if you don't say, because what happens is that, so for every sheet of stickers, there has to be a label of the player underneath it, because if that sheet comes loose or whatever, it goes somewhere and you're not going to know what it is, then I'm not going to know. Right. And there's times where you see autographs put upside down and people are like, well, why would you put that autograph upside down? Like, well, the autographs are not exactly, we're talking about people putting on autograph stickers like at hundreds at a time, not hundreds at a time, but a whole day just applying stickers. They're not going to they're not going to sit there and going, well, this is the right side up, this is the worst side up. Well, let me look it up on Google and see which one's the right side up, right? And I mean, mind you, if you get a Marian Hossa, it looks upside down, so it's the same as the right side up. So
I have a few Hossa autographs, and I get a kick out of them. I do.
The first time I saw it, I thought it was very stylish, but when I start seeing it again, I was like, this is really a give up autograph. But it looks okay though. It looks okay for a give up autograph.
Well, it reminds me very much. I chuckle about it. It reminds me because my dad and I have basically the same name. So he's Carlos Senior. We each have 4 names, and the first 3 names are identical.
Okay.
So our signature is Carlos Alcazar for both of us.
Right.
But if you see my signature, you can read that it says Carlos Alcazar because I write the letters. Right. All the letters are there.
Right.
My dad is a C and a squiggle.
Right.
And he's developed and mastered the squiggle. Now, he can do the squiggle a million times in a row, and it is perfect. It is exactly the same. But it is a C and a squiggle. That's all it is. It's the same name. We're both signing the same name.
Well, what's interesting is that in 0203, there was a player, and this happens a lot with the European players, in basketball. Okay. We talked about it last time, but his name was Nikolai Skidishvili. And at the time, if you played pack poker, he had a lot of his name, right? And his English was not exactly, he didn't speak English that well. And every time we asked him to sign his autographs, so if you saw his Sweet Shot autographs back in the day, he would sign out N and then he spell out his whole entire name. And then by the time I think the third product came in, he just put NT. Because it's like, I'm not gonna sit here and just spell out my name every single signature. You know, it was a chore just to do that. So unfortunately, yes, you see people change their autographs all the time. And there's good stories about autographs, and I didn't buy one yet. I was planning on buying one, and I made some coffers. One of the best stories I had was with a basketball player by the name of Chris Paul. And Chris Paul was great. Like, I mean, we had him as an exclusive at Upper Deck, and I sat down with him. I said, Chris, man, I really like your autograph, right? And if you want to pull it up on eBay, you can probably see it. If you want to pull up Chris Paul's autograph. So
just Chris Paul's autograph in general.
Yeah, Chris Paul autograph. Yeah. So
I'll look for it.
Yeah, there's two different versions of his autograph. So I think one of them was in Ultimate. One of them, it's also in rookie exclusives from SB Game Use. So the first time I saw was when he was signing at the photo shoot, and I go, well, Chris, I go, thank you for doing, signing an exclusive deal with Upper Deck. And he goes, oh, no problems, man. I know of Upper Deck when I was a kid, and I love doing an exclusive deal, and if there's any company that was going to do a deal with, it was Upper Deck. And I said, oh, that's great. I go, I love your autograph. So his original autograph actually has C, spells out Chris, he puts an E in the middle, and he puts Paul at the end. So if you see Chris E. Paul, that's his first ever autograph that he did.
Yeah, I'm just trying to grab one that we can zoom in on that'll be a little easier, cleaner to see. I think this would probably be a good example here. We can probably do this one.
Yeah.
So this one should be good. That one work?
No, that's not the one.
Okay, so it's the other one?
That's the after. Yeah, this is the other one.
So this is the later version of it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So we want an earlier version.
Yeah, okay. I'll show you.
I found one a little earlier.
Right there. I think that's it, right?
This guy right here?
The one in the middle. Yep. So the one on top of that. Yeah. So he actually had a better one than that, because right now he just put a CHE and then PL. I think the one above it, go back. Yeah, right there. That one is actually a little bit. No, that's the same one. Oh, yeah, this one. Yeah. That one is actually a much more detailed with the Paul and the Chris. Yeah. So I said, I can't believe you're doing an autograph with your middle initial. And that's when he said, well, by the way, I'm working on a perfection. I'm trying to perfect a different format of the autographs, which was the one that he just showed on the Flawless, which is the C with the number in the middle and the Paul. And I go, Chris, I mean, both cards look beautiful. Both signatures look beautiful. And he's like, well, if I go to this one, because it's not the Chris E. Paul, the Flawless one, he goes, what do you feel? Like, is that okay if I do that? Is that a bad autograph? I go, no, that's a really nice autograph. But let me ask you this question. If I request the other autograph versus this autograph, would you do it? He said, yes. You just put it in your instructions and I'll sign the autograph, full autograph, or I'll sign it this way. So he had no problems with it. Right.
Yeah. Well, that's very considerate, because not everybody will worry about. They'll reach a point where they'll be like, look, I have to sign so many of these, I'm just going to get it done.
Right. Well, I don't know if he's doing it now, because obviously that was an early autograph.
Sure. Yeah.
And at the time he was like, man, I'm getting paid how much for the autograph? He goes, this is like easy money. That's what he said to me. And I was just like, well, that's great. I'm glad you're happy that you're getting paid well and all that. And, he was a pleasure to work with. So
that's the reason why I was asking if in that scenario we discussed earlier, in that hypothetical I threw out at you, that's why I was wondering if it may become a thing where it's for some companies, stickers may become a way of life for no other reason than if we can at least get you in one sit down, if we can get you to sign a bunch of stuff in one shot, and maybe this is our only shot this year that we're going to get you to actually do it.
Right.
Then maybe we're at least with stickers, if I have a bunch of different products with you, we can put out of 10 here, out of 20 here, out of 30 here, out of 10 here, and at least we have autographs throughout the year.
Well, that's what certain athletes will say. I give you 3 signing sessions a year. Yep. Certain athletes, you have one shot. Obviously, the most famous one was Tom Brady. You would only get the one shot. So, people are questioning, well, why is he an NT as a sticker? Well, it's because you get the one shot. Do you want him or you don't want him in the set, right? And there's times where I think on 04-05, Exquisite, we had a deal to do with that got done with Scottie Pippen, and for the longest of all time, Scottie did not do an autograph deal. I think he did one back in the 90s with Flair, or Flair Ultra, and then he never did one. And lo and behold, we managed to get a deal with him. So we're like, okay, let's get a bunch of cards signed right now before he changes his mind. and stickers or something like similar to that acetate, the grid was signed so that we can put it in Exquisite. So people always ask me, like, well, why was that card not hard signed? Mm-hmm. It was because we knew that there's value with the Scottie Pippen. We had the one shot for him to sit down and sign autographs. So do we want to add him into the set, or we choose not to add him to the set? And that's the balance that those are decisions that you have to make when you're creating card sets, and determine that balance. Is the value of the card worth kind of compromising the design? And in that case, I did. I compromised it. But I felt that it was necessary to add some new content into 0405 Exquisite, because after a LeBron year, how do you come back with that set?
Yeah, well, that was kind of the point you made in the last discussion. So I'll grab Paul's comment because it's kind of tongue in cheek. I enjoyed it. It's like, Paul, like I said, we were truncated on time. We missed so much. We didn't get to discuss the redemptions at all. We didn't get to discuss replacements. Like Karvin sent me a small book. It's like we only are like on page 3.
Yeah.
It's like 800, 900 pages. So it'll be like an 80, 90 part series. Like it's going to take us a while. We'll do the best we can. But no, I just found it very funny because in the first conversation we were able to cover quite a bit of ground. I would say I was very pleased. But there's just so much stuff. There's a lot of angles and differences. And like I said, sometimes stuff happens. The first section here, we were just talking about the acquisition of PSA, Collectors Universe, and the impact on that. And the thing is, stuff happens in the hobby. Things change, and then they impact other things. And then it plays off into the rest because the collecting world keeps on rolling. Even as things change and new products come out, they try to work in these different things. Now, to your point, though, when you have to, like, obviously when you came off the LeBron year, then you have to try to come up with some other thing, because sometimes that happens. And that would be a case where the following year it's not like they didn't have any rookies, but it's hard to beat the LeBron rookie year because it wasn't just him. I think it was also, I want to say Dwayne Wade as well. And I want to say Carmelo Anthony and a couple, like it was a big year for rookies that year.
Chris Bosh.
Yeah, so it was like a monster year. You had a lot of players that came out of that one. And then following that up, it's really hard. It's like the 84 quarterback football year.
Yes.
Like you've got Marino, you've got Elway, you've got all this. But then in 1985, you've still got players, but it's not quite the same rookie class.
Right.
So let me ask you this question, because this kind of plays into this season, especially with Upper Deck and Lafreniere and all that. So Upper Deck Series 1, Lafreniere. Mm-hmm. Could another player rise up? Certainly. But as it is today, Lafreniere. And then what?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you're going to have that in UD1.
Yeah, but I'm saying is that what I'm curious about is, as a designer, if you encounter a situation where down the road, if one of these other guys takes off, Series 1 could become a sleeper down the road. Because people will focus on Lafreniere, but that doesn't mean one of these other guys couldn't become great.
Right.
But just at the moment, out of the blocks, you're relying on Lafreniere kind of to drive the early product. If you have a set where you think it might be something like that, like, okay, on paper, maybe the rookie class isn't going to carry us. Do you make any adjustments to design? So this is kind of a design question. If you see it and you're like, it's okay, or maybe it's, do you make any adjustments to try to account for that for the value purpose?
Sure. I mean, but let's just put it this way. I mean, when you're building a set, like, we can't determine how rookies are going to perform, and we can't determine how the rookie class is, the hype behind it, right? Yeah. So I've always made a comment that in order to be successful at building sets, you got to assume that you'll have some sort of median in terms of rookie content. Nothing like a huge hype, nothing like a complete garbage rookie crop. You just got to look at it as that you got to disassociate yourself from the rookies and build a set that makes sense, right? And one of the most important things, and I think the card companies, all card companies have now identified it really well, is identifying what the demographics or who collects that set and for what reason. Yep. So if you're collecting Topps baseball, or you're collecting Heritage or Allen and Ginter, we know that it's appealing to a set collector, similar to UD1 hockey. They're all appealing to a set collector. So in essence, all these card companies have realized, hey, guys that collect UD1, there's master set collectors. There's guys that like these variations. And that's how they create their content. Same as Topps. Topps has now done like rookie card variations with the Acuna bat down. They had the Guerrero no number. Now Luis Rivera has 4 or 5 different variations, where the top variation is going for like thousands of dollars now because they're so rare. So that's also part of it too. I mean, they've done it in the past, like whether it's, you know, the squirrel and the pole that they had before, or like, you know, certain mascots that were just unannounced, you know, rookie variations and Bowman. So they've added this, you know, this arsenal of assets that they can be utilized in each set, but they're also catering to the right group of people, what they're trying for them to collect. Like Heritage, Archives, these are all set collectors. They like variation on cards. Allen and Ginter, they have the different backs of the cards, which alludes to all the Heritage. Celebrities are part of Allen and Ginter. So Allen Ginter really is not a rookie-based product. Yes. So you have to build products accordingly and try to appeal different sectors of the hobby. And I think all the card companies, you know, Panini's done a great job with you know, Prism. Obviously, it's a speculative product, right? Although a lot of the chromium cards that they produce, you know, obviously caters to those people, right? And then they also have, like, you know, NT, which is the highest end RPA product, right? And then there's the product like, you know, a product like Eminence or Flawless, which appeals to, you know, the bling / nice looking cards or precious metals, and, you know, people get drawn by that. Or Impeccable, with the number pieces, the impeccable numbers. And lastly, right now, the one and one has that timeless collection, which has a Kawhi shot or a sign, right? Like that to me is a nice looking card. So people are, you know, that Kawhi card, I think, is going for a few $1,000s. In fact, the Vince Carter slam dunk card is going for over $1,000. So I mean,
actually, you're bringing up a very interesting thing that plays into two things. So based on what you're saying, two things. So the first one is, and I think we did talk about this a little bit in the set design discussion last time around, but it still bears repeating. Do you like and enjoy the variations as another way of just creating that other chase? Because to your point, Topps does this very well. They come up with these variants that are a little bit rarer, which makes it interesting. You know, for the set collector, they can decide whether they want to add it as part of their set or not. That's really their call.
Right.
But for those who want the chase, it does give them something interesting. And to your point, like if it's a rookie, an interesting, the Acuna bet down, things like that, you've got that. And even like a Juan Soto has a couple of variants of his rookie as well, including, I think he's got one in a dugout or one where he's got like a Gatorade bath happening or something like that. I forget. But if you're a collector and you're a hardcore collector for his rookie year, that would be an excellent chase. Like that would be an awesome peak card.
Right.
But it's still coming out of the regular packs and everything. It's not a die cut. It's not a refractor. It's not any of that. But it's a regular seeming base card, but you just know it's much rarer. And it gives you that little extra thing, because otherwise it would be numbered the same as the regular base card.
Right.
Do you like that as kind of an insert in these things?
I do like
value?
I like things that give attention back to the base cards. Like I'll once again, maybe I don't practice what I preach, right? But I like the fact that people have to go through the cards slowly and identify what could be a variation, what isn't a variation, what is a base card, right? And that's always good, because it's, you know, sometimes we're so focused on the hits, whether it's the prism, the refractors, the autographs, the you know, the inserts. I want them to, the base card's almost lost. And what's interesting is that when you come from the world of trading cards, the base card is actually the card that requires the most time to work on. So like, because there's on the back of the base cards, there's all the stats. There's got to be people cutting and pasting stats from stats, you know, whether it's baseball reference, hockey reference, or typing in all the typesets. They got to have people writing down the backs, you know, the little blurb, the, you know, the summary of the player or description of the player or some moments. They got to have that. Every single photo is basically color corrected, because when you take photos in an arena, you might have one shot where the red looks orange, one shot maybe the red looks pink, one shot where it looks cherry red. So you got to make sure all 3 photos have the same color or same tone of red. So color correction, believe it or not, takes almost an hour and a half to 2 hours per card. Right. So on a card that's like an insert that's popped out, what they call pop out, there's no background, you don't have to worry as much, you know, with the colors. Usually the colors are pretty strong, and if you only have 6 cards in the insert, you're not matching 2 different teams unless it's Anthony Davis with LeBron James or something like that, right? So So I think that there's less time involved on the inserts than there is on the base cards. The base cards are actually the ones where people spend the most time, the employees of the card manufacturers.
Mhm.
And also, the league has to do approval, so they got to read all the card backs. They also got to look at the cards. They got to look at the faces in the background, whether it's blurred or not blurred, because faces are supposed to be blurred in the background, right?
Mhm.
So those are the things that it's like there's so much time focused on the base card, but when you watch people rip open the box of UD, they almost just want to throw the base cards away.
Yeah.
It's
Part of
almost
that, part of that, what makes it interesting, you're 100% right. But I just wanted to add something based on what you just said. Part of that is that we've kind of conditioned the collectors, though, haven't we? Like,
yes, we have.
like there was because to your point, when you started collecting, or even when I started collecting, because demographically we're a generation apart.
Right,
But even with that, when I started collecting, the base cards still had a lot of prominence, and
right,
that was 30 years ago.
right.
But obviously, as you went along and you went along and you went along, it became de-emphasized. A
Yeah,
set like Upper Deck still has a strong base of collectors because of the Young Guns. Just
yeah,
because they're rare enough, but they're not so rare, and they're not
right,
numbered, and they're not
right,
autographed, and
right.
they're attainable. Even if it's a little tricky some years
Mhm.
with some of the players, it's
Yeah,
still doable. And if you
yes,
open a couple of boxes, you at least got a shot at the Livernier. And if you want to build the set and you've got that card, okay, great. We can figure out the rest of the Young Guns, and the
right,
rest of the
right.
base set should fall into place.
Yes,
But because we've de-emphasized it, we've basically conditioned, and right from the point that they're kids now,
right.
they're like, yeah, base, 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 where's the hit? Base, 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 where's the hit? Base, 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 where's the hit?
Right, right.
And it's systematic
That's
now.
and that's why one of the sets I really love in baseball is Stadium Club.
Yep.
Like,
The photography.
the photography is phenomenal.
Yes.
Watching like the fisheye lens photography or shooting from downward upwards, it reminds me a lot of the old Upper Deck, photo shoot where the guys are in the clouds and all that.
Mhm.
You really enjoy that photography. The Stadium Club is beyond belief, some of the photography, and some of the photos aren't even in uniform. It's Mookie Betts is in a suit or something like that, and
Yeah,
I,
without the shirt. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and I just really like that set for that reason.
Mhm.
you know I think that's important because in the end, the true essence of card collecting is really focused on doing a set.
Mhm.
That set is really what you call back to basics, like Upper Deck is, right?
Mhm.
Then and the same could be said for hoops basketball. Hoops basketball, is something that people, when you go back to hoops, you think of 1991 with the David Robinson rookie, or 89-90 with the David Robinson rookie. So that's what it is that we have to look at, getting back to the core essence of collecting. And once again, like, you might not attract kids into collecting,
Mhm.
but for example, like someone my age that have a young daughter, even though I'm probably a little bit too old to have a young daughter like her, but it's just a matter of, if I want to teach her collecting, I can share the experience of, hey, this is how I used to collect, and
Mhm.
I pass it on to her,
Sure.
that she can become a collector.
Mhm.
Obviously it's not the expensive cards or anything like that, but only collecting the expensive card is only one aspect of collecting. It's not the full aspect. And I want people to realize that, hey, it's all this base cards. If you have base cards and you don't want them, bring them to a hospital, bring them to people so people can share. Like, trading cards are still very popular amongst kids,
Mhm.
and just don't throw them away. And of course, if you didn't throw away all your World Cup cards and all your Prism cards, then these kids might be sitting on a gold mine too at the hospitals.
Oh well, that's a different conversation. I'm not going into the soccer with you, Karvin. We're not going there. But you did hit on something very interesting that actually is actually kind of, I wasn't planning on it, but you know what? You hit on a very interesting thread that I think is worth exploring for a moment. You hit on an interesting one. But let me grab a couple of comments here really quick here.
Yeah.
Just Vinny's just mentioning here, in 30 years, it's been a roughest year. He's watched 30 different videos. He's watched he's open product. Nothing seems sharp. Base cards seem fine. Other inserts seem fine. He does enjoy this year's base, and then TSC Seal Gorgeous base photos. So there's two things that kind of hit from what you just said a second ago, and I harken back to when I did start collecting, when I started. Like I said earlier, the base cards still mattered at that point. It was still part of the thing.
Mhm.
But this will actually play nicely into the retail discussion that we did touch on last time, but we can still touch on a little bit because it's still relevant. It's still part of the equation, right? People can't get retail in the store sometimes because of because it walks out the door almost as soon as it comes in. One thing I find interesting, and I understand it, but it also plays into what I said a moment ago about the conditioning with the younger collectors and things.
Mhm.
You're conditioned to look for the hits. When I was a kid, you were still obviously you had stuff out there. You had rack packs. You had all these different avenues and different things that you could get. You had hobby boxes and all that. Um, but my first collecting experiences were not in a hobby shop. They were not even in the store. They were actually, well, they were in a store, but they were one of those collector kits where you get a
Right.
binder and you get like an assortment of cards, and they were all garbage, all of them.
Right.
But it was an assortment. It was and predominantly it was an assortment of junk wax. 88,
Right.
88 tops, as much 88 tops as you want, Karvin, as much
Right.
as you'd like. 89 tops, 1990 Donruss, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
But it came with the binder, it came with the sheets, it came with all the stuff you needed. It was a kit.
Right.
And the early cards that I got were in things like that. They weren't packs. It wasn't until maybe a year or two after I started kind of collecting and putting some of this, and all the cards went in the binder. You just put them together.
Right.
And a year or two later, my dad got me started on the most pristine of sets because he had packs of. He went and got packs of 1991 Donruss.
Right.
Let me tell you, Karvin, I am sitting on a gold mine. If you want at least 15 or 16 1991 Donruss Eddie Murrays,
Yeah.
I will retire on that.
Right.
I'm promising you right now. But the point is, I didn't even start opening packs until maybe like a year or so into my collecting.
Right.
And I've been collecting for 30 years.
Right.
So it clearly wasn't that important for me. I understand the fun of opening the packs because once I did get open packs, it was enjoyable. It was a good time. But what I find interesting is it's almost like because we can't find retail, that becomes the cry of the folks. Is like, think of the children. I'm like, if you want the children to have cards, give them cards.
Right.
It plays off of what you just said earlier. It's like, well, if you don't want the base, why don't you just grab a stack of like 3, 4, 500? Give your kids that.
Mm-hmm.
Let them, because if the base don't matter to you and they're not worth anything to you, well then let them play with the base.
Right.
Because those are cards, and if they're interested in the cards, well then maybe go get some hobby packs and stuff. Like the product is out. By the way, let's not pretend just because you can't get this year's product doesn't mean you can't go buy some product from a year or two ago. If it doesn't have like a crazy rookie in it, you can probably get your hands on it. And it's probably not ridiculously priced.
Yeah, I mean, I know that I hear it all the time. Well, this hobby is not for kids. And one of the comments that I remember at one of the distributor meetings we had, and that we had a sales guy. I guess some of the distributors or some of the customers are complaining, "Oh, I can't buy this. I can't collect this. It's too expensive and all that." And one of the sales guys, I remember clearly, he just sat up. He said, "You know what? I love Snickers. And there's 27 different flavors, but I can't eat all of them all at once." So he goes, "I got to pick and choose what I'm going to eat."
Yeah.
Right? I like Snickers. So basically, that's why I always tell collectors: collect what you can, collect what you like. Don't get caught up into collecting something that you're kind of forced to because you feel that there's a need to.
Well, I think kind of playing off also what I said a moment ago is I feel as though part of it is a self-fulfilling prophecy. A lot of these collectors are lamenting that they cannot get their hands on this high-end product that they could barely afford before.
Right.
They completely cannot afford now, but they feel this necessity. It's not unlike the phenomenon I would equate it to. So when you create a collector's choice,
Right.
it was a product designed for kids, effectively. It was meant for like the starting collector, the young collector, or whatever.
Right.
I actually thought the collector's choice product was interesting. I liked it some of those years. Even when I was a collector who was buying packs of other stuff, even like I never bought like the highest of the high tier, but I would buy some higher end stuff, some decent stuff. But I still liked the collector's choice cards because I thought they were nice cards. I enjoyed them for what they were.
Right.
And there was still occasionally some value. UD Choice, 98.99 UD Choice. If you go and get the StarQuest, go find a StarQuest Gold.
Right.
That was a cheap product that happened to have a nice card in it. And it was and this is so playing off of what we're just talking about now. My thought process is, and we've discussed this before, I believe, maybe not last time, but at least on the phone, we've talked about it in some capacity.
Mm-hmm.
One of the solutions to the retail problem is to have a product that gets produced in abundance. Obviously, you're going to say, "Oh, well, you're overproducing, whatever." But a product like a UD Choice that is available, but still has some chases, some legitimately difficult, because those StarQuest Golds were out of 100. There were 30 cards in the set, so you had a print run of 3,000 total. How many cases did you have? More than 3,000. So they weren't even a case hit.
Right.
But if you pulled one, you knew you had something.
Well, that's why it's interesting how when you look at collectors like want lists,
Mhm.
like cup hockey, obviously outside of the one-on-ones and the logo mans and all that, they can't have it. But if it's a card out of 5 out of 10, they typically can find that immediately.
Mhm.
There's enough people breaking the product that has it. Then you go to like an MVP. I remember, like an MVP, there was a set, I think called it back to back or something like that. Go try to find a Wayne Gretzky and Messier dual sign back to back autograph card, right? You're not going to find it because it's an MVP. How many cases were produced of MVP, and how many cases were actually bought by the hobby stores, or how many of these boxes got opened or thrown away or packs resurfaced, recycled? Like when I say recycled, like taken off the shelf and given to someone else at a cheaper price. Who knows where some of these packs are? And those cards are like white whales for a lot of collectors.
Even for that series, so using the first year of UD MVP, the superscripts were out of 25.
Yeah.
They're impossible.
Yeah.
And that product, I can tell you right now, truthfully, as we speak, you can buy a hobby box of that for $25.
Right.
All day long.
Right.
And I've opened plenty of boxes of that because I still enjoy it. I still get a kick out of it. Now you've encouraged me. I may buy more boxes. But the point is, I want to pull the stupid thing. I want to pull one. I don't care who it is. It's the principle of the thing. I just want to pull one. Because for all these years that I've been doing this, I've pulled one gold script, even out of boxes.
Mm-hmm.
So what does that tell you? So the superscripts take that to another level entirely.
Right.
So it's like, it's insanity.
But it is. And that's why I said, like, it's, that's why I go back to the day when, 96, 70, 96, 97, 98, 98, 99, around those years, I was opening boxes of Leaf Studio baseball, trying to chase press proofs. Like they had the platinum press proofs. I could never get one. I was chasing precious metal gems in basketball and football and could never get one. I got a couple reds in basketball, but I will say I probably opened close to 100 boxes to get those couple. And trust me, it was fun. While it was fun to get it, getting a Matt Maloney precious metal red was not exactly the value of 100 boxes at the time. And boxes were not expensive, but still, that's a lot of money to be put into it. So obviously there's that. But the thing is that at $25 or $30 a box, it's a fun rip though.
But that was the thing, is that I understand for the younger collector, this is where it gets interesting. I understand that for a younger collector, and generally I don't concern myself with the younger collector because I don't have kids, so that's not a concern for me. But I'm just thinking this logically. Like if this is such a concern for you and you want to introduce the kids to the game, there are some of those late 90s, early 2000s. There's products all throughout the line through the history that include some great players. You can teach them about some of these players who were great in that era. I know they want to get the current ones. I know they want to get Connor McDavid. I understand that, or whoever. And I do get that. Obviously, you want to collect the contemporary ones. But like I said, I cut my teeth on some card. There was a 1982 Topps card in that stupid junk collector set. Mm-hmm. And I thought that was tremendously interesting because that was 1 year before I was born. It was before my time. Right. Just the fact it was in there. And by the way, a 1982 common, even at that stage, was worth 20 cents, if that. But that was interesting to me. So then it led me down the path of looking into it a little bit. But that means for a younger collector, you could get your hands on ones that would be full of Hall of Famers. You could pull a Gretzky base card. You could pull a Martin Brodeur. You could pull a Patrick Roy. You could pull all these. Yeah. That MVP set has all those guys. It's $25 for a hobby box.
Yeah.
Knock yourself out. It is cheap. And you get a bunch of base cards and you can flip with it. You'll get a couple of parallels. Maybe you'll pull a pro sign. It might be of a bad player. I pulled a few of those, but it was still long odds on the pro sign. They weren't one per box. It was actually rather difficult to pull one. Yeah. So you can actually get the sensation of like, hey, I actually beat the odds and I pulled something interesting. Like, but for a kid, it's like, what difference does it make? You actually beat the odds. You pulled something interesting. Good job.
Yes.
But there were some good cards in there. But it's almost like we reject this entire segment. And it's like, well, fine, more for me. I'll buy these stupid things at $25 a box. I'll open up a couple because I'll think back. Because when that series came out, I was in high school. And I opened some packs of that back then. So that I still get it. For $25 a box, I can have a nostalgic moment and go back.
Well, that's the one thing good about the Expo. I definitely sometimes go back to some of the old sets that I was opening when I had a store. And it was kind of interesting. Like one of the ones I opened just only about, well, it's a long time now, maybe 8 years ago, was a Donruss Priority,
Mhm.
the one that's shaped like a mailbox.
Yeah, they had there
And
was I think it was Grizzly sports cards that had them over in the corner,
that's
and
what
they
I
would
bought.
have like cases of that stuff.
I bought it off Rick, so
Mhm.
I bought it. And now at the time I was working for Panini, so Donruss is also a Panini company, so I figured I'd buy it for the whole team to look at it and see maybe we can do something, bring back the memories of that set. So, but there definitely is like there's still a lot of ideas back in the day, like in the '90s, that hasn't been resurfaced at all.
I,
Obviously, it's not the
I
PMG.
would actually love if somebody would try to bring back Priority. It is so random to have a male themed set,
Yes,
but it would be genuinely entertaining. I would get a real kick out of it.
I just like the in the can where we have all these old guys now trying to open cans and
The
cut.
pinnacle inside. Yeah, the
Yes,
pinnacle inside. Yes,
yeah,
yes.
yeah,
I will say though, one thing that did come out of it that was pretty good. The Donruss Priority, to your point, again, it was a cheap box,
yes,
but you could pull if you remember the stamp of approvals,
yes,
and like those are spectacular looking cards.
yep, yep.
Like you could pull a couple of those of your favorite player or players, and they're just phenomenal looking cards. They're different. They're not like anything else that was out there at the time.
Right.
And this was out of cheap boxes. You could get it, so you can have the enjoyment of getting that. You could go pull a good player, and
Well, Pinnacle came up with a lot of good ideas, and to unfortunately, because it's in hockey, we haven't seen it resurfaced a lot. So, like one of the ones I tried to do in multiple sets. So one of the things that we did in Opeachy, it was called micro etch,
Mhm.
and the whole micro etch technology was based on Totally Certified.
Mhm.
That was trying to mimic Totally Certified, but it never caught on. So unfortunately, it's one element that I think that was before the time, and even though that was near the end of my tenure at Upper Deck, people are still very focused on autographs and memorabilia. Versus, now we're seeing the paradigm shift of where people are like, okay, I like all these Dunkin' Go Nuts cards or the essential credentials or the PMGs. Of course, now we're seeing that. So hockey may end up seeing that. I know Jeremy loves collecting like the basketball parallels that for hockey, but I think hockey in itself has a lot of heritage of the inserts that were phenomenal back in the day.
I would still love to see. And I know there's been some cards like it. I know for sure there have been, but I would love to see a set do a nice job, come up with an original design. But I would love to see them bring back a couple of those Dufex cards in select moments. Don't use them all the time because again, as soon as you start overusing something, it runs its course immediately. But you could sprinkle in here and there a Dufex set or two. I just want to grab a couple of these comments here, Karvin, since Amit joined us earlier, so I want to make sure. We're getting close. We're getting close. No, we're not in R5. Amit's tuning too early. He's trying to cheat. You gotta get to hour 5 if you're gonna get to hour 5, Amit. Come on.
Right.
You gotta stick in.
You got to stay up late to meet.
Exactly. Absolutely not. Yeah, so he was mentioning the 97, 98 Donruss Preferred, which, by the way, I love that set. And for a while, those tins were very affordable, also at the Expo. And Donruss Preferred had some beautiful cards in it as well.
It's one of my favorite cards. There's some of my favorite cards in there.
You could pull some phenomenal stuff. So Vinny is just mentioning that his daughter likes opening cards. But the thing is, that's awesome. And that there are opportunities there. I kind of question, though, I do challenge for some, that it's like, if the kid's young enough, do they actually know the difference? Is it the act of opening the packs and just enjoying it? My dad doesn't care about cards at all. But if I bring a box of cards and I'm like, so you want to open a couple of packs? And he's like, no. And starts opening the pack. Yeah, he'll say no, but then start opening packs. And I'm like, that's what I thought.
Yeah. Well, that's when you get to that dilemma where you now have people opening your packs. There's also you have a wife or girlfriend, right? Will open a pack of cards for your parents. They'll open a pack of cards and they're like, oh, this is what I got. Is this any good? Is this any good? I'm like, man, am I going to open any packs? I guess it's supposed to give you the box, but you open the packs and then ask me if it's any good enough.
But that's why I'll do that with one of those like $25, $30 boxes.
Right.
I can buy 3 or 4 of them. You can open the whole box if you want. I've got one in front of me too, so it'll be fine. But I do find that there is enjoyment. Like my younger brother doesn't collect cards at all. He doesn't care either. But if he happens by and he sees it, he's like,
Yep.
they just enjoy opening the packs to see what's in it.
Yes.
It's the act. So that's why it's like, what's inside? Yeah, they'll ask if it's good or not. But at the same time, at the end of the day, I'm keeping the cards. So it doesn't matter. But they'll get a couple of minutes. They'll get a kick out of it. They'll look through some of the pictures. Oh, that's kind of a neat picture or whatever.
Right.
People do enjoy opening the product, but it doesn't have to be this year's product. That's why I say, like, I'm doing this with 20-year-old product.
No, you don't have to do it for this year's product.
It doesn't have to. I think some people feel like it does. But that's the point I'm trying to get at, Karvin. Like, they're freaking out about not being able to get a $20 blaster retail. And I'm like, I literally just told you can get this product that has some neat stuff in it. It's not going to be the most expensive. Although, if you pull a superscript of Gretzky or something, you did great. You're gonna laugh.
Right.
But you got to do it for $25 a box.
Yeah.
That's about as good as it gets, and you get tons of cards out of that box.
So that's why I I always stress. Look, there's people that want it for the rush of hitting the big card, that they want to buy boxes and open it. That's fine. I understand what you're interested in, but there's also something to be said about entertainment, right? The fun factor.
Yes.
And you can have fun with any year. In fact, for us going back 20 years and opening a box of cards, like if I go back to open a box of cards before I even started Upper Deck, I can go and say, wow, I look at these cards. I'm like, that was before my time. Like how much has cards changed because I worked on it and actually changed a lot of it, it's funny because there's a new group of collectors now. It's almost like some of the sets that I created spawned all these collectors that like what I did back in the day. And it reaffirms back in the day when I was creating sets that I had a vision. And now that I see people liking that vision, I was like, wow, that's awesome. Because when you're building 70 sets a year, 60 sets a year, or 50 sets a year, like if you're basically churning out sets, and there's a reason for being for every set. But I can tell you right now, like I go back on looking upon the sets, I don't even recall what reason I built a set for until like lately. I've been going on Instagram and obviously liking photos and all that and commenting on people. Like I have a ton of stories to tell. And that's the one thing I realized. So I'll give you an example of a card. Let me see here. Let me get my phone. Just hold on 1 second, guys. I might have to take a break, but I'll let you know if I do.
That sounds good. I actually have provisions for that, just in case, Karvin.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. So anyway, I'll grab a couple of the comments, guys. I know you're writing in there. Yeah. I will say, Amit, like Pacific is going to be interesting because I would love to see I don't know if anyone owns the rights to Pacific in general. I would be curious to see if someone could properly and fully resurrect some of not everything, because some towards the later Pacific got a little derivative, but there was definitely some interesting stuff they tried early that I wouldn't mind seeing them retry in some other capacity. And I'll just grab the comment from Vinny as well.
So let me just, and this guy.
Just while you're grabbing that, Karvin, give me 2 seconds. I'll just read Vinny's comment here, and then we'll check it out.
Sure.
So Vinny was just saying that his daughter likes Texans and Steelers in football. His wife's teaching her football, and she plays soccer and softball, so the interest is definitely there. And that's the point. It works. Mm-hmm. So I think that's one of those things where if there is interest anyway, that's the building block, and then you can play the cards off of that. So, Karvin.
So here's a card that I always like the set. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And
sure.
I'm just trying to, these are photos. Let me see if maybe I can download these photos instead. How do I download them? Let me see here. Oh no, that's not what I want to do. All right. Anyways, I'm trying to, oh, there we go. No, it just says like and everything.
Is this on your Instagram or?
Yeah, it's on my Instagram. Yeah. It's a private chat on Instagram. He sent me these.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
So I'm trying to download it and I don't know how to download it now.
Okay. I got you.
It says report more. Let's see here. Oh, save. Okay, there we go. All right, got it. So there's a set that I built in basketball, and it was. I remember that I did this, but there's things that I always forget until I see these cards show up, right? So this card is actually 2 cards. This set's called Reflections. Okay, and it was built in 0506 Reflections, and the idea of Reflections, the theme of it was to say, hey, let's feature players and feature like players to that player. So it's kind of a reflection. It's been done multiple times in the whole idea. Now this card, because of reflections, this was the first ever of its kind back in 06 when this came out, right?
Okay.
So this is out of 2, and if I can flip it, right, it doesn't really flip. I'm trying to flip it, but let me go to my photos here. Sorry guys, bear with me. I know we have like 5 or 6 hours to work with, so we're good.
Oh yeah. Karvin already told me that he's feeling a little bit short today, so it might only be 5 or 6 hours.
All right, so here's this card. It's called Reflections. It's an autograph patch. The whole set was actually out of stickers, but then these cards weren't, right? Because these were sent to LeBron.
And that's a 2 of 2?
That's a 2 of 2, right?
Got it. So,
and this is called a mirror image, this insert.
Okay.
I just kind of shocked that I actually called it mirror image. I don't even remember that, but so this guy showed it on Instagram, and I said, hey, dude, if you ever sell this card, let me know. This is the back end, which if you look at the autograph, that's his actual legal autograph when he signs his documents.
Oh, nice.
Okay. So it's one of the only ones that he has signed that way.
Very good.
So if you look at some of the solicitations back in the day in 0304, you'll see that that's the autograph that they showcase, because we pulled that autograph off his contract that he signed with Upper Deck. That's how we got that autograph, the first initial autograph. Mm-hmm. But he doesn't sign that autograph that way. The first image that you saw with the 23 in the front and the LJ is the card. So when I was building this set, and I'm just going through memories when I saw this card, and I knew I did this. This is the first ever back-to-back dual autograph of the same player. Mm-hmm. I also did 1 out of 10, which is the jersey piece, which is the reflect mirror images jerseys, and it's dual player back-to-back. So it could be a front, home and away uniform. It could be different variations of the uniform, but it's back-to-back with jerseys numbered to 10. I didn't want to make it out 2 because it would be just too hard to get. Mm-hmm. And it's a jersey card, right? So it was the first ever of its kind, like dual jersey of the same player, dual autographs of the same player. And the whole idea, I called it mirror images, was when you're standing in the mirror, who do you see? Mm-hmm. You see yourself. Yep. How many of you are there? There's 2. So the idea was that, when I was doing Jordan, I said, so who's a mirror image of Jordan? The perfect example is actually Michael Jordan. Mm-hmm. So why not have Michael sign both sides of the card? And then that spawned off the whole idea. LeBron signing, but I wanted the players also. That's why I requested when they witnessed this card with LeBron, I want LeBron to sign it with his actual legal signature versus the other signature. So that card's one of its the only type of autograph. So I actually told the person that had this on Instagram, I said, hey, if you ever sell it, just give me a first shot at owning that card. Mm-hmm. Because there's more to it of the story that goes with the card itself. Mm-hmm. And that card could be an hour discussion, basically, based on some of the concepts I had, right? So a lot of times, like some of the concepts don't do well. I'll admit to that. But when it does well and it brings me fond memories, I almost want to own that piece of card, because now it's something I remember, right? So that's part of the reason. But that card in itself is a unique one, and was the first ever dual signature of the same player at the time. Now it's been done multiple times in different sets now, and in fact, I think Upper Deck did one with Michael Jordan signed 18 times on one card, right?
Well, I got a chuckle of that one, because I think Jeremy might have mentioned that card, mm-hmm. But I did think it was very because if you think about it, you get Jordan under contract, you agree to it, you come up to this deal, and everything's good, but then you get him to sign one card 18 times. Yeah. And my retort to that is I would have been completely in favor of it if he had basically done the I'm Spartacus thing. If he just said, I'm Michael Jordan, I'm Michael, at least put a little spice on it. That would have been at least kind of funny.
Right.
Especially if you're going to have that many signatures of the same guy on the same card.
Right. Yeah, but then in this one there was a theme behind it, right? So
mm-hmm. Sure.
That's what I liked about it.
I didn't catch it when you showed the picture though. When you did the reflection, did you have them in the same? Obviously, maybe different pictures, different poses, but did you have maybe a home and away jersey, or did you do anything with that?
Yeah. Usually it's a home and away jersey.
Okay, that makes sense. I kind of figured that, but I didn't quite catch it on the first look. But at least that makes sense, flipping it that way.
Right.
So I know the guys are chatting about their kids playing hockey. So no, I can definitely imagine them missing it. So yeah, I'll let them they're having the back and forth conversation on that. One thing I did catch here, though, is that Vinny just mentions Panini owns the Crown Royale and some other Pacific brands because they were mentioning earlier that they kind of missed some of the Pacific concepts. And I
Mhm.
did like some of the stuff they tried. Some of it
Mhm.
was hit and miss, but I did like some of the ideas they threw to the table because there was a lot of cool stuff.
Mhm.
Now, mind you, I almost feel like Pacific took a different track to one of the things you talked about before. Pacific tried like everything within like the first 3 years. They're
Yes.
like, every idea we have, we're using them all.
Yeah. There's some like Christmas ornaments.
Yeah,
There was like the spin wheel where there's like stats underneath
dial
it.
of stats, dial of
Dial
stats.
stats. That's right. It was. Yeah. They had I think for kickers, they had the net, like for all the kickers
Yep.
behind the field goals, like the net cards or whatever. They had all kinds of stuff.
Yeah,
I mean,
for goalies, they'd have like the glove, like a mesh. They'd have like a net mesh, and they tried
right,
a bunch of different stuff.
right. I
It was
mean,
cool.
it was. I think the seating was probably, they made it harder to hit, and maybe there was a reason for collecting those cards. Obviously, when it comes to Pacific, my fondest memories would probably be titanium with the jersey number rookies, right? So brought that back in titanium hockey at the time. But I mean, every company has its unique ideas. There's and that's why sometimes it's good to always go back and start opening some of the products that are older and get a feel for it and say, hey, I actually like this idea. Maybe this will work, right?
Mhm.
So while I know that there's a like I said, Germany was collecting like PMGs in hockey. I think hockey has a lot of heritage that is kind of forgotten. You know, and I know that even at Panini, I tried to bring back the Donruss Elite product, which was one of my favorite with all the status, the aspirations, the red die cuts, the gold die cuts with the foil board. But one of my favorite cards of all time is Back to the Future.
Yes.
The dual sign cards, like just and the only knock I had against the old Back to the Future cards is that it's foil board on one side, and the other side wasn't foil board. If you had to do it right, you do both sides foil board and hard sign.
I think that's fair. Another one that I liked, it wasn't Pacific, but it was an idea that I liked. So if you do you remember it was the Be a Player, but it was
Yeah,
when they were still doing the autograph sets. This was the earlier iteration in the
yeah,
90s.
yeah,
But specifically what I'm referring to is the year when they were doing the Be a Player where it was the white border version,
yeah.
but then you'd have the prismatic auto with
Okay,
like the
yeah,
die cut. I
yeah,
just like whenever they would effectively, it was you had to do it carefully, but if you use that prismatic technology,
right,
then you actually would have a little bit of it would be a little easier to be able to use the tech for it
right,
because they also use a similar technology for Upper Deck Wizards. So when they did the Wizards version, it was the parallel
right.
um, Sixth Sense Wizards, and they would use that kind of prismatic, so you'd have almost like these little stars in the technology.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So something like that, again, you'd have to be sparing because if you start using it every year, immediately you wreck the thing.
Right,
But
right.
it's one of those things where you could bring back technology because they obviously had the ability to do it. Be a
Yeah,
Player did it, and Upper Deck did it, and I think they use a similar thing to like Red Rubies or Star Rubies
yeah,
that was used in that similar
yeah.
type technology.
Right.
You could throw that in certain specific sets and make that a thing for that set, and then, like we said, you can rotate some of these ideas and technologies so they don't get stale immediately.
No, of course. I mean, there's countless things that are kind of cool, and you can always bring it back. And that's why I said like hockey has its own heritage.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, obviously the one that everyone talks about is the mask. Obviously, there's reasons why masks are not part of it anymore. But also with that said, there's like one of the things that I actually loved with Pinnacle was artist proofs.
Mm-hmm.
The rink collection and the artist proofs. The artist proofs being the prismatic, where the foil was, it's all holographic foil. I love artist proofs.
Exactly. But that's what I mean. Like you can do stuff like that, and
Mm-hmm.
it was surprising the quality that you were getting at the time,
Right.
considering how they were regarded.
Yeah.
Because you had the artist proof. For me, the rink collection, which basically was the Dufex version,
Yep. Yep.
I thought that was the more common one.
Yeah, it
So I
is.
thought it was like
It was
this
a,
feels like we're getting a great bargain here because this to me was the more attractive card sometimes in the ring collection. Not always, but sometimes it was.
right.
And I was getting this card cheap, and I was like, this is fantastic.
Yes. Yes. No, I like the ring collections. I like the artist proofs. of course, now this now we all talk about the Patrick Kane photo.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, and so the Patrick Kane photo was something that's now going for a lot of money now. Patrick Kane on his father's knee.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know that card?
It sounds familiar, but I genuinely can't picture it right now.
Okay, you might want to go to eBay or whatever, look up pictures.
Okay, so but around which year would this have been?
94.5, I
Okay.
believe, Pinnacle.
Oh, okay. So this would have been Patrick Kane then. Okay, I got you. Okay. So
Patrick Kane, like a 3-year-old kid.
okay.
It's like the Melendez brothers in the hoops card. Have we seen
Yeah,
that?
so it was more of a cameo rather than a specific card for him. Okay.
Yes.
I got you.
So to type in Patrick Kane 05 Series 2 Pinnacle. See, Uncle Vinny knows.
Okay. Got it. I'll take a look here. See if I can find it here.
It still sells for like $30-$40, I think. It goes for quite a bit.
I believe that. Why not? If you get a cameo like that, it is kind of an interesting little quirk.
Yeah, you can't have that anymore because all the faces are all now blurred.
Well, yeah, for legal reasons, you would want to do that. I'm just taking a look here. So you guys said Series 2 Pinnacle?
Yeah, these are for Pinnacle, Patrick Kane. And he's sitting, and his dad is holding a little baby. He's wearing, I believe, a Buffalo jersey, holding a little bit. $52 on COMC, he said.
Okay, that makes sense. You know what? Maybe I'll try CMC. I was just looking on eBay first, but it doesn't look like I have it there. Series 2, Pinnacle, Patrick Kane. Yeah, so I'll take a look. But yeah, I always think that anything along those veins where it's like a cameo is always like an interesting quirk. Because for a collector who has everything else, it creates this interesting situation.
Right.
Oh, here we go. It's young Patrick Kane in the stands. Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, gotcha. So it was a Sylvain Turgeon.
Yeah, so enter John. Yep.
Okay, so here we go. Now I got you. Okay, so here we go. I can do that. This guy. So right here?
Yeah, he's right there. The little kid with the captain's jersey on.
That's some eagle eye, though. I wonder how they would have realized that it was specifically him in the picture. I'd be curious who actually came to that discovery specifically.
I think they saw that that's his father. So, yeah.
But like some people really do like look out for these things because in those times where you've got like a full picture, if you're paying attention, you can see a lot of things.
So one of the ideas I had was when we were when I was working for Panini, I actually wanted to buy about 50 to 100 of these cards, and I wanted Patrick Kane to sign them. And in fact, I actually asked his dad if he was willing to sign it too. So do a dual sign buyback type thing.
Oh, okay.
On the father and the son, yeah. The problem is that there's not the canvas is not so good, right? You're gonna have to use a paint pen to get, and it's tough because if Patrick signs where the COMC is, doesn't make a lot of sense because he's signing like right below Sylvain Turgeon. So
I think it would have been. I think that would have been very interesting, but I think it would have been really hilarious if you also had gotten Turgeon and just get all three of them. Well, it's his. He's like, if I was Turgeon, hey, it's my card. Can I at least sign the thing?
Right. Yeah.
It seems only fair.
Yeah. The only time that Sylvain Turgeon's worth $52 because of Patrick Kane's in the photo. So
it's one of those things. I discussed it in a previous stream where I said, like, as collectors, sometimes we have to get creative. In that case, obviously, if somebody's like a Patrick Kane super fan, well, there you go. That would definitely be an interesting card for them to add to their collection.
Right.
But for me, and I don't go out of my way to do this, but there was a period of time, talking about Pacific like we did earlier, Pacific 99, 2000 Pacific, would do basically these full bleed photo pictures.
Right.
So what happened is I started to realize I was flipping through because I remember opening a box of it. And as I was flipping through it, I went to go look for the Medano and usual to separate it out and put it away. But as I went to go flipping through it, I realized that I was seeing Medano and a bunch of other players' cards.
Right.
Either he'd be chasing down a player, or he'd be in the play, or he'd be at a face-off or something. And I was finding him in a bunch of other cards all over the set, and I was just chuckling. I was like, okay, well, that's technically a Medano card too. You go put that to the side. And I actually have like 2 9-pocket sheets full of like these cameo cards.
Right.
And that's it's a silly way of just, I don't count them towards the other cards, but they're in a binder there just for fun. And I always thought that was kind of funny.
Yeah.
So let's grab it here. I just see this here. Wasn't part of bingo, so you might have missed it. Yeah. So that's an inside joke from another stream. So Yeah, Pacific Exhibit. I do remember that one because I opened a box of that. There was a like a large card, and you would have like a current player and then like a legendary player.
Right.
And it was a very interesting combination that you could have because you could have these very interesting combinations. Obviously, players that never were playing against each other, but it was like it was Photoshop, so it would look like they're basically playing against each other. So you'd have Johnny Bauer there against like a current player. I don't remember who was on that card.
Yeah, I mean, we did that. It's really tough to manage. I tried doing that in something called Generations, I think, at Upper Deck.
Yeah.
So it was a photo of a legend, kind of like we're trying to ask for like a shot where it's going to be Bill Russell against not Kareem, but against like Shaquille O'Neal or something like that.
Yeah.
But it's really hard to find the right photo, and on cards it becomes really grainy. So that's part of the reason why we didn't. So, we did it, but the execution wasn't good. So
you really have to have good photo to start with, and a talented graphics artist.
Yeah. Well, number one, the leagues don't really like you changing the image. Number one. Number two, you got to deal with photos that's actually from. I always forget their name. Getty Images owns all the photos. Yes. So, all the card companies has a deal with Getty Images to use their photos. Otherwise, you'd be just, people think that you just go to Google and pick a photo and use it. You can't.
I don't think that would work out too well.
Yeah. You get sued by the photographer, right? Yeah, so, it's funny when you go to some of these auctions, like these auction houses for a while, and I think most of it's all gone. It's all those wire photos that are being sold, which include the rights to the photo. So these photos would go for like $2,000-$3,000 of like retired legends like Babe Ruth and Gary Rake and all that, are up to $10,000. But that's because you now own the rights to that photo, so you can actually monetize those photos. So this is when I was looking at buying stuff from the auction houses like 20 years ago or 15 years ago. Some of the most expensive stuff was actually the photo rights.
I can imagine. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now when you get the go ahead.
It's like Conklin Collection is one of them. Like Conklin was the photographer.
Do you mean Conlon?
I'm sorry, Conklin. Yeah,
I'm familiar with that one. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I'm thinking Midway and Conklin. all the Game of Champs and the CNE.
I just remember there was a series of multiple years where they were. I don't remember who the manufacturer was. Somebody produced Conlon Collection.
Yes.
And they had a bunch of like old baseball photos. I always thought it was an awesome set with these black borders.
Yeah.
They did them for years. They were spectacular.
Yeah. So those things are all gone. I mean, I don't know, it was the Sporting News that did it or something like that did it almost like a
sounds
publisher.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
I remember there being in multiple series with a ton of photos.
Right. So that's one of them. Like Walter Iles is famous. Like Upper Deck has done photo shoots with him before. I mean, it's spelled IOSS. He's a SI photographer. He did the swimsuit models too and all that. He's I think even 10 years ago he was still doing the swimsuit models. So I mean those type of things, the photographers, like they have a brand of themselves. So I actually love when I look at these photos, like you'll find photos on Google and say, oh, we can use that. Well, you can't, because when you increase the size of it, it becomes very grainy, number one, and number two, you got to see if they have the rights for the photo. So it's interesting. It's like when you're building all these basketball sets, especially basketball. I don't know why hockey wasn't as tough, but basketball is really tough finding photos like Bill Russell. And it's like, man, can't they even use a different photo of Bill Russell? It's like, well, there's only like 3 photos we can use. That's it.
I think wouldn't that have been very much a reflection of the era we're talking about? Because it's the same way that we can talk about Will Chamberlain, the 100-point game, but it wasn't televised.
No, it wasn't.
So it's like it's one of people were there. They know it happened, but it's one of those things where can you imagine? This is in the 1960s.
Yeah.
If I asked you, now it wouldn't be everything, but if I asked you to track down a play from the 1965 World Series, we can manage that.
Right.
As difficult as it is, now this is difficult because some of the originals are gone. We can get clips from the first couple of Super Bowls.
Right.
But again, a lot of it's been lost at the sands of time. But they recently found it was a couple of years ago, they found a complete game footage of the Don Larson perfect game of 1956.
Yes.
So we've got this footage. But the Will Chamberlain 100-point game? Nope. We only know it happened because there were people there. there were people who covered it, and we have the record. Well,
we also have that one photo where he has the ball with the.
And that's it. But that's it. That's it. Otherwise, it basically didn't happen.
And the other thing about basketball is that basketball is always, if you look at all the old basketball photos, because they didn't have the lighting,
Mhm.
it feels like they're almost playing inside the stadium or inside the arena, but it's like nighttime. All the photos.
Yep.
It looks like they're playing on black ice or something. So that's part of the challenge that people don't realize that you're faced with when you're trying to create sets. Is that, well, can they? One of the best comments I ever heard was, "Man, this set, Upper Deck football, couldn't you have the rookies in their jerseys?" And it's like, well, when does the set come out? Well, it came out in September or August. The rookies haven't played their first game yet, but you had them in their training camps. I go, have you looked at their training camp? What they wear? They wear these like varsity, house league jerseys. They don't wear the actual jerseys.
Well, I think the top's flagship Rogers is basically him in shorts with like it is basically like a practice photo.
Yeah,
He's wearing like the no contact jersey and shorts, and he's throwing the ball.
Yeah, so it's like people are requesting this. That has not happened yet. Yes, all of a sudden there's a photo shoot, and at the photo shoot you get some of the photos, but remember, a set coming out in August, the photos were picked for back in like June or July. Like the first training camp for the rookies is the time that they have photos.
Oh, come on, Karvin. Don't you want to Photoshop the entire set? You can just superimpose it now.
Yeah.
We CGI the whole thing. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
Yeah. It's funny when we remember some of these sets. So when I first went to work for Upper Deck, there was a show called The Bachelor. Obviously, you guys all know The Bachelor, the first season.
It's still around, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, it's still around.
Yeah.
And so The Bachelor, obviously, the first Bachelor wasn't famous, but he obviously was down to his the two women, and one of the women that ended up losing out became the first ever Bachelorette. Mm-hmm. So she ended up having all these people on, and then she got engaged to the final person that was in her, on her show. They got married, but that guy actually has a rookie card in '98 UD football, the same year as Peyton Manning. So when he was on that show and he was the finalist, that card was going for $200 from '98 Upper Deck football.
I can imagine it, but at the same time, it's like, that's notoriety. But I'm like, why would I want the card that badly?
Well, that was the number one show, right? So
I guess.
And it's just like, you just think about it. It's like, wow, the problem is that I might even have one because I have opened a lot of '98 football to get Peyton Manning, but I would have to go searching through a bunch of monster boxes to look for that one card, and I might not even have it. So
does it still have any value today?
I don't know. If you guys want to pull it up on eBay, it might be on eBay. Let's put Ryan the Bachelor, Bachelorette, and put UD football, Upper Deck football.
Yeah, that one I'm not going to help you guys. You're on your own with that one. I'm not going to help you.
I'm not sure if Meat could do it or Uncle Vinny could do it.
Absolutely. He's the research department. So I'll tell you what, Karvin, let me ask you a question. So now, I was like, we're at unofficial halftime. But I got a question from Meat. We can grab that. Okay. And then I know you wanted to talk about, and like I said to everybody, questions are still open. You can ask questions on whatever. You're more than welcome to. We'll grab Meat's question here. And then Vinny's got a quick one. So after we grab these two questions, do you want to take 5 minutes and refill drinks and things?
Sure, we could do that.
Because I created a background for us. We've got an intermission background today.
Oh, nice.
I figured it'd be good to give us a quick breather, because then we can come back and go and keep going, and we can do the definitions. We can go through talking through some of those.
Sure.
So let's grab these quick questions here. So first from Meat. So it's just a question: have you ever had to pull a card from a pack out?
Of course, I have.
Yeah, it would make sense.
You mean pull as in like not let it go into pack out because it was damages. It was in that sense. I mean.
Yeah, I think so, and it would make sense. But let me ask you a question. So, obviously, for a high-end product, you want to be really stringent. If a card looks like maybe there's a little bit like of a scratch on it or something, like what is the level at which you're like, I can't really send this out?
We try to manage it to be 8 or better. Let's say we get with a raw, with a raw grade from us, right? Mm-hmm. So if there's anything creases, if it's like a huge scratch and the card's indented and all that, then we would try to pull those cards out.
Okay.
Right? Yeah.
I was just curious if there was like a criteria, because obviously at a certain point you're like, the usual thing, like if it's the most minor of minor things, if it knocks it down to like a 9.5 or a 9, it's like, well, am I going to completely pull potentially an expensive card just for
Right.
that?
Right.
But if it's like creased down the middle, it's like, no, absolutely not. We're not sending it out like this.
Right.
That would be bad.
We pulled a lot of cards. I mean, one of the if I mean, I don't know if you opened Cup Hockey 0506, but that was one of the toughest ones where we had to pull a lot of cards.
Yeah. So
So
I think
05,
Amit had to follow up here. So he said, or any reason why you were not allowed to release it, legal reasons or something in that vein.
there's times we have to pull that for legal reasons. Like, for example, if you were expecting to have a contract done with a retired player and all of a sudden he never got it, then we would have to eliminate those cards. But it would be before I get to it, right?
Okay.
We would have to say, hey, this has to be removed, and that's the reason for some of the inserts that there's holes in it. Like that's one of the reasons why I think Upper Deck initially went to going to initials for all the memorabilia cards and jersey and autograph cards, because if you don't, you're going to be missing a bunch of numbers in the set.
Yeah. So for a guy like that, you probably wouldn't. Ideally, if you don't really have the contract buttoned down, you probably don't want it to get to the stage that it's at the pack out.
Right.
You want it to be gone before, so you're not actually pulling it out of the pack out. You would have pulled it before that.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if he means by pulling up by absolutely, by my hand, or am I pulling it out of the set, just sending an email and say, hey, don't release these cards, right? Mm-hmm. And then there are times where cards made it out. Like, prime example was 0203's Jason Spezza, right? So.
Yeah, the thing is stuff like that. But sometimes that is now obviously you're not going to do it intentionally, but sometimes stuff like that makes it interesting because that's what the 54 Bowman Ted Williams is. That they thought they were going to release the card, and then wait a minute. Now we got to go.
Right.
Can't do it, and then it became a kind of a famous variation.
Yeah.
So let me grab this one from Vinny here. Do the colleges receive royalties for the players appearing in their college uniforms?
Yes.
Yeah, it's directly to the colleges themselves for the rights.
Yeah, it's not because of the players; it's because of the logos. So.
Yeah, and that's always been kind of one of the bones of contention, because the NCAA, the players couldn't really strike separate deals, eligibility issue. So really, you're not dealing with the player; you're basically getting the rights to show the uniforms and logos.
Well, you can't show the players that are so they have to be in the middle of becoming a professional or after becoming a professional. So what you would have to do is probably, and I don't know all the details here, like sure. I'm not always in licensing, but I think because you have a deal with the PA and then a deal with the LLC, they call it, right? Then you can feature the players because you have a PA deal. But if they're in the middle of playing like their senior year and they haven't called what they signed their GLA, so which means that they have intentions of joining the PA, then you can't feature them.
Okay. So that's kind of a restriction where they at least have to meet certain legal hurdles for you to be able to use them in a product like that. Otherwise, it would be frowned upon in this establishment.
Yeah. So for example, like Trevor Lawrence is the big quarterback right now, and Justin Fields in Ohio State for football, right? Mm-hmm. There's no cards being made of them because they are an amateur per se. Mm-hmm. So, and you have theoretically, if you did a deal with Trevor Lawrence, you just violated all his eligibility now to play.
Yeah, no, that's always been kind of the hang up with a lot of these college players is that they have to be extremely careful if they try to do any kind of a deal, because if they do any deals, then eligibility gone, and I guess you better be ready to go to the pros then.
Yeah, there's actually a recent kind of interview with Mick Kabongo on TSN. Okay. So he was one of the promised, he was one of the young Canadian stars he went to play for Texas. So back in 2011, Corey Joseph and what's his name, Tristan Thompson both played for Texas. Okay. Right, and they left after their freshman year, and Mick Kabongo actually went to play for Texas. But because Mick Kabongo, and if you watch the interview, he had the opportunity to work out with a couple of trainers, but Tristan Thompson paid for his flight down for $300. And because he paid for his flight, they determined that he got a freebie from his friend. So he was violated the eligibility rules and he could never play basketball. And thus, had he played the whole year, he might have been, a first round pick, but he was never even drafted because of that.
That makes sense, and I think that covers it for. Yep. So absolutely, Vinny. Awesome. So good stuff. So Carvin, what do you say? You want to do a quick fiver and then we'll
Yeah,
refill
it
and
could
go?
be fiber, but I may be a little bit longer if my daughter's having a shower. Then I might have to dry off, and dress her up in pajamas before. So 5 minutes for sure. But if it's longer than that, just wait for me. I'll be back. All
Sounds
right.
good. So we'll take a bit of a 5 minute break. If Carvin needs a couple more minutes, we'll do that, and then I'll kind of chat with you guys a little bit. But if you got any questions now, you can certainly pile them up here in the chat, and
Right.
I'll switch off, and we'll come back here in a couple of minutes. So let's do that. Set it up. So guys, we'll be back in about 5 minutes or so. Grab a little breather, and I'll grab a little snack and refill the drink.
All right.
See you guys soon.
See ya.
right, Karvin?
So I'm back. Yeah.
Awesome. Perfect. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. I decided just in case, because as a tribute to Karvin coming on, I developed the oh so critical intermission background. And that's the first time I got a chance to use that one, and I figured it'd be a good opportunity, Karvin, because
Sure.
it's like, because I'm more than happy to sit here and chat, and I've done obviously the one we did it together, and then I've done a couple other 4-hour streams, and it's one of those things like, can I do it? Yes. Do I regret it after when I'm really tired afterwards? Yes. So I thought, it'd be really great if I could take 5 minutes, refill my drink, grab a little snack, just to give a little second wind, and then give everybody a moment, and then we can get back to it.
Sure.
Yeah, I thought it would make sense. Absolutely. So I'll grab one more. The guys were just talking a little bit about Pacific, because Paul grabbed himself one of those Pacific cards, basically a team checklist, but they did a really good job designing, kind of what we kind of alluded to a little bit earlier, that they had a lot of creative ideas.
They
I
did.
thought it was so I was encouraging Paul to look into some of those, because there's some good stuff in there, especially with Paul. He's an Oilers collector.
Okay.
There's some good, like he's mentioning here, Doug Weight. Absolutely. There's some good Doug Weight cards in those collections. Like I said, go back to the archives sometimes. It doesn't always have to be the new stuff. I enjoy some of the new stuff too, but it doesn't hurt to go back to the archive from time to time. And that's why it makes it interesting to me, because when I'll listen to some folks complain about some things in Harvey Karvin, I keep thinking to myself, but you've got this entire history of cards already in existence that have already been out there for a while that you probably haven't explored. You could look into that. And some of them are still quite affordable. Some of them look really great. And you could get the enjoyment of discovering things that you haven't looked at. It doesn't have to be the latest and greatest always.
Actually, one of the things that I built back in the day, and I actually pride myself in doing it, and unfortunately it got glossed over, was a product called Premiere, UD Premiere.
UD Premiere, yep.
Or OPC Premiere. We call it OPC Premiere back then.
Oh, okay. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, and we did all the combo. I had to do all those combos. So it's the letter. It's somewhat, I guess, the product that it kind of is similar to is Triple Threads. I want to say.
Yes. So you'd have like the player with something spelled out and like patch pieces. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yep.
Right. So just coming up with the combos with the guys. So not only this is the process you have to go in there. So you go in there. And obviously, we talked about gap procedures and accountants and all that, right? Yep. So I would look at the whole entire database of all the jersey pieces we have, right? And then by doing the combos, because obviously one of these players would never make doesn't sell very well, right? So I would have to come up with an idea that the theme with these combos, like the die cuts, to make like 3 jerseys matter. And some of the ones I did was like, okay, how am I going to combo these guys? So you just look at the whole entire list and just look at like 70 or 100 players, and it's like, okay, what combos can I do? So some of them are easy. Like I did Art Ross, which is all Art Ross winners, right? Sure. Or Lady Bing winners. That was easy too, right? And typically you would have jerseys of all those players. Like, you're always going to have the top scorers. You're going to have Lady Bing, I think Pavel Datsyuk won a few times and all that. And it can only work with 7 or 8 letters. You couldn't make it work with 5 letters, because you couldn't do a 5 on one card. So you could do a 3 and a 2, I guess. But and it's spelling Selke, but it's kind of hard to, what is SEL and then KE, right? If you did Art and Ross, it makes sense. But Lady and Bing, people, if they got the Bing card, they're like, oh, that's kind of cool, right? So some of them I had to do like PEI. I did a PEI with all 3 players from PEI, and then I did like NFLD for Newfoundland for a bunch of Newfie collectors. There are like pockets of people, and I remember looking on Hobby Insider, and all these guys were like, I can't believe that I predicted a PEI combo, right? And it was interesting, but just trying to find combinations and why the reason for being for these guys were just, it's difficult at times. And like today, people will be like just complaining about certain combos that I did even in basketball. Like the one guy was complaining, it's like, hey, what kind of idiot would be the guy who does Dan Dickau with John Stockton as a combo? And I'm like, are you kidding me? You don't realize it? He goes, no, it doesn't make no sense. You have a Hall of Fame player with a guy that had no career. I said, yeah, but when did it come out? It came out in 2004, right? And he goes, yes. And I said, Dan Dickau played for Gonzaga. He was like the most famous player to come out of Gonzaga since John Stockton.
Mhm.
So when you're creating a card in '04, that made a lot of sense. You take that card 16 years later, you're like, why the hell would they do that? Why would you combo a guy that was a 3-year wonder, and then now he's with John Stockton, one of the best point guards of all time? Well, it's because they both came from Gonzaga. So
Mhm.
you know,
I don't know if you want to elaborate too much on it, so I'll leave it like this. One of the discussion points, kind of playing off exactly what you just said,
right.
was that sometimes you guys would have some inventory, which would
Mm-hmm.
make things really interesting. You'd have this inventory of jerseys and things that you guys would buy and accumulate. And the
Right.
thing is, and we touched on it earlier in our discussion, where at the end of the day, it's still a business. You buy assets, and the idea is to turn it into something you can make some money on. That's the point of this
Right.
endeavor.
Right.
And what it becomes is this weird and interesting thing where you go out and you do what you need to do, but at the same time, you're trying to develop this thing. And as you're developing it, you realize, okay, we got to use this stuff. And
Mm-hmm.
sometimes it's not obvious, and you have to almost become a yoga practitioner to convert yourself into a pretzel to come up with this idea or a
Right.
theme or a way. Or
Right.
there are products, again, elaborate as much or as little as you feel like, but sometimes there are products where it's like, this almost exists entirely to be like, look, I got this inventory, I got to use it.
Yeah. So one of the funniest stories I had with that was, we end up buying a lot of Boston Bruins jerseys.
Mhm.
So one of the jerseys that we bought a lot of was Joe Thornton. Obviously, he was a star, and then we got traded to the Sharks. I can't really say, well, we got like 4 jerseys we got to use up, and we're not going to use them.
Mhm.
So we tried to use up, and it probably lasted 3 or 4 years before we were out of Boston Bruins jerseys. And everyone's like, can Upper Deck not buy a San Jose jersey? Well, it's kind of hard to go ahead and get the buy off from finance to buy a jersey when we have a Boston Bruins. And then, of course, the other question came was like, if they're going to use a Boston jersey, why wouldn't they feature him as a Boston Bruins?
Mhm.
But he's part of the San Jose Sharks. So the league will allow us to use older jerseys, but the league, unless you have a theme, typically will not approve of Joe Thornton being part of the Boston Bruins
Mhm.
because he's no longer part of the Boston Bruins. So, like, if you did a then and now type set, then yeah, they would say, hey, you can say he got traded from Boston to San Jose, so you have to use jerseys of both. But then that requires me to go to finance, say, well, for the $20,000 we spent over there, I got to spend another $7,000 to buy this jersey so I can get rid of some of this. And they're like, well, why do you need to do that? Just use a San Jose jersey or use a San Jose photo with the Boston jersey and use Boston jerseys for both. I'm like, that doesn't make a lot of sense, right?
It doesn't, but I'll there is a card that I have in my collection. I wish I had it within arm's reach because I would love to show it. And I at some point I think I'll put it up on Instagram. And it's
Right.
also on top of everything else. It's also in because PSA would have these ridiculous version of their holders for some jersey cards that are like massive. This
Oh yeah,
gigantic thing.
in those, yeah.
Yeah, but this card isn't one of those. But then what happened is that you had it, and it was a Marian Hossa card. We've already talked about Hossa.
Yeah.
But on the card, Marian Hossa is pictured, I want to say he's pictured as a Pittsburgh Penguin, listed as a Detroit Red Wing with a swatch from the Atlanta Thrashers.
Yes.
And it was like, I had like a little mini Hossa collection that I put together, so I wanted it anyway. But then when I looked at it, I'm like, this is the most absurd thing I've ever seen. Literally, the picture is one team, the name designation, but the team he's on is a different team, and the swatch is literally from a third team.
Yeah.
A perfect combination, a
Yes.
magnificent card.
Yeah. That's the Frankenstein cards that people call them.
Yeah. And the thing is, it's real. Like it's
Yeah.
not only that, it's in a PSA holder. And in a monstrosity of a PSA holder, like this oversized, over-engineered thing, as a total package, it is a true marvel. Like, I'll keep it in my collection for no other reason. This is the discussion piece. Look at this thing.
Well, there's also
All
other
these things.
cards where, man, there's cards that I know of, and I can't remember which card it was. Was it Rick Nash? I mean, I think Vinny was talking about Top Shelf. Was it Top Shelf? Yeah, he was talking about Top Shelf earlier about the trapped autographs, right? He's talking about Trilogy. There's one in Top Shelf where there's a Frankenstein card. So I guess the person working in pre-press saw that there was no blade on the stick, so he added a blade, but he actually missed that there was a blade on top. So there's the double-bladed stick in one of the photos. I want to say it's Rick Nash, but it might be, it might not be. I can't remember exactly which card it was, but it was a double-bladed stick. So there's a blade on the bottom, there's a blade on top. because I guess the person that was working on it didn't see the blade on the bottom, so he put the blade on top because he's holding it like he was holding it upside down. But then when the card came out, there was 2 blades on that card. Mm-hmm. And of course, there's other famous photos in card lore. Obviously, a lot of people remember 94.5 Dennis Rodman photo would be one of them. So.
Yeah, the thing is that sometimes you have those anomalies that come up. I just thought it was genuinely interesting when you had this situation. Like I do understand like stuff happens, but at a certain point you would think someone would look at it and go like, this is kind of weird.
Frankenstein card.
Yeah, two teams. I think you could. I could accept that, but it just seemed odd. It's like 3 teams, guys. Really, 3 teams? We couldn't pick a different section there. Yeah, right now I think Vinny and Paul are just hanging out, having a conversation about
Monte and Doug Waite.
Yeah, exactly.
But that was a famous photo, that Doug Waite and the Monte photo. The Doug Waite on the rocks by the ocean there is a famous photo.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. But I do appreciate, it kind of goes back to the Top Stadium Club thing we were talking about from earlier. I appreciate when you come up with a photo that's a little different. Like when you actually, because you'll see so many of the standard photo, and sometimes you'll see certain things, and it's not like current cards are the only culprits of this. Because if you go back in vintage baseball, one of the areas that I used to collect a lot and still enjoy, if you go back and look at Whitey Ford, 3/4 of his photos are like a follow through of a pitch. Right. Like literally it's the same pose over and over again, picture after picture. It's like, do you guys literally not take a different picture? Is this the only picture you ever take in spring training? I think that's the only thing he wanted to do is like, I will do the pose. But couldn't you just, I'm going to stick my hand out like this in a follow through. You're taking the picture and then leave me alone. It had to be something like that because it became a running joke after a while. For years, for Topps, it was the same follow through pose over and over again.
And I even have stories about Whitey Ford and how he was selling fake Mickey Mantle autographs.
This doesn't shock me, but at the same time, I enjoy the somehow we ended up here. Okay.
Yeah. He was. I guess this is a story that I'm not sure if it's Whitey who said it.
Okay.
But it was a triple sign autograph on a poster, and it was Whitey who was one of the signers, and I can't remember who was the other one. That definitely wasn't DiMaggio, because DiMaggio hated Mantle. I don't know if you know that.
But that was part of the reason, I think, not specifically, but I think it was also part of the reason why, because Mantle got hurt in the 51 World Series, and partially was to compensate for DiMaggio's decreasing foot speed.
Right.
So that put him in a position to do that. But yeah, DiMaggio didn't flat out like the guy.
Yeah. So it was Whitey Ford and somebody else. Maybe it was Yogi Berra.
Could be.
And they were waiting for Mantle, and so he got the ball boy. He goes, "You can do Mickey Mantle's autograph perfectly." He goes, "Yeah." He goes, "All right, sign all these things so we can sell them." So he got the ball boy to sign Mickey Mantle's autograph on the posters. So it's interesting when you hang around with these old players. The stories that you get, like I hung out. One of the first ever athletes I hung out with was Tony Esposito, and the amount of stories that you hear from Tony Esposito was amazing.
Oh yeah. Well, the entire chronicles are written by these players at this time had a lot of character, and this was a more sanitized version of like the earliest days of the sport. We wouldn't hear from anybody,
right?
Not hear from anybody, but it ended up being this weird thing where you would go in and basically those early players were basically criminals. They were like born. Let's say these people are the only ones playing this game. So it's a dangerous game. You don't necessarily want to be hanging out with these guys, and you don't want to idolize these guys.
Right.
In the 50s, they created this idealized image, but at the same time, Mickey Mantle was basically an alcoholic. Whitey Ford and him were like partying all the time and carousing and everything. It's like that was reality versus fantasy.
Right.
And then today, you got some players that are probably more clean cut than some of those players, but other players who cause trouble on their own all the time. Yeah. So you get it's a mixed bag. It's a reflection of society.
Now you have social media, you have people with phones, and now you just got to be very careful, right? So, I mean, things happened back then, but no one really documented it.
Exactly.
So one of the funniest times I ever had was always Tony around with Phil, and they just ridicule each other, or Tony just ridicules Phil all day long. So it's interesting, and Phil's not exactly the most sociable person either. So,
well, that's now you're talking brothers.
Yeah,
you're talking brothers.
Yeah,
and that's one of the things. So let's do this. We can branch off into a bunch of different directions because one of the things that we talked about previously, and we didn't get around to in our first discussion because obviously we had a couple of different things we wanted to talk about.
Right.
But we don't necessarily have to go down the rookie card route because we've been down this path a little bit in previous discussions with other folks as well. But I know that you've got some strong opinions on certain definitions and things in the hobby that you think there's some value in kind of discussing and thinking through. So I'm going to open the floor to you. In any direction you see fit, any way you want to go, what kind of things would interest you to discuss a little bit or break down or give it some opinion?
Well, I mean, obviously there's some education and also the technical aspect of what people say. Terminology, for example, I hear it all the time, like collation, collation mixes, collation of boxes, right? Some people say correlation. Well, correlation is not collation. So, I just want to, I'm not trying to correct them, just saying, hey, collation is the mixture of the boxes. Correlation is how it relates, right? So it's, so collation is just definitely, you want to use that terminology. But the one that always gets misused is what they call parallels, right? And if you want to pull it up, like a common parallel is like prism parallels or refractor parallels, right? They're also what I call parallels with jersey pieces, and they put a whole somewhat of a placeholder for a jersey piece, and it's not really a jersey. It could be like in foil or something like that. But then there's something called variations. So one prime example is Future Watch, SPA. So the patch version of the Future Watch is a variation of the rookie card. It's not a parallel. Some people will call it parallels. Yep. So I mean, if you want to take a look at it, the card parallels is what we call a pickup of the 4-color plate. So the image exactly where it stays is actually a complete parallel. You're not creating a whole new 4-color plate for it.
That's right.
So it comes down to even in the case of cup hockey, and once again, if you want to bring it up, I don't have the samples here in my office here. Okay. You took a base card of a cup hockey, and then you take the card of the jersey, a jersey card of the base card, right? And then there's always the patch version of 10. Those are actually variations. They're not parallels.
And if I go to one of the years, so I'll use Jamie Benn as an example, and if I can find it, I'll show it. Right. You've got the rookie, you've got the patch, you've got a variant of it, but then also you've got the black version, which is not actually a memorabilia card.
Yeah, it's the black version is a parallel of the base card. So let me see. Someone had an image of it. I can't remember who was it. I think it was Anthony.
Yeah, I'll see if I can locate it, because I remember I've had that card up in my search before. So I'll see if I can locate it. As just as an example, kind of to what we're speaking to, and I'll see if I can locate it here. So now the thing is, though, I'm trying to remember. So then, are you saying though for the cup? So again, I'm talking about like a rookie year player. So
no, I'm talking about base card. It's a base card, and there's a base version of a card. That's, if you look at 0506, it's probably the best way of looking at it here. Okay. I'm looking at 0506 right now. So 05.
You know what? I actually think I know what you're referring to then. Okay, so that makes a little bit more sense. I got you. Because I think they had the base card, and then they had a jersey version of the base card.
Yes.
Yeah. So I've seen that one. I'll see if I can find it here.
Yeah, and then there's a patch version, and then there's an auto patch version of that card too.
That's right. Yeah.
That goes all the way through.
Yeah. So I'll locate one just while we're chatting. So for you, in the meantime, while I'm looking for it, can you explain then? So I was joking because Paul put in the comment here. He was saying, semantics, well played, because he knows my love of semantics. I do enjoy my semantics. Okay. But it is a valid thing though. Like you do want to be. I don't mind if people have opinions of different things, but I do prefer, it is something that I ask whenever they want to engage in this discussion. I say, okay, set the parameters. Let's make sure we're speaking the same language. When we say the word, it needs to mean the same thing coming out of my mouth that it means coming out of your mouth. Right. Because if not, we're not talking about the same thing.
Right.
So in that situation, because it is, presumably the same numbering, but it's now a jersey card versus a base card, what do you consider that?
No, so okay, there could be a jersey card of the base card that is a parallel.
Okay, sure.
Right, but if you look at the cup one, I mean, we can showcase it. A parallel is really a pickup of the 4-color plate. Yep. So Prism makes an example. The exact photo is the same. It's really a foil treatment or a color treatment of the border for Prism. Okay, or OPC Platinum for that matter, right? Or Bowman. Those are the prime example of what we call the common parallel. Or sometimes there's a parallel of a card that goes from gold foil and becomes black foil, or something of that nature. There's a lot of that. Like, you know, it's not numbered on the gold foil, but on the black foil it's numbered out 10 or something like that. So let me see if I can bring it up. I can't remember who posted it, and I even commented on it. It's actually, you know what? I think I know who it is, but it's in basketball. So I'll see if I can bring it up. I think
Yeah, because I've seen a couple of versions. I know what you're referring to, and I wanted to see if I could grab it and pull it, but
so Spinatron, I think, has it, but he had it in a picture of all of them together, and I think it was his Kobe collection. He has one of the world's biggest Kobe collections.
oh, okay, interesting.
Yeah. Sorry, I apologize for making you guys wait, but this will push it to 5 hours or 6 hours or whatever.
Oh, it's absolutely critical we get there. Absolutely. So I think I have an example for us, Karvin.
Okay.
I've got an example we can use. So it won't be 0506, but it will be 910, and I'll it's just easy for me because I knew what one of the cards were. It was a little easier for me to find it. So let me use this example. So this is two cards that are going to be very similar, but they are going to differ slightly, and we'll look at that.
Okay.
So the first card is going to be the base card. This is a straight up base card. It is a base card, straightforward, nothing crazy.
Right,
okay?
right.
So we'll just look. So right there, you can see more or less, it's a simple design, simple picture, nothing too crazy. Numbered to 249. So I'll jump out here, and I'm going to grab something on eBay. This is the same year, and this is a short print, and this is a jersey card. It is the same photograph, the same like general premise and design.
Right.
But it is a jersey card numbered to 25 as opposed to the base card numbered to 249.
Right.
So that's from the same year of the cup, same picture, but it is obviously different because it is a jersey card.
So in this one, let me just see here.
This is 910.
Yeah, this should be a variation. The exact same photo too, you said?
It is the same photo. Yeah.
Yeah. So typically when I built the cup,
there?
Yep.
So
yep.
there's the regular version, and then there is your jersey.
Yeah. So definitely it's 4 colors changed. Mm-hmm. So typically you can have 7 colors on a card. 4 colors is your cyan, black, magenta, and cyan, yellow. Is it yellow? I think it's yellow, right? So
I think yellow is one of them. Yeah.
Yeah. So those are the 4 colors that you use, but you can use any colors like gold as they call it as a PMS, which is a filler, just a single color, black, silver, all that can be used as well. Mm-hmm. But right now on this one, I mean, there's so much there's different. Like for example, the foil treatment, there's an additional pass of foil on here. The die cut window, like if this card was basically all blank on the bottom, and it had no numbering and all that, and you could have like a stating big letters Dallas Stars or Cup Hockey or something in letters in black, then you could hopefully wipe that out, change it to a white color PMS, and then you can swap it out. But the image, it's not a straight, even though the image is the same, it's not a pickup. The full color plate is not the pickup. I mean, if I can find that photo of the on Instagram, I think it's Spinatron has it. I did comment on it on him, but he puts so much stuff on here that I'm trying to locate it. So
yeah. So for you, the fact that it did use a little bit of a different color scheme, it did cut out, it cropped the picture. Basically, is what it did. It changed the proportions of the picture and it cropped the picture, but it did use the same picture, and there are elements of the design that are similar. So to you, it would be a variation.
It's a variation because it's not 4 colors. Mm-hmm. So that's why I think I hear people say, "Oh, you did a patch version that's a parallel." I go, "It's not a parallel. It's a variation." And like for example, like he has cards like this one, that's a parallel, right? Like, sorry, this is the EX. Even though it's printed foils, it's the same photo. Mm-hmm. It's not cropped differently. That's a parallel, right? It's using a different substrate. Okay. Now, when I go back in here and see if I can find the Kobe card that he had, because he showed like all 3 of the things, and I keep on saying, like I always comment, it's like, see, this is what I mean. This is not a parallel, and it's a variation, even though it's the same photo. So you don't have to do the color treatment on the photo, but you have to move it over so the placement of the player is changed. So then you can't pick up those plates, or else you only have half a plate, right?
Yep.
So
So does it also change the fact? Does it also change it in the fact that in order to make it be a jersey, you also have to put the word jersey in it as part of the design?
no, I mean, putting the jersey, you can put as a PMS. You can change that, or you can put a different foil treatment. It's still a parallel.
No, what I'm
So
saying is like if you have to modify the design a little bit to accommodate the wording,
you can do
that
that. You can do that. So
okay.
so this is, see, for example, like this is a complete parallel. Even though it's eminence, it's a foil treatment, same photo.
Yep.
See how everything lines exactly the same?
Yep.
That's a parallel. I'm
Yep.
still looking for it, but if I can
Yeah.
find it, I'll definitely.
The reason I was asking is because I pulled up a different cup example that's a little bit closer, but there's definitely some variations in the designing.
Yeah. So if
So
you
I
have
can
that,
use it.
yeah,
Yeah, I'll use an example here. Same concept, same idea. So this again is the base card.
yeah, this
You got
would
the
be
cup at the bottom. You got Medano. You got all that. You got the number there, upper deck, all that.
right.
Now I shift over.
Okay, go back a little bit. Go back to the last one. Yeah, that one is different because, okay, so go back again. I think the cup logos, yeah. You see the cup logos moved over to the side and the
That's what I'm
mic
saying.
all
There is
white.
some shifting around to
Yeah.
accommodate. It does again use the same photo. The shape of the actual thing is very similar, but now we've tweaked some things.
Right.
We've made room for the jersey
Yeah.
patch for
Mhm.
the jersey piece to fit.
Yeah. So the whole idea is that, like, when I created the set, I wanted them to have new four color. Doesn't mean, so what I said to them is like, look, I know that the photo department is going to hate me for doing this.
Mhm.
For 25 cards and 10 cards and one auto, they're going to say you're going to make me spend another 2 hours doing the photo. So I just pick up the photo.
Mhm.
Right? Leave the photo where it is. In some cases, they move the photo from the center to off to the side to give it more room for the patch or those jerseys.
Mhm.
And then, but when you're building a set like the Cup Hockey, it should be, the cost in terms of printing and the aesthetics of the card should not be compromised.
Mhm.
So you want the, like, once again, when you start like forcing a jersey piece in a place where it doesn't look right, then the aesthetics of the card is gone.
Mhm.
People know that that's where a jersey piece is going to go. Or cards where there's 3 big blank spots with 3 headshots, and you have a team logo or a team name in the middle, and they know that, oh, you could put 3 stickers on there. It's the autograph version. So that card to me is really ugly because it almost feels like there's something missing from that card.
Right.
So if I put a piece of like the Stars logo, whatever, and foil on there, where the jersey card is going to be, then it's almost like you're compromising the design because you're just picking it up as a parallel. That's a variation. So if you look at jersey, like on the side is completely different. The cup logo is moved from the left to the right. That's a variation.
Okay.
I know for the average person it isn't, but actually because I kind of created that whole idea, like the whole variation, it's kind of a little bit offensive when I hear parallel.
Okay.
Right? So
That's kind of what I was curious. That's kind of why I was curious what your thought was, because like I said, in the discussions I've had with you, I've gathered that you're very, very particular about it.
right.
In the sense of how you so I wanted to use those examples because the cup obviously is kind of in your wheelhouse.
Right.
And this isn't the only time that a concept like this is used. So I wanted to get an example. So now I'm going to do an example of something, again, same vein,
Yep.
but this is going to be a player this time.
Okay.
So we'll do that. So let's do a quick comparison here. Again, same premise. So let's take a look at it together. So there are some slight differences. So this right here is a base card. This
Sure.
is a franchise player subset.
Yep.
Okay. Be a player. This is a jersey card.
Yeah. Let me see. I'll go back again.
In effect, it created a cutout.
Yeah. So yeah, that's a parallel.
So for you in this situation, because they did not really change the design of the card,
Mhm.
they didn't really change the color or anything. In fact, what they did is they took, obviously it's a thicker card, it's a jersey card, but what they did is they took this concept and basically created a cutout window and
Right.
stuck a jersey in it, and now it's a jersey card.
So now it's that jersey looks very forced, right?
Yeah. It actually looks almost miscut, to be honest with you, because
Yes.
this doesn't look like a straight edge.
Right.
But I know that these particular cards existed because I remember this being one of the
So
parallels.
just go back to the other card for a second.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, that's exactly the same card with just the cutout die cut window, right?
That's why I wanted to get. That's why I was looking for an example like this, because I remembered that I had seen the other card, and I knew that it was virtually the same as
Right.
the subset card. So for you, this would be a jersey parallel of the base
Yes,
card.
that's right.
Yeah, because it doesn't change really the aesthetic at all. Didn't really come up with a new design. Stayed within the same family.
Right. Right. Right.
Okay. So from that perspective, there's an example of kind of two different takes on it, but one that you would consider not to be, and one that you would consider to be, since it stayed the
Yeah.
same.
One's a parallel, one's a variation.
Okay.
So that's what it is. Yeah.
Okay. So there's one example. So is there no, so what's another thing that you kind of make a distinction for?
Well, the rookie card, obviously, the rookie card designation. I know that there's been definitely discussions about
Oh
it.
dear Lord! All right, I'll tell you what. We'll do it. We'll do it. That one I'm going to put a little bit of a time cap on. But no, let's start off with, because I know you have certain particular thoughts on it. So why don't you start, and then we'll discuss it a little bit.
So and it's not like I'm putting down in terms of the rookie inserts in a set, right? There's a ton of rookie inserts in sets.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, the rookie has the most value as Lafreniere. You're gonna any type of insert you put into Upper Deck products, Lafreniere should be the first name you put on there because there's value with his name for being a rookie, right?
And since you bring up Lafreniere when we're discussing this, let's use that example since it's obviously a fresh one on people's minds.
Yeah.
Because with that one, we have clear version. We've got exclusives. We've got a couple of different things. So we can kind of use this as an example since we've got a couple of different variants.
So those cards are all part of the rookie card.
Okay.
I factor the rookie cards, right?
Sure.
So the Young Guns has an exclusive. They have a high gloss and they have an acetate, and even the canvas has a Young Guns canvas, right?
Sure.
So those are all rookie cards because they're part of the set. What I'm referring to, and it could be a variation. The canvas is a set within a set, but it still has a rookie card designation in my mind.
Okay.
Okay. Now I know that people talk about, well, it's the exclusive, not really. It's really an insert. It's a parallel. Yes, but a parallel of a rookie card is still a rookie card.
Okay. Now we have discussed this before, so this isn't treading new ground for me. But since you brought it up, so can you tell me why? Why for you does that count as being also a rookie card in addition to the base card?
Because the thing is that if it's a rookie card, if it's designated as a rookie card, so let's say Lafreniere, I don't know what card number. If he's 201, let's say, right?
Yeah.
Okay. If he's 201, the exclusives are numbered 201. The acetate, I would assume, is numbered to 201. If it isn't, then that actually hurts it. So
I'll take a look to confirm, just so we're all on the same page. But keep going. Yep.
Yeah. So if it's part of 201, then there's value. Just the numbering itself of a rookie card can hurt or enhance the value. So if the high gloss or the exclusives were not number 201, if Lafreniere is 201 and that's not number 201, the value of that goes down. It's just as simple as the number on the back of the card.
Yeah, because the reason why I brought it up is that in our discussions, that's been a very key point for you, that the numbering matters.
Yes.
Like it has to be, for you, if the number it differentiates, that's an issue. That's a problem.
Right.
So you know what's funny? I think it is actually 201.
Yeah. Usually it's the first card, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So what I'll do is let me pull this one up here. So this one here. So first, let's pull up the base card itself. So this will be the base.
And there's a French version this year too, right?
That is right. That's right.
And I don't know what the odds are in the French.
Yeah, I want to see if I can find the one that has the numbering on the back as well. But here, so I do have the acetate. So let me grab this guy here. It's a little bit small, but at least it'll give us the general idea. We pretty much know what the acetate looks like, but we'll put it on here for the sake of argument. So
right.
Design-wise, it is identical outside of the fact it is a see-through card because it is acetate, but it is the same picture. It is the same design, and it is numbered 201.
Right. So that's a rookie card parallel.
Yeah. So rookie card parallel. Now the thing is, does the rookie card? So if I'm a collector, so let's do it this way. If I'm a collector, Karvin, and I don't know really, and I say I would like to collect their rookie card, is the rookie card parallel still qualify for me? If I get the acetate, do I have his rookie card, or am I also getting his base card? Am I also getting his exclusive? Where do I stop if I'm just asking you for his rookie card?
Okay, it all depends on what your budget is, right? So if you said to me, I want Lafreniere's best rookie card, I would say, hey, His rookie card currently is the Young Guns. But if you want to spend more money, there's the opportunity to own something that's more rare than the Young Guns, and that to me is a rookie parallel, right? French parallel is 1 in 30. Okay, thanks. So what I would say is that look at it, if you want to spend more money and buy these ones, the exclusives, obviously the value would go up as much as the rookie card would. You know, that's just, it just goes line in line with that. So, but those are just complete parallels. Now the French should be a parallel too, because all they do is so the type on the back of the card is when I talk about PMS, right? The type of the card is not based on the 4 colors. The 4 colors would just include a blank white spot, and all they would do is just to have a PMS black for all the type. Mm-hmm. So when they switch out the PMS, all they have to do is just remove that black and create a new PMS plate that goes over the white, and they make that French. So that would be a parallel.
Okay. So in this scenario, though, based on what you just said, since you asked me what my budget is, that means for the purposes of this conversation, you would, if budget is not an issue, any of the above would count in this situation. Yes. If I just want to buy one, it's like whichever one your budget holds, it's legit.
Right. So there's no difference than, let's say you're talking about the cup, right? Now the cup is different because it's a variation. It's not a parallel.
Sure.
But the rookie variation would be, you know, the one on a jersey number or the shield. You know, now they do the shields in cup. So if you got the shield version, even though it's a completely different card, the card number, if the card number in the cup is 101, and 101 is Lafreniere, then guess what? That's the card you want. Now, typically in the past, I never put the cup shield inside the cup. Sorry, I never had a shield in the cup for the rookie card, right? They do have it now, but I never did that in the past. So the only time that I put the shield was actually in Ultimate.
Okay.
So the only shield, rookie card shield, rookie variation shield is in Ultimate. But there's always 2 different shields in Ultimate. There's a one that is aligned with the Sidney, like for Sidney Crosby, there's one aligned with the Sidney Crosby rookie card. Mm-hmm. So Sidney Crosby was card, I think it was 90, no, not 91. I think it's 42. So it's like 60 or 60 something, I think. So if rookie card is of the cup is 67, not cup, of Ultimate. Let's assume 101. 101 is the card. So if Sidney Crosby Ultimate Rookie is 101 and the shield is 101, that's the rookie shield. Mm-hmm. If you look at the back and it says a US, you know, Ultimate Shield -SC, that's the insert. Mm-hmm. Those 2 cards are completely different values. That shield card of Crosby could be worth $60,000 to $100,000. That other one's probably only worth about $15,000. And it's as simple as numbering the cards.
Now, $15,000.
Yeah, only $15,000. Yeah. So to really just say that you can't have 2 cards that are shields. Like you can't have 2 different 101 Crosby rookies, right? Sure. So it comes down to it. There's, you know, I would always put the Ultimate Shield and I would put the rookie Ultimate Shield, but it doesn't say that the Ultimate Shield of Crosby is not worth anything. It's just worth a fraction of what the actual rookie card is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I think what we're getting out of it is really there's a couple of basic criteria that for you specifically constitute the rookie card. The number on the back is critically important to you. It opens the field if I have multiple cards, but the number matches. In this case, the Lafreniere. Yeah. As long as the number's matching up, the acetate's in play. As long as the number's matching up, the exclusive's in play. As long as the number's matching up, there's some possibilities here.
Right.
When we deviate a little bit from that, then it changes the game a little bit.
Right.
Now, this is a hypothetical. Let me ask you a question. Let's say they had done this, and I think we discussed it partially anyway, but we know how the canvas is a thing as well.
Right.
But if we did the canvas, and let's say the base set is 300 cards. I'm just throwing a number.
Right.
The base set's 300 cards, and I select 50 cards from it to be canvas. Only 50.
Yeah.
But to your criteria, we keep the numbering. So Lafreniere's there, and he's 201.
Right.
That's also a rookie.
Right.
So for your definition, that would meet that criteria, even though it's like a partial variant or partial parallel. What would that be considered?
So you're about the canvas, or you're talking about?
So in this example, I'm saying that we've got our base cards, and we got canvas.
Yeah.
We stick to the same numbering system, but I don't do a full canvas version for all the cards. I pick 50 out of the 300,
Okay, I see what you're saying.
So it's like a partial. So the canvas card only exists for 50 of those, but for those 50, we're using the same number as the base card.
Yeah, I mean, I would still consider, even though it's, the canvas card will be an in-demand rookie card. I can't say that card is going to outperform the Young Guns over time.
Sure. No, I'm not saying no. I'm not saying yes. I'm not saying no. But I'm just curious, based on your definition. I'm just using your definition to establish the criteria.
Yeah, it's still a rookie card, and still, for Lafreniere, if you're going to collect rookie cards, and I'm just going to sell you cards, I say you buy those too. Yeah, you buy the canvas, you buy the Young Gun. I mean, we're rarely going to see a guy that's going to sit down and want to buy 50 Lafreniers. You might. Sure. And if that's the case, then you tell them to focus on the Young Guns. But if you want to buy the high gloss and all that, have at it, because those have values. Mm-hmm. So I actually think that as long as the numbering on the back is right, those are the cards that you want to look at as the ultimate cards to own. Okay. It's when it's not the number. So it's going to be like game jersey, UD game jersey. So UD-AL, and everyone thinks, well, that's a rookie card jersey. It is, but it's not going to be as desirable as the Young Guns.
Okay. Now, let me ask you a question. So let me, again, like I said, with a lot of this, we have to use examples. We have to use case studies, because that's really the only thing we can do, because there's so many variations, and different sets came up with different concepts. So it's not like we can't apply one hard and fast rule. We have to try to grab elements, and we use the examples.
Right.
So let me use a silly example from the past and have a little fun with it here in the present to kind of go there. Do you remember 97-98 Zenith, the Dare to Tear year?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. So imagine somebody gets bonked on the head. I don't know who owns the rights to Zenith now. It might be Panini. I forgot.
Sure. Yeah, they own it. Yeah.
Okay. So let's say right now they can't really produce licensed hockey cards. Let's say for sake of argument, Upper Deck's allowed to borrow it. They're going to make hockey cards with it. Great. Okay. So they produce, 2020, 2021 UD Zenith.
Yeah.
Okay. And they'll use the same concept. So inside of the packs, you had 3 5x7 cards.
Yep.
And they were numbered to 80. We'll stick with the traditional format. Inside of it, you had a card inside a card, and those were numbered to 100.
Yeah.
So in this case, you got a 5x7 Lafreniere and a regular size card Lafreniere. Two different numbers, two different card designs.
Right.
One is numbered to Z54, and the other one is numbered 67.
Right.
Are they both rookie cards, or which one is a rookie card?
So in that case, so if it's a big card and a small card, I mean, typically, if I was to tell someone to buy something, I'd say go with a small card. Mm-hmm. Okay. But realistically, both cards are probably considered to be rookie cards, just because it's a 5x7 card and inside there's a small card, right?
Yeah. You have to open the 5x7 to get to the small card.
Yeah. So back in the day, like the Le Cavier has a 5x7 rookie card.
That's right.
And of course, they all have the 5x7, so the 2x3 card of Le Cavier.
And Luongo as well.
Yeah, and Luongo. But I think Luongo was a very common card. Le Cavier was actually a very tough hit inside the small packs.
But what always made it, the reason I use this one is because it made it very interesting.
It does.
Is that it's always been a little bit of a challenge for collectors, because it's not like they kept the same numbering. If they had made 100 cards of one, 100 cards of the other, it would feel more straightforward. Mm-hmm. Or if they kept the design consistent between large and small, it'd be a little more straight. But they changed the checklist and changed the design slightly between one and the other. Yeah. But you start off with the big card in the pack in the first place.
Right.
So, but depending on where you look, like right now, Beckett does not consider the big card to be a rookie.
Right.
And they only consider the small card, but you had to open this big card to get the small card.
I think
if you never did, you only have the big card.
I think part of the reason is because they look at probably previous sales, and small card sells for a lot higher than this big card. But the big card's being destroyed. I mean, the tough part about Le Cavier of all the cards is that it was a short print inside.
Sure.
Like I think Beckett has never stated which ones are short prints, but I've had customers open probably like 20 cases, and they only hit one Le Cavier, or they only hit like 2 or 3 Brendan Morrison. That was another short print. There's a few of those cards that are really short printed. So that was a very frustrating product. And the Z teams were not good looking either. The Z teams were all the blue and the gold versions. The Epics cards were, they didn't sell really well either, but they were hard to get, like the purples and the greens, the seasons and all that. So
I think they do better now for the player collectors because they were attractive cards. I just don't think people were excited about them at the time. They were kind of weird in the way they're distributed and stuff.
Yeah, but I like the Dare to Tear concept, and I always felt that the Rip card was an interesting and now it's done really well with Allen and Ginter, right? The rip
Yeah.
cards.
And also, Vinny mentions chronology. There's a chronology time capsule
Right.
that uses the same concept, same
That's
idea.
rip card too. Yeah.
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 That's the reason I threw that one out there, though, is because that's always been an interesting quirk.
It is.
It's always been just kind of like this. Because for me, I have to consider both of them. And to your point about the selling, the big versus the small, is totally valid. But
Right.
it's like I've never seen anyone throw a criteria of rookie card being whether it sells or not.
No,
You could, I suppose, but it'd be weird.
It's realistically the card that usually Becca would say is the more common card is the rookie card, and then the other ones are probably what you call variation or whatever. The toughest designation of rookies is when they did the 3 different rookie cards of the same numbering. So all 3 cards are true rookies.
Right.
In fact, I have a product I just bought. I paid a lot for it, and I'll show you this box, which a lot of people don't even know who's in there. That has 3 rookies of his.
So you're saying, so in the example you're giving, just so I understand, you're saying 3 rookie cards that all are to the same number?
Yeah, same. So Topps did it first, and then Upper Deck did it.
Yeah, because I think are you thinking Topps Chrome?
No, it wasn't Topps Chrome.
Because I remember Turco had a Topps Chrome rookie, and there was a blue one and a red one, and they're all numbered the same.
That I can't recall on the Topps Chrome Turco.
I'll take a look at it. And find.
I just know it was Topps Basketball that had it. I can't remember what you said it was.
Sure. I just remember because I remember grabbing some of the Turcos, and they were very similar to each other. But show your example first, and
so
I'll take a look.
Here's a product I just bought, and it's a wax box. You're not gonna find this is.
This is Manchester. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, Manchester United. So what's great about this box is it's a great year because it's 0304. So obviously 0304 is exquisite, right?
Yep.
But believe it or not, this box is worth thousands. So really, compared to even Upper Deck Basketball, this is Upper Deck Manchester United. Upper Deck Basketball is not worth thousands of dollars.
And for that year, who's the pull? What's the big draw for it?
So Manchester United had a 19-year-old player on the team, and his name is Cristiano Ronaldo.
Gotcha. Okay.
Right. So Cristiano Ronaldo, if you look at this set, he has a card 13, a card 14, and a card 15.
Okay.
And they're all equal odds. So there's like one card sells better than the other one, and then all of a sudden another time another card sells better than the other one, and it's all because you can pull it up on eBay right now. The cards.
Okay, so in your example though, you're talking about 3 different base cards within the base set.
Yeah. So in the base set, there's 3 different cards for almost majority of the stars.
Got it.
So if you look at, let me see here, I'll look it up.
Yeah. The reason so I'll show you while you're looking it up. I'll show the example of the one I was talking about because I did find it. So I can show real quick here. So this here is 2000-2001 Topps Chrome. So that's the Marty Turco, and that's card number 243, and that is numbered to 1250.
Yeah. So that is one of them. Yeah.
Yeah. And then you also have a red that's numbered out of 1250, and a blue that's numbered out of 1250.
Yeah.
And they're all numbered to 243.
So that's
number 243.
Yeah, so these are all considered part of the rookie cards.
That's right, exactly. And ComC does acknowledge it as such as well. So as far as they're concerned, he has 3 virtually identical rookie cards, all there, all the same.
Right.
Because they're numbered the same. They're numbered to the same number of cards. There's really nothing to break them apart, aside from color.
Yeah, so here's, if you want to look it up, go Upper Deck 0304 Manchester United. You can pull some screenshots over here.
0304?
Yeah.
Okay. I will take a look.
And put, of course, Ronaldo in there.
Yep, I'll take a look.
Yeah.
See what I can find. 304 Manchester. I think this is our best. I think this is our best use of the screen sharing technology thus far.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think this is Manchester United rookie, right?
Yep.
Okay, so is it? Let me see.
Number 13, 14, and 15.
Is that one of them?
No, that's the SP Authentic, not this one.
So it's a base Upper Deck?
Yeah, it's base Upper Deck.
Okay, so 304. So I put in 304 Manchester and Ronaldo. So that's all I get from that. Let me see here. Jerseys.
You want to put trading cards, I guess, if you can get that category. I don't know why you're. I put 03. Okay, we'll put 03/04.
Sure.
Yeah.
Nope, same for me. Let me try something. Okay, so I'll stop sharing, but I'll give something a try. Let me try something. By default, I go to .ca, so probably .com will have a little bit more inventory.
Yeah, I'm in the U.S., so I automatically go to .com.
Yep. That's kind of what I figured, so let me give it a try.
There's a few PSA 10s on there right now for $7,000. There's one for $16,000 and one for another $7,000.
And you did 03 dash, sorry,
No,
slash 04?
03/04, yeah.
Let's take a look here. Okay, so I don't think this. I think this is a parallel of it, but I think it's the right one. At least the card. At least the design.
Silver version of 100, probably you're talking about.
This one here.
Yeah, that one's the silver version. Yeah.
Yeah, but it is number 14, so it is conceptually the correct one.
Yeah, you can't see the 13 or 14, the 13 or 15.
I didn't see them when I was scanning there. No, I didn't see it a second ago.
Then put 2003 instead, no 04.
Yeah, I'll take a look. But conceptually, I get the idea. So let's go with it though. To your point, it's the same base set, it's the same player, it's 3 consecutive card numbers in this case.
Mm-hmm.
So for your case, do you consider all 3? The first one, all three for you?
Because they're equal numbers. So Vinny actually has a question here.
Mm-hmm.
And don't mind you, I'm reading his questions. He said Modano has 2 UD 9091 rookie. Which one is his rookie? It's his card 46, but that was released earlier. The 346 is an update, I believe.
No, what happened is that for that year, you've got his rookie card, but you also have, I want to say, like rookie first team. It's a subset card.
Oh, the first team. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's something like that. I'll get the exact one just so we're all on the same page. But one of them is like is a subset.
Yeah.
Because I know exactly what he's referring to.
Just the one with Belfour in it too, I think, right?
Yeah. So here we go. I got it. So I'll give us a quick comparison, so I know what he's referring to. Here we go. Yeah. So it is this one. So this is the all rookie team.
Yep.
So that's that one.
Yep.
And that is card number. So this is 346. So that's the second one. And the first one is the card 46, which is this one here, which is commonly considered as rookie.
Yeah.
So I would consider this to be the rookie, just because it is a base card. It is not a subset card. It is a strictly base card.
Right.
So that is what I've considered it for a lifetime. That's the way I treat it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I know the one he's referring to.
It's all different than I think the Joe Montanas or I guess back in the day there, or even not Gretzky. Who was it? Paul Coffey has one, doesn't he? Paul Coffey has an in action.
Yeah.
Action.
It's the same concept. Like back in that era, in theory, maybe you were like a really great rookie. You could have had. I'm going to use Topps Baseball. You could have had like a record breaker.
Yeah.
You could have had like a record breaker card, and then maybe have like an all-star card, and then maybe had a base card.
Right.
And to me, if that's the case, you got 2 subset cards and you got 1 rookie card.
Yeah.
In that scenario.
Yeah.
But you'd have 3 cards in the set.
Like a guy like Freddie Lynn, who won Rookie of the Year and MVP in the same year. He would have a lot of league leader stuff and everything.
Exactly.
So he had a ton of cards. Yeah.
Exactly.
Base card. Yeah.
Yeah. But was there a particular reason though they did Ronaldo in 3 consecutive cards? Because in this case it wasn't a subset. In this case it wasn't a subset, right?
Yeah. So I think it's exactly the same reason why you have Marty Trickle with the 3 different cards, just to get 3 rookies in there.
I guess so. I do think I always thought it was interesting that Chrome one was always a bit weird. I didn't mind it because they're decent looking cards, but I always thought it was a bit odd because in effect you created a card out of 3750 without making it 3750.
Right, because they didn't want to number them that high, right? So
yeah, and effectively you treated it but most collectors ended up being like, yeah, it's like, okay, the gray one is I think the one that tends to get favored, and the other 2 kind of be like treated as a bit of an afterthought. The good news is it makes it cheap if you want to collect them, because it's like you can get the red and the blue probably pretty cheap.
I think at that time the reason why they did it was because they didn't want to number things to 5,000, so they wanted to number it within 1,500 was that magical number, and that's why.
Yeah. Now let me actually ask you a question. Let's play off of that and bring back some of the earlier discussion we had, because this will play into it nicely.
Sure.
The young guns are not numbered. We know they're short printed. We don't know what we joked earlier about the print run. Only 9.5 million, guys. 9.5 million.
Right.
But we don't know. Like for our purposes, we don't have access to that. We don't know what the real print run is. It could be whatever.
Right.
The debate has always been: is there more or less value in ignorance is bliss? Because in the Turco example, 3,750 cards is not a small number of cards. But I promise you, there were more young guns.
Right.
Because Turco had a young gun as well.
Right.
And I promise you, his young gun was printed in much higher numbers.
Yes.
And at the time when he was at his best, people would have favored the young gun over any of those Topps Chromes, even though the Topps Chromes are numbered and they're actually printed in lower numbers, realistically, if you're real.
So I actually was kind of shocked when I built products like Pros and Prospects. I think Pros and Prospects or Challenge for the Cup.
Sure.
Challenge for the Cup, I think, was the one with the graded card inside it. And I had some really rare stuff in there, but
I think it was Pros and Prospects, because that I feel like that was so it was was it like an SGC graded card?
Yeah. It was Pros and Prospects, right?
Pros and Prospects, yes.
Challenge for the Cup was different.
Yes.
Pros and Prospect had I remember I had my sample box and I pulled the Datsuk out of that.
Okay.
And I said, man, that's a nice card. It's Datsuk, it's one of the main guys. In fact, he's probably the most expensive guy now when you think about it.
Yeah.
More than Kovacic. So, but I was looking at it, I was like, he doesn't even, or actually, there was a Kovacic. I was looking at Kovacic because I had the Datsun and I was looking at Kovacic. And I said, well, Kovacic, his card doesn't even sell as high as this young gun at the time. So I was just like, that's kind of shocking. If you think about it, there's way more young guns than there are this. So at that point, I knew that, as long as the set's popular, no one cares about numbering to a certain degree. Numbering is just something that attracts people if they want it, but if they're going to do a set altogether, it didn't matter. So I mean, one of the big things I was looking at was Topps baseball. So Topps baseball or Topps basketball, some of the numbering is so high. Like back in the day in 2003, they numbered the gold cards out of 2003. So you get 6 or 7 in a box, but it didn't matter. People were chasing it because they're trying to finish a set off. So because Upper Deck is a highly set collector set, and it's considered, it's really, if you think about it, it's basically Upper Deck is like Topps Chrome baseball, or Topps Chrome football, or Prism basketball, right? Yes, it's not chromium and all that, but it's the same. The collecting mentality is the same. If you want to collect a rainbow of the young gun, it's basically collecting the exclusives, the acetate, the French, and now the high gloss. That's what it is. That's your rainbow version of Lafreniere. And the canvas, if you want to do it that way. But the canvas is not a true parallel. So
yep.
Yeah. So it's kind of interesting that there's so many collectors. No different than Topps Chrome LeBron, right? Topps Chrome LeBron is the most highly sought after non-numbered rookie card.
Yeah. That's always been, so that's kind of what leads to the kind of the question and the debate a little bit, because if you've got a flagship type product, because that's really what we're talking about. We're talking about base Topps or Topps Chrome in that case, which is still, in the same vein.
Right.
Or Prism, or in that case the Upper Deck Young Guns. Right. It is a flagship product. Upper Deck Series 1 and Series 2 are flagship products.
Right.
There are more expensive products per pack that are going to come out on the calendar. There are cheaper products per pack that are going to come out on the calendar. Right. But that's right there in that sweet middle spot where it is available.
Yeah.
They're not numbered. They're not as rare as other cards that are going to come out.
Right.
But they have that popularity for set collectors, for team collectors, for people that collect just young guns, for people that want the rookie of that guy that year.
Right.
That combination. But in a way, the other side of the debate has been, it's probably better you don't know. Because if you really knew it was if you knew it was an astronomically ridiculous number, it might actually hurt the thing. But you can speculate as much as you want. You really don't know the answer.
Right. But I mean, let's put it this way: to the average collector that wants to buy a rookie card, in any sport. So you can talk about it like at this point, baseball, which rookie card you want. Obviously, the Bowman Chrome is what you're going to look at, right? But so baseball is kind of hard because of the grandfather clause of Bowman and everything. This Topps Chrome, I'd say, I guess Topps Chrome would be the choice of cards, but it's just that Bowman precedes it, right? So
it does, but Bowman Chrome has always been weird because for a lot of people, the Bowman Chrome is a super popular card. It's a super desirable card,
right.
but it's not actually considered a rookie card for most of those guys.
It's a prospect.
Like, yeah, exactly. Like the Soto autographed Bowman Chrome is a super expensive card.
Yeah,
but it's not actually his rookie.
No.
But mind you, as he plays better and he does well, the Topps Chrome is still doing well, and it has the opportunity to grow more if he continues to play. But if he does play well, then that Bowman Chrome will go up as just as much, if not more.
Yeah. So there's to me, in my essence of interpreting the stuff, I would consider that a rookie card. I know it's not classified as a rookie card,
okay,
but I consider that Soto. If Soto was not in a Washington Nationals uniform, obviously it's been airbrushed for him to be in that uniform. But if he's not in one, then there would be an issue. Like it'd be an XRC or something. Bowman Chrome is like an XRC, right?
Okay.
But to me, that's the card you want. Like the card you want most desirable is really the card that I consider on a full scale basis, right? So
okay.
is the rookie card.
So
that's where the whole designation kind of changes a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Because of that.
But that's the reason. So that's why I say, like, I wanted to focus on your definition here, because in a lot of the discussion we have, we end up always going in a bit of circles. And I've talked with a lot of other collectors and things, and it's always one of those things. I have a little fun. I have fun with it,
right?
Because one of the great enjoyments of my time is that I will chat with folks about this as much as they want.
Right.
I have no because I enjoy the discussion. I enjoy the debate.
I just want to make sure that when people are buying rookie inserts, they don't feel that they're buying a rookie card.
Yeah. And I do think some of that is an incentivized for some people that want to sell them. That's really the impetus behind like if we call it a rookie card, if I don't care, as long as you believe it's a rookie card and I can sell it for a couple extra bucks, that's the goal here.
Right. Well, I mean, when I used to sell on eBay, if it's a rookie insert, I'd say, oh, it's a rookie card insert, right? An
Yes.
RC insert. So that's kind of stretching the truth.
Yeah.
So, but Bowman, I do consider it to be its rookie card. So that's what So, but with that being said, like for hockey, if you said you want one rookie card, who would you choose? You would always say buy Young Guns. Like as a reasonable rookie card. Obviously, at the money, you buy the Cup rookie, but not everyone can afford a Cup rookie.
Sure.
Right? And then for that matter, if guys want to do a set, doing a set of Cup rookies would cost you an arm and a leg, right? So every year.
Yeah. So let me grab a question from Vinny because it's a valid one, and then it'll lead us into. But then I got a question for you based on what you just said there as well.
Right.
So Vinny just says here, if you do the scenario we talked about a couple minutes ago, where you've got a player in a set, but I don't think this would happen at this point because I think if they put a player in there, they would put a rookie card in there for him. But what if the only card they got in that year was a subset card? So if the Medano there, if the only thing that had come out would have been that rookie team one for Upper Deck,
right?
Would that then become the rookie card because the other card doesn't exist?
That's a tough one because you don't have a true base card designation for that card, right? So that is a really tough one. I know that.
So it is a subset inside the set, but so as a subset, you don't consider that a base card?
No, I'm talking about the base. So it has to. I look at everything. Everything has to match the other rookie. So if there's a base card, if all the sets are all base cards and there's a single card that's the rookie card, like for example, like an Eddie Murray. You brought up Eddie Murray. So his rookie card is basically very similar to any other base card. That's his rookie card, right? Okay. Or a Joe Montana. And then when you get to the rookies like Young Guns, if they have Young Guns, no matter what, they still kind of like people like the Young Guns. Sure. So they still take that and override that subset card.
Does that still work? Today, that makes total sense. Right. Does that still work though? Because if you remember 91, 92, this is early at the very beginning.
Yeah.
There were only a handful of players who had the Young Gun.
Yeah.
And then you had the other ones that were the rookies.
Right. Yeah, 91, 92, the Young Guns came at the back end, was it?
Yeah, I think it was high numbers, and it was only like one or two players. It was a handful, literally a handful.
Yeah, it was like Peter Bondra. I still remember that card where he was taking a check in the boards or whatever.
Yeah.
And but then there's also the World Juniors.
Sure.
It's not, back then it was a lot more confusing. The World Juniors really threw everything into a frenzy. So a World Junior card would be a rookie card for like Pavel Bure was a young gun, but then Trevor Kidd, all these other players in the Canadian team, they had the whole Canadian team in the set.
Mm-hmm. No, that the thing is, that's why I say enjoy the discussion, because I explained that in a previous stream a little while ago. I go, one of the great secrets, one of the hidden parts that I enjoy the most is I'll have these discussions, I'll have these debates, and it's like I don't really care one way or the other. It doesn't change my life. I'll collect the card that I enjoy. I'll collect the card that I like. I understand that we're going to have some variations on it, because almost every time somebody comes up with a rule, I can find an exception to break it.
The tough part for me is like, it's especially when it comes to kids that aren't educated.
Sure.
Like when they go to a store and they say, "Oh, this is a rookie card,"
right?
And it's like, no, that's not the rookie card. And I'll actually give you a good example. So I recently bought the Roger Federer rookie, and it's in a set it's in 2003 Net Pro Elite.
Okay.
But he has there's one card of the set out of 100 that's his card. Okay. So Nadal's in there, Serena Williams is in there, but he has a bunch of highlight cards. And all those highlight cards go for a decent amount because everyone thinks that's his rookie card. Okay. And that's where I get upset. It's like, well, no, like that's stretching the definition of a rookie card. You got to go through a true rookie card. Like, as long as, if you want to pay like $30 for those cards thinking it's a rookie, if I educate you, so you say, hey, that's not a rookie card, but I still want them. That's your choice. But at least I told you that communication, rather than say, yeah, just buy everything in that year from Roger Federer and everything's fine. No, the card that's going to go up is the actual rookie card. So it's more of just an education process. I think most of the people in the room here today, and people that we talk to on a regular basis, they pretty much have a good idea what a rookie card is.
I think there's some general principles that a lot of this is what's always been kind of interesting. Even when you get into some of the more educated collector circles, you're going to find there are certain criteria that I think hold pretty well.
Right.
But even within that criteria, some of them would struggle with your definition that the acetate was a rookie card as well. For you, the numbering on the back is the key. That's why I wanted to make sure I made clear that definition. For you, that's the distinction. Right. For me, the reason I say I don't care is because, one of the collections I put together recently is a Juan Soto. Here's the thing. If the hobby adopts your definition, I'm great, because I have the rainbow version, and I have a couple of the other ones that have the same numbering as the other version. Right. So that's great for me. Right. I'm not going to fight you. So it's one of those things. Right. So it works out. So that means I have multiple rookies in addition to. Right. If it's a rookie parallel, I'm okay with that too. I like the card. Right. I think it's a good card, and I think if the player is as good as I think he can be, then I think I will do very well.
This is the 16 Bowman Chrome, or is this you're talking about the?
No, this is the 2018. This is the Topps flagship, but they've got the base card, but they've also got the rainbow version. It's same numbering, full parallel set of all the cards. Right. You've also got the Topps Gold. I don't have that one yet, but that's what I'm looking into. Right. But again, full parallel. Right. But again, same numbering, so the numbering is consistent.
Yeah. Well, if you want to get into it, I would get into the Bowman Chrome, the 16. I don't know what they go for.
I'm more than happy to. If you want to send a couple of bucks my way, Karvin, it's the Bowman Chrome's a little expensive at this point. It's a little bit. The rainbow is not cheap, but it was a little bit more. It's still a very nice card, and I'm a big fan of it. But it is a little bit more than affordable.
Silver, right? The silver refractory kind of one.
It is literally, or it's called Rainbow. It's a 2018 Rainbow. It would be 2018 Rainbow Soto, and there's two. There's one that's basically a rookie debut, and then there's the actual regular version of him. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at it because I do own a 2016 purple Soto.
Yeah. No, the thing is, the 2016 one I think is a very nice card. I think it's a very good card, and if you had gotten your hands on it in 2018, I think you'd do tremendously well. It'd be kind of tough to get it for a decent price today. Yeah,
I didn't realize how high they were right now.
That's why I said, Karvin, if you want to send some money over, I'll go get one, no problem. But I'm gonna need you to give me a hand on that one. It's not cheap.
The purple's $10,000 or $7,000 to $8,000 card.
Yeah, and it's actually down a little bit because as the season was going on, Soto was playing. I'll be honest with you. I think someone again, if he plays as well as I think he can, because
Right.
there are aspects of his game that I very much like.
Right.
Then down the road, someone will buy that at that price and feel good about it in a couple of years.
Yeah.
But it's not cheap. It's not. You have to have decent pockets to get into that game.
Yeah, it's a minimum of $4,000 card. Okay, I didn't even realize it was that high. So.
Yeah. So I won't be getting that one today, Karvin. So sorry, not today.
Okay, well, I do have it. It's a raw graded one, and I haven't even got it slabbed. Let's put it that way. So.
Yeah. So I'll just include Paul's comments here since you mentioned it. Was the McDavid Young Gun, and so again, we don't know what the overall print run is, but we know that there are about 12,000 graded cards between PSA and BGS, and they go very well. Obviously, if you have one of those, you have no problem. They're very liquid. You can sell them all day long still. You have no problem. And the print runs on those are, no one knows for sure, but they are pretty expensive.
Right.
So Vinny just says here, I'll take the lower numbered base card. One day Gary Vee will explain the math to everyone. I like Gary Vee. I've read a lot of his stuff and I watched a lot of his videos, and I think he's very entertaining, and I do enjoy some of his takes. But if you check some of the video, it'd be very funny. It's like his grades in school were terrible, so we might not want to rely on his math. We can rely on his market insight, but his math maybe not so much. Though that'd be funny.
No, I actually agree with that. I mean, look, in the end, Gary Vee is a great influencer, and he's great at what he does, and he owns a media company.
Yeah, he is a businessman. Like, if people forget, like, he is actually a businessman who has businesses.
But what I will say is that, look, you have a lot of hobby veterans that know a lot more of the hobby than Gary Vee.
Of course.
Yes. Just to say that, Gary Vee promotes it and all that, you got to trust the people that know the business in the end. And there are the people like Beckett is going to be making they'll state something if you need them to define things. Guys that are selling the cards, they will define it too. So
yeah.
I'm actually shocked. I didn't know that Soto sells that much higher than Tatis.
So the thing is, well, Soto right now has a couple of things going for him. Tatis is the new hotness, but the thing is, Soto has now won a batting title. Again, abbreviated season. I totally understand, but he had a phenomenal season. After playing well in his rookie year, better in his second year, going to the World Series and winning the second year, and then winning a batting title in a truncated third year.
Right.
That's a good. He's now got a World Series championship, a batting title, and a Silver Slugger, and he's like 23.
Right.
That's not bad.
So, because I do have a wax case of 16 Bowman Chrome too, so I was like, so that's the reason why it's going up. It's not because of Tatis, it's because of Soto.
Yeah, Soto right now and I think Soto, if I am correct, I think Soto could be very well. No, Vinny, I totally understand. I was having some fun with it as well. I saw the LOL. I know what you're saying. But it's still fun. It's still fun to talk about for a moment. So so Vinny says the debate would be heated, but he's in agreement with your idea about the Bowman Chrome. Baseball's tricky. Like I said, for the reason that you mentioned, is that the Bowman Chrome comes out. Those prospect cards come out so many years before the guy really suits up, and that's what makes it tricky. Yeah, it's kind of interesting, and that's always part of it.
But I still like the fact that Topps Chrome is listed as a rookie card, so it allows someone to still buy. It almost gives that card. It gives those guys a second life after Bowman.
Sure.
So I had this debate back in the day, like when Topps first got the exclusives. I was like, you know what? If they were smart, they would just get rid of the Bowman brand. I mean, we all know how much money they make. A ton of money on Bowman. Let's not say that Bowman's it's a light subject. But if they got rid of the Bowman brand and they can have Tatis or Soto as a true rookie card in every single set, that would give an uplift for every single product. Now, with that being said, with how hot the market is, it doesn't matter now. Everyone's buying Bowman, they're buying regular set stuff. But in the past, there are other main sets are struggling because Bowman took away all the rookie card heat, as Vinny would say.
I would say one other thing though is that I think the resurgence and growth of like the Mike Trout Topps update has made the Topps update the new hotness.
Yes,
because I'm actually a big fan of the Topps Chrome. So I'll use Soto as the example. I'm a big fan of the Topps Chrome. I have one, obviously.
Yeah.
I bought it for a princely sum of $15 on ComC.
Right.
Before the year they went to the World Series.
Right.
I bought it for the princely sum of $15. I sent it into PSA myself, got it graded, and got back a PSA 10.
Right.
I've done well on that card. Could
Yeah.
I do better down the road? Certainly. But the Topps update as well is a popular card. So it's one of those things where you've got those two cards basically have the same design. But there are other cards. The 2018 ones are still considered rookie cards by most of the area's publications and collectors and things. So you can do well selling a lot of those if you have them. And if the player gets hot, those do well. Even things like Select and things like Prism, which are not as popular per se because they're unlicensed, but the rising tide raises all the boats.
Yeah, they'll go up.
Yeah, they'll all go up. So for me, I went and looking for those because I was like, okay, let me see if I can get the Prism. And I did. Let me see if I can get a couple of the variants. I did. Okay. I didn't pay as much as you would think that you'll have to if he is able to keep doing what he's doing. Down the road, a $40 or $50 purchase is going to be a pretty good buy.
But that's good to know that the Bowman Chrome was worth that much. Because I have one. I didn't even know how much it was worth till you just mentioned it.
And the thing is, you're not seeing it at the high watermark. There was one point where they were pushing even higher. Wow. Right now, he's actually come down a little bit after the season. And likely as the new season comes up, he may start ramping up again. That chart has been very interesting the last couple of months. I can tell you that.
Well, I just can't believe it. That was because I had that wax case. I was like, man, if I get in the time cash crunch, I guess I better move that wax case.
Well, what's going to be interesting is if any of those guys from that year, from that rookie crop, take off, that case is going to be worth its weight in gold. Because
the last time I checked, it was like $20,000 already for that case.
Oh, right, but I'm saying like more because
I agree.
Yeah, as that price on those single cards keeps going up, the case only gets more valuable. Yeah,
Tatis, and if Guerrero ever does anything, then it becomes a monster case.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So Paul just puts in there that Tatis plays in San Diego. I think that could be. I will say though that San Diego will, if they keep playing well, because they did get a lot of attention this past season because they were an exciting team.
Yeah.
And they had a lot of young players and they're very exciting. They're very flashy.
Right.
And being in San Diego doesn't prevent them from getting attention if they're flashy enough. There are kids who like Tatis.
Well, back in so like 5 years ago, San Diego's tough because the fence, that dead air at the park at Petco right beside the ocean, was creating like home runs to be fly balls. But now they moved in the fences and everything, built a wall around it. The ball tends to jump a little bit more. So because I live in San Diego, so I follow the Padres and the Petco Park area. So
and I think that team though is young and exciting.
It is.
I think it's one of those things where if that team keeps playing well, and this year they had little flashes where they showed that they could be really good. Yeah. If they come back next year and play really well again, get to the playoffs, maybe make a little bit of noise. They don't have to win, but they just need to make some noise a little bit. And Tatis keeps putting up good numbers. I don't think that'll be a problem.
Yeah, the last year, not this past year, but the year before he got injured, and then last year, they flamed out like the Blue Jays did. But I mean, obviously, in all baseball circles, everyone feels that San Diego and Toronto are the two teams that are up and coming. So
they are. And the thing is, this year I considered to be almost with the modified format that baseball ended up coming up with for the year to make it work. Mm-hmm. The Jays got in almost on a technicality. Like they had no business being in the playoffs this year.
No,
the fact they even got any games, I was like, it's been 2015 and 2016 the last time they played any playoff games, and before that we have to go back to the 90s. So it's like, you know what?
Yes.
I'll take it, even if it's one and done, and you get out of here after that. It's like, you know what? What the heck?
Yeah. Well, let's see what they do in the off season. Obviously, they're linked to every single free agent right now, so possibly.
That is right. Exactly. So it's, everybody plays on potential. We never know until the players have played enough seasons where all of a sudden potential is like, oh, maybe the potential isn't going to pan out.
Right.
Guerrero's the guy really on the watch because Tatis I think is fine. I think Soto's fine. I think Acuna's probably will be fine. All those guys are playing well. They've got some good statistics to show for it. Right. They're showing the potential. They're showing the growth year by year. They're getting better. Guerrero's the guy who's kind of stagnating a little bit, and it's like next year is going to be a big year for him.
Yeah, he has to. He's lacked the discipline and focus. He's gained weight, and he said I guess right now they said that he's lost some weight, which is good. So hopefully
he did prior to last year's spring training, and then COVID happened, and then he gained it back. And
Yes.
I was like, your dedication is in question right now, my young friend.
Yeah.
Your dedication is in question.
Yeah. Mom.
Uh, yeah, it's one of those things like I'm going to need you to resist a little bit. Just lay off it just a little while,
Yeah.
just a little
Yeah.
bit.
So
So that's good.
So we're talking all these topics. You said you didn't want to go into soccer. Why was that?
Oh, I'm just not a fan. I just don't care for it.
Okay. All right.
Like
All right.
we can talk about it if you want, but it's like I can give you the extent so the guy kicks the ball, and then occasionally there's a goal once in a while, and then we
Right.
get really excited because there's not a lot of those. So that's about all we got.
Right. So okay. So let's see what the next topic you want to talk about outside of we went through the rookie card
Yeah.
variations.
What we were doing is we were going through the rookie card variations as a play off of your definition of rookie cards because
Right.
we were talking about some of the pieces you wanted to define.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, is there any other, semantics or any other pieces that you feel like are worth defining?
No, not really. I think we discussed. Obviously, there's no point talking about rainbows or any of that stuff. Everyone knows
Sure.
what the rainbow
Yeah.
is.
Yeah,
You know.
that's fair.
Yeah.
No, that's good. So, as far as that's concerned, I'm happy with. So, let me ask you again a kind of a broad question.
Sure.
Because, like I said, I'm going to leave it between you and between the folks in the chat. It's really up to you guys. Like I joked about it. It's like, we do not actually have to go 5.5, 6 hours. We don't need to.
Oh, we don't. No.
No, we don't. But I'll throw in one more topic for us to talk about. If there's any questions playing off of that, we can do that. And otherwise, we'll wind it down and we'll call it a day.
Yeah.
Because we can always talk later if there are more questions, by all means. I'm very happy, actually, that we were able to talk about certain topics and we gave some insight on some of those redemptions, some of those replacements, talked about those definitions and broke up a couple of different things. Got to show examples. So lots of good stuff.
Yeah.
So here's my question to you. We've kind of danced around it a little bit.
Okay.
And it's been kind of a reoccurring theme over the last two discussions we've had.
Right.
And let me ask your opinion, maybe as a distributor or as a person who wants design sets and everything.
Right.
Are you satisfied with the designs that are coming out of? We can use we can use Upper Deck Flagship as an example.
Right.
Like, do you feel like obviously they're trying to come up with ideas and doing different things?
Right.
Do you feel like let me put it this way. Is that the set you would design if I gave you the reins and let you do it right now? Or would you try some different stuff? Are you satisfied with the direction they're going with a lot of it?
I think Upper Deck is the Upper Deck flagship brand has been pretty good. I mean, I don't think they haven't really deviated from the structure. Obviously, they added the canvas a while back, which has been a huge success. They added stuff like a day with a cup. I like how those variations are coming in at one per case or whatever the seating is, and I think they've done a good job with it. I mean, the photo selection's been pretty good, dynamic, right? So Upper Deck is, although it's probably one of the easiest sets to build, and it's going to be successful no matter what happens to Upper Deck. They kept everything true to form, and that's important. Like all of a sudden, if you went from one per case on a day of the cup to one in every box, then all of a sudden you just devalued the day of the cup, right? So they haven't done anything to do that. So I think it's all about the young guns, but it's also they still maintain exclusives. They added the acetate, the high gloss, right? So obviously from my heyday, I mean the structure, the skeleton's been there. They've always they obviously accentuated whatever that's in the set, and I think it's a tribute to Upper Deck, the brand itself.
Okay.
Yeah.
So for flagship, for the most part, then you're satisfied kind of with the composition. They're basically doing what they need to do, stay the course.
Yeah.
So then let me take it on this way. Again, we've got a whole bunch of products, right?
Right.
We'll use Upper Deck as an example because you know it fairly well. They've got a ton of products.
Right.
Is there anything you would tinker with or adjust if you were given just carte blanche to do with as you will?
I mean, there's things that I would probably want to bring back. Brainstorm some other ideas. Like, I know that Alan and Ginter does a lot with celebrities, but this doesn't mean that you can avoid celebrities in hockey. You can always bring them even in both in many ways. I think last year was kind of an interesting year because on SPA they added, the goaltender that was the Zamboni driver and all that, and he was a big hit in SPA. For what reason I was kind of surprised, but maybe it was a novelty item. But they kept everything pretty decent. I like the bounty program. I think the bounty program is interesting. I don't think any other company's doing it right now. So
Okay.
yeah, that's an interesting idea. There are some brands that I know they're trying to. It's tough because when you bring in a new brand, you don't want to just get rid of it after 1 year,
Yeah.
right? Because you already have it. You want to give it a try. Because if that was the case, then Prism would have been gone.
Exactly. But that's always been one of the interesting little subplots because it's been discussed a couple of different times where like Prism is the hotness now.
Yeah.
But at the outset, it wasn't super popular out of the box
Well,
because
12, 13 was hot, and then 13, 14, and 14, 15, it didn't do well.
Mhm.
And 15, 16, up till it was interesting. 15, 16 was the year that it really tanked, and then all of a sudden there was some momentum on the way. Like then all of a sudden it's like, hey, everyone started collecting Carl Anthony Towns silvers.
Now, is this strictly in basketball? Because I know they had Prism a couple of times in some of the other sports. And for a while, a lot of the singles and things out of it were pretty cheap until obviously Prism suddenly took off en masse.
Right. So it was all that. It was all driven by basketball. So
Okay.
after the 15, 16, it got hot.
Sure.
And then after that, it got into the Simmons year, 16, 17, and it was really hot. So
yeah. So you would say basketball predominantly was kind of the leader as far as the Prism piece and getting it kind of heated up. And then it kind of funneled into these other sports a little bit. People kind of went, because I know some of the base cards for like, so say it's Tom Brady first year Prism. Mm-hmm. You could have gotten it. It would have cost you a couple of dollars. It wouldn't have been that crazy. But then all of a sudden it's like, boom.
Yeah.
Just for a base card. And all of a sudden it's like, oh my God, it's first year Prism. It's like, well, you didn't care about it back then, not much.
So definitely the two sets that everyone talks about is first Prism card and first Chrome card, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
So it's interesting that first Prism card of, like, say we talk about World Cup, Messi, Ronaldo, they go for a lot of money. First LeBron card in 12, 13 is going for a lot of money. And then Chromium, same thing. Chromium, like anything that you just put on Chromium now is selling. Like WWE Chrome, everyone wants it. Oh, okay. UFC Chrome, everyone wants it now. Garbage Pail Chrome, I couldn't believe the numbers on Garbage Pail Chrome, right? So it's just like I said, everything's shifting, and the core brand. So if you were going to build an Upper Deck brand for any other sport, should Upper Deck have it? It might just do well right now, just because of and you call the rookies young guns, right? That's maybe the opportunity they have for other sports, or if they get another license, they have to pick up that model, because they don't have a Chromium brand that's highly successful like Prism or Chrome.
Okay, no, that's fair. So part of the reason I asked you the Upper Deck question was because, again, you have the familiarity with it. So if the Upper Deck one, for the most part, you're pretty satisfied with the offering. Again, as a distributor, you also have sight from what people are buying and what's being sold and all that. Yeah. So same question then for Panini. Is there anything you would tweak or play around with? Is there as well? Or you're pretty satisfied with their offerings as well?
At this moment, I think we're looking at a pretty good lineup across the board, because the market is just there's amped up hungriness for every product, right? And especially for basketball this year, 1920, and how hot 20 football is, that drives half of it. But I mean, some of the ideas, like, I didn't even think initially when Kabooms came out, I was like, I'm kind of lukewarm, but it's done really well. Right now in 1-1, downtowns are doing really well. The base card rookie card of downtown or 1-1 is one of the nicest rookie cards you'll see out there. Mm-hmm. Right. Even the splash of colors or color blast that they do in Prism football, those are really outstanding cards. I think a LeBron ended up selling from Spectra for like $16,000 that card. Mm-hmm. So
the money's there. Like, part of the reason I asked the question is because sometimes I agree with you that right now they're doing well. So I'm not saying they're not, and I'm not saying they don't need to stay the course. I just always find it interesting because I always think that sometimes it'd be like, well, if I was me, maybe I'd tweak this or maybe adjust that. Not to say that because maybe to your point, yes, they can stay the course, but I'm also thinking, well, when things are really hot, that's sometimes where you can try stuff.
You can,
because it's and I'll use the analogy because we talked a little bit about wrestling the last time as well, but I'll quickly make a reference that fits here. One of the biggest eras of WWE was the Attitude Era.
Right.
And the thing is, if you're a longtime fan, if you actually go back and watch the Attitude Era and watch the show, what you're going to discover is that actually there's almost as much bad on the show as there is good on the show. Like if you're watching it objectively with like modern eyes. But for some reason it all worked well because the product was hot. When the product is that hot, even if it's like, oh, actually that's kind of lame, but everything rolled from one thing to another and it was must-see TV and you were into it, all of it. Whereas today you might look at it with more critical eye and be like, actually, that was actually kind of cringy and it that dragged out for that wasn't really that great.
Well,
stuff that was really good is really good.
However hot the market is, there's part of me that's like, man, I wish it was like this when I was creating cards, right? Because we had our struggles. Even in 03, 04, there's a bunch of products that didn't do well.
Yes.
Right. In 05, 06 hockey, same thing. There's a bunch of products that didn't do well. Like I wish that the market is like today versus how it was, right? I mean, I was always struggling for ideas to how to generate interest, even in the LeBron rookie year, But right now, man, everything is like the market. It's really based on the market and the exposure that this business has got itself. And there's gonna be a waterfall effect along all the sports, and it's gonna carry for a while. And that's part of the reason why seeing Nat invest the money into PSA shows me that reconfirms that that everyone's looking at it saying this is a long-term play now in this hobby, right?
Yeah, but that's the only reason I questioned it and brought up the analogy was that for me, when you're in a position, to your point, you had to pull out all the stops. You were trying to come up with ideas to generate interest. So it forced you to try things because out of necessity.
Right.
But at the same time, when the market is super hot, you're right. You can try you can just roll out the same stuff and it'll just work.
But it wasn't back then. Even in 03, 04, there's so many products that we never even brought back, like Triple Dimensions. We never brought back. Hardcore was the first product to launch, so it was okay. We brought that back. I'm just trying to think. Black Diamond was not successful in basketball.
Yeah.
Right. Rookie.
No, I'm not saying. I'm saying for your time period, you're right that some of the products didn't stick around. But I'm saying like right now, you try something,
it's gonna stick.
It's gonna stick. Right. Yeah. Exactly. So I'm almost feeling like the manufacturers are like almost playing it safe when they almost don't have to.
No, I wouldn't either. I'll be honest. I wouldn't, because
you wouldn't try something, or you wouldn't play safe.
No, I would play safe. Like, I mean, you add a little bit here and there, but I would play safe too, because like, when the timing gets tough, when it's harder to sell product, that's when you gotta pull out more stops, right? Like I'm not saying that you wouldn't create stuff that's rare and all that. You would, but if you sit down, you're like, you don't have to really sit down and say, man, this is the driving force behind this product, because this product is already selling. So, and in fact, in this marketplace, you could introduce new brands and it gets hot immediately, and that leads to success year after year, right? So, I mean, when you think about when I did the first Exquisite, I did the first Exquisite in 03, 04 because I knew there was a LeBron rookie. And I followed that up with 05, 06 Cup because, once again, we knew that Crosby can drive that set, so that if it has a really good set in the first year, it's going to lead to a successful second, third, fourth year, right? But if you bring it in a weak rookie crop, these high-end brands, and it falls flat on its face, then you almost have no shot at bringing it back.
Right.
So you want to take advantage on a good rookie crop where all the hype is going on to introduce new brands.
Okay, so from your philosophy, it would be more like, if this particular crop isn't quite as hot, maybe just sit back and wait for the next round where there's a couple of
then at that point, if the products aren't selling like it is at this time, then you would have to reinvent some of the wheels to get people interested in those products.
I think that's fair.
Yeah.
No. That's why I wanted to kind of understand the thought process behind it, because there's two schools of thoughts here, and you could make a case for the two pieces. For you, like you said, you'd be more inclined to, like, right now, just be like, it's working, roll with it.
Yeah, it's like Upper Deck, right? It's like Upper Deck. You can tweak it year to year, and it doesn't affect too much. It's a little bit of, hey, it's kind of nice to see. But in the end, people are going to buy it anyways.
All right.
So why would you want to pump a lot of the dollars to create a better product? Because are you going to get an upside based on it? It's all about ROI, right? So for every dollar you spend, you want to get at least a couple dollars back, right? So if I'm spending all this money and you're not getting a couple dollars back, then there's no point in really spending it. Like, having those little additional ads, you want to change the story from year to year. You definitely do.
Mm-hmm.
You want to have some sort of, like, it could be a legacy set. So, for example, like Panini did the Timeless Collection in 1-on-1, which is the Kawhi shot. The for Raptors fans, it'd be the Vince Carter dunk autograph with a nice photo, right, of the Kawhi shot against the 76ers. And those are going for a lot of dollars. So, if this is successful, they can skip repeating those ones and do other shots, like other famous moments in basketball.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, there's no shortage of moments in sport. There's just more and more moments in sports, right? So, but with that said, I like I said, you have to, if the market's hot, there's no point in rethinking the wheel, right? Reinventing the wheel at this point. Get your products in, bring up some ideas, and some of those ideas can now lend to other sets, can help out other sets, or help the set in case the rookie crop isn't doing as well.
I think it's reasonable. That's part of why I like to ask the question, because for me, I look at the current product landscape. I'm fortunate because I don't need necessarily to dip into it.
Right.
I can observe it and I can look at it from that perspective.
Right.
I just think of, for the current people, if it was me and I was collecting a current player, then so be it. I would be in there and doing or whatever. It just doesn't excite me. And it's one of those things where I'll look at it. It's not that there's bad stuff, but
right.
I'll look at it and it's like, okay, it's all right. It's all right. It's just nothing that captures my imagination. To your point, right now there's no incentive for them to go crazy, come up with something off the wall. But it does make it a little bit like, well, fortunately, I'm not trying to open any products, so that's okay for me. You guys do what you do, and if there's an interesting single or two, I'll grab those.
But I mean, like some of the ideas, like 1-on-1, right? It's a great looking set. Clearly, Donruss was done differently. Mm-hmm. So I think there is some new sets, and it's gaining momentum, and it's probably something they're going to come back with. But if you're going to test something, you got to test it in a hot year so that it gets brand equity and get momentum in there.
Okay, I think that's reasonable.
Yeah.
So let me grab the last couple of ones here, guys, and then I think we will wind down and call it an evening. So let me grab this here real quick, Paul. Sure. I want to make sure he gets his comment in, He's talking about the soccer discussion. It's a beautiful game full of nuance and subtleties. The problem is too nuanced and too subtle for me, Paul. Just a little too subtle. Maybe if there was a little more body checking, maybe that'd be all right.
Right.
We need a little more of that in soccer. That'd be all right. And I want to make sure I get Vinny's question here as well. To an earlier comment, if you're going for older wax, are there places other than the big four and eBay that Karvin knows of? A lot of the older boxes have a vintage price tag on it. Yeah. That one is tricky. It is tricky.
There is. There's other people that have it.
Yeah.
It all depends on what type of wax you're looking for.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Yeah. So if you're looking for, like, for example, Baseball Card Exchange, the company that does all the certifying, they're a huge supplier of wax too. And
it is true, but they're maybe paying to Vinny's point though. He said the older boxes have a vintage price tag on it. Baseball Card Exchange is a great resource because I'm a big fan of their stuff. Right. Now, mind you, they're not going to be the cheapest.
No,
they will be a little bit more secure, especially if you're talking vintage.
Right.
But if we're talking about, I guess it depends on the definition of older in this case.
Right.
Because if we're talking about like the late 90s, some of the stuff we were talking about, that was at the Toronto Expo. And there were some dealers who had like pallets of it for a while.
Right.
Because some of those sets we were talking about, the Donruss Priority, that was at Grizzly Sports Cards at the Toronto Expo. It was just at the little side. It was in their end cap. Yeah. And there would be boxes and boxes, and you could grab as many as you wanted for like $25 a box. Yeah. It was very good for a long time. They still have a fair bit of inventory. That MVP that I talked about for 25, they have an online presence.
Right.
You can order directly from them. So it is possible, but mind you, as the years go by, that supply dwindles. It's not like they're going to get any more.
No, of course not. Yeah. It all depends on what Vinny's asking. So you need to be a little bit more specific. Are you talking about like give us some samples of product that you want?
You're saying hockey mainly, no problem, Vinny. But when you're saying older, how far back are we talking? Are we talking about that 90s period? Are we talking about a little later, a little earlier? Just to help understand exactly what you're referring to. It'll help clear it up for us a little bit. But I generally get what you're saying.
90 to 2005. Yeah, and some of that stuff is really hard to find.
It can be, yeah. There is some room though, like in that range. I will say Grizzlies does have still some. It's
Yep.
not like tons and tons and tons. They definitely still have some. Here,
Yep.
hold on. I can help out a little bit with this piece.
Sure.
I'll offer that. So there you go. So I just put the URL in the chat there for you, Vinny. You can check it out. Just see if there's anything to catch you. Like I said, supplies dwindle as time goes on. They have a lot of old retail and some of it in that time range. Mind you, 2005 was the Ovechkin Crosby rookie year, so some of it may have increased in price accordingly.
Right. Right.
You know, you have to be careful with that. But I definitely bought some blasters of like Fleer Ultra 0506 just to have some fun. Yeah, so that's one. But it's tough because not a lot of people still have it. David Adams used to have a lot. I don't think they have much anymore. Assuming that's one of the big four maybe you're talking about. I don't know.
Yeah.
It might be.
I'm sure it's Steel City, David Adam, Blowout, and Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not even sure if Atlanta's around anymore. So
Yeah, it's getting to be a dwindling list, Vinny, because not a lot of them had the inventory. Some
Right.
of them bought pallets and cases and cases and cases, but then as they blew it out, they kept selling it when it's $20 or $25 a box. Collectors are going to buy tons because if you remember Amit from way back, because Amit gave up, he would never have made it to 5 hours. But back then he was buying like 20 or 30 at a time.
yeah.
I can assure you he was opening tons of boxes of that stuff.
Wow, they don't have the product my first product I ever built.
What's that?
0102 SP Game Use.
Are you talking about Grizzlies or one of the other companies there?
No, Grizzlies.
Yeah, I know their stuff. They used to have a lot more stuff. I actually think they've sold a lot of it because they brought so much to the expo, and I know they sold tons because I bought tins for Donruss.
Preferred.
Not Donruss Priority. Donruss Preferred.
Yeah.
So you remember the ones in the tins?
Yeah.
Oh, I bought tins. I bought a bunch myself. It was a fun product to open though.
How much was that?
It was like $35 a tin.
Wow, that's cheap.
That's what I mean. Like it was 35 Canadian. So it was
Did
like.
you did you get any of the metal gems?
No, I never got that lucky. I did pull a lot of the platinum, a bunch of the die cuts, and different. There was some nice stuff in there, for sure.
You know what was the most confusing product I ever opened?
And what is that?
It was created by, I believe it was created by Pinnacle. It was called Fractal Matrix.
Oh yes, yes, yes.
That was really confusing.
What the X and Y axes and all that?
Yeah, XY axis, XYZ axes, and then there's the die cut versions were more rare in some of them, but the non-die cut versions were more rare. I'm like, oh my god, I'm confused. You know, between that and aficionado, the first ever aficionado where the card smells.
Okay.
Yeah, but for sure, Fractal Matrix was the most confusing product I ever opened.
I actually have a quick story about that. It only takes 5 seconds, but it was about Fractal Matrix. I went in and I was trying to get the different Medano cards for it. Obviously, there were a couple different ones because they would have different levels, the X and Y and all that nonsense.
Right.
So I bought one, and I thought I had one of the cards in the set because it was fine. And then later on, I got a closer look at it, and it was missing some of the embossing. But the die cut looked proper. So then I went in another seller. There was a more experienced seller with a higher feedback and everything, and I bought the same card. And as it turns out, somebody took the regular Fractal Matrix, not the Fractal Matrix, but like the regular version, and then die cut it to very similar shape as the other one.
Right.
But it was missing some of the embossing.
Oh.
So like it looked off. But you had to actually look at it a little bit carefully. Like, wait a minute, that cut's a little weird. And then you get the regular one and it has Fractal Matrix, the embossing on it, and the cut is a little more precise.
Right.
But somebody actually went and replicated the cut.
And I think Fractal Matrix was also the one that had the Eric Lindros socks in it, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
I know they had it around that time. But just imagine someone went through the trouble of fabricating a Fractal Matrix of all things. And it was like the bronze one. It wasn't even the gold one.
But can you imagine if they cut the one where the non-die cut version was actually worth more? That would be funny.
Yeah, but it was weird. So yeah, 2000, 2001 gold label. Gold label is fun. I like those. Although 98.99 to me is still the best one. I'm a big fan of 98.99. The first year, gold label, they hit it just right for me. 96, 97 Fleer Picks, 2000, 2001 Premier Plus. Yeah. No, some of those are some real. I actually like Premier Plus. It was kind of a quaint product, but gold label was fun. Gold Label, I was a big fan of.
Well, I'm surprised you mentioned, was it Flair Picks, was it?
96, 97 Fleer Picks, yeah.
Wasn't that the one that crossed over with Topps product?
I want to say yes. I know what you're talking about, but I'm trying to think. Because Fleer Picks, I think they had a couple of years of Fleer Picks. It was kind of weird.
Yeah, but there's one that was a crossover between Topps and Flair. I can't remember
Maybe.
which one it was.
Yeah,
Or the one that was, I think, Topps that I remember, it was called Gilt. It had the golden gilt edges or whatever it's called.
Okay.
So when you look on the side, the parallels actually have a gold edge on the side of the cards.
Okay.
Like when you go through one of those old books, like a Bible or something, and it has that golden
okay.
side. That's what it was. I was like, oh my God, I can't believe they're doing that.
Okay.
That's why, when they came out with high tech, I never liked high tech, and then when it came out with high tech, I was like, no, this time's not going to do well. Because high tech was, every card was numbered to like 80 or something like that, and there was like 40 different versions of the foil board or the acetate with the different patterns. So
yeah, the thing is, there was a lot of products. That's the reason, but that's part of the reason I advocated, and earlier part of the discussion, I advocate for go to the back catalog.
Yeah.
If you're a longtime collector, there's so much stuff.
Yeah,
and some of it you even forget about, and you live through it. It's like, I remember it ish, but there was just so much product out there at the time.
One of the products I opened too that Topps was really intricate was called laser cut baseball.
Okay.
And every card was cut by laser, like die cut out with intricate designs and everything.
Wait, are you talking about? I don't think laser cut. Was it Topps Laser? Just Topps Laser?
Maybe it's Topps Laser. Yeah.
Okay, because that sounds right to me. That's familiar.
And that was expensive.
I have no doubt. I remember there were a lot of products like that were considered premium products because of this technology. The tech is what made it. Because those were intricate cuts. They were like designs.
Yeah. Well, and then of course football. Donruss had is it called Laser Vision or that one? That's the one where the acetate autographs are in. The one that they brought back now. So.
Okay. Yeah. So I'll just grab a couple comments from Vinny here, and we'll finish up here. So the one you were talking about earlier with the gold on the edge was, he says it's 96, 97 Super Skills, and he said they had gold edges with platinum being the parallel.
Okay, that was it. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Vinny's been doing a lot of research on a lot of those, so he's probably a little sharper on it than we are. But it tells you that it's a testament to just how much stuff came out at that time. That there were all these designs, all these tries. Even, like I said, the Dare to Tear and all that. I love that they tried it. Even if it didn't work, I love that they tried it.
But here's the thing. Back then, the volumes are huge.
Yeah.
Right? And there's no jersey and no autos.
Agreed. I get it. And the thing is, if you go back, though, what's funny, what turned out after the fact is, okay, no jerseys, no autos. Find me a Z Gold of somebody good.
Right.
Like, it's off the charts. It's a fortune. I have a saved search on eBay for any Z Gold just because I don't want to accidentally miss the Medano. I'm like, rather than take a chance, I'm going to take any Z Gold. Just show me any that come up. I don't care.
It's worth a lot of money now, Z Golds?
Yes. Even there was a Nicholas Lidstrom, who's a good player, great player, Hall of Fame player.
Yeah.
It sold for like $160, $170. It had a dented corner. The corner was completely bent over.
Oh, is Z Gold the parallel of the base cards, or is
it was a parallel of the base card out of 100.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, so it was a small one. It was out of 100, and you had to pull it out of the big card.
Okay, got it.
So there was so like I said, though, the Lidstrom sold for comfortably over $100 with a bent corner.
Right.
And it was just like, because it's like, look, I got to have it. Whoever the bidder was, they're like, I got to have it. Like, these don't come up all the time.
Okay, I was thinking of the gold team. Was it the Z team? Right. That's what.
Yeah, the Z team golds are a little bit rarer than the regular version, but those are totally available. But the Z gold, different ballpark entirely.
Right, the parallel set. Okay.
Yeah, though they're just too tough. The 100 players out of 100, you think 10,000 cards out there? Oh, that's a lot. No.
Right.
There might be 8 or 9 on eBay at any given time, and that's only if you get a big bulk of them.
Right.
And that's any player.
So Uncle Vinny is doing all Mario Lemieux.
Yeah, and apparently he's building sets of some of that stuff too. There's some good stuff there. Yeah, so Mario's his main focus, and that's a side project. The thing is, there's some cool sets there. You'll do well, Vinny, just having some fun with it. There's some cool ones that would definitely be worth building. They're attractive.
Super Skills. That was the one. That's right. I hated that set. I bought it and I opened it. God, what is this? I'm reading a book, one of these old English style books.
Hey, to each their own, Karvin. Somebody had to try. Somebody designed that set and tried.
Oh, you know what? I give all credit to people trying stuff. I try a lot of stuff and it failed too. I mean, that's not like when you're building 30, 40 products, your ideas, don't come so easy.
Well, plus you told us that every time you came up with an idea, somebody yelled at you. they always yelled at you.
That got yelled at. That's the best one.
Yeah, exactly.
I won't forget about Exquisite being yelled at. So.
Yeah, sounds good. All right, Karvin. I think we're solid. I think we've hit on some good ones. So
okay.
what we'll do, guys, is we'll leave it at this for this one here. At some point down the road, what I'll do is same vein. If I do get questions, because some of the initial questions that we started off with were based off of questions you guys came with after. So if you want to leave some comments later on in there, if you check it out later, and you want to leave some comments in the comments area there, I can always pull that in later. And down the road here, probably in the new year or later on, we want to give Karvin a break to do some stuff. It's holiday time. Everybody's got to do their thing. But down the road, we can always revisit and talk about some other things because there's plenty of areas to cover, but we just have to have some. Maybe by that point, some of the other card graders will be sold, and that'll be kind of fun. Yeah, I would not be shocked though, Karvin. I joke about it, but it would not shock me if at some point, again, I think SGC is the primary candidate for me. If I was going to take a wager, Beckett's tough because you have to buy the whole thing.
Yes,
I don't think they would spin off the grading, and I don't know if I would want the other stuff necessarily.
Right.
So I'm like, to me, it would be Collector's Universe. I think their assets have a little more value for me than Beckett's assets aside from the grading.
Right.
I just don't know if I would want what they have.
Yeah.
That's just me. Just my opinion. Absolutely. So I'll grab these two. Glad you enjoyed it, Vinny. Appreciate you hanging out. And Paul's our champion. He's always here.
Yes, he is.
He's always here. Absolutely. Folks, it's been a pleasure. Thank you for hanging out. We appreciate you. Karvin, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, guys. Have yourselves a good night. See, we did it. We did it in under 5 hours. Congratulations. Very nice and tidy. Nice and tidy.
All right.
All right. Have yourselves a good Saturday, guys. Take it easy.
Yes.